Welcome to this work session of the Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission here in beautiful Winthrop. Such a wonderful time to be here, and we are having lovely weather for those who probably can't see. We will start with a roll call of our commissioners, and I will just start here on my left with Commissioner Rudd.
Good morning. Hope to see the sunshine this morning it's absent in Olympia for a while. So my name is Ali Rad. I'm from Olympia.
Good morning, Commissioner Holly Williams from Vancouver, Washington.
Good morning, Commissioner Ken Bounds, Seattle, Washington.
Good morning, Lori Conley from Spokane, Washington.
Good morning, Mike Latimer from Yakima.
Good morning, Mark Brown from Lacey.
And I realize I failed to introduce myself. This is Sophia. And I need to apologize in advance. I am just recovering from a case of COVID, so I'm still like a lot of brain fog. I'm a very odd voice. So, Commissioner Dannenberg from Whidbey Island, and will introduce our staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Dannenberg. Today with us, we have Deputy Director Mike Sternbach, Administrative Services Director Laura Holmes, Operations Director John Crimmins, Stewardship Director Lisa Lance, Parks Development Director Heather Saunders, our Legislative Director Owen Rowe, Human Resources Director Amber Erdahl, Tribal Relations Director Jenna Bowman, our Executive Assistant Becky Ellison. Attending virtually is our Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Director Jeanette Chien, and we also have our Assistant Attorney General Andy Wu with us today.
Thank you. And we don't have any changes to the agenda. And so Becky Ellison will start us any logistics.
The door to the right. In case of an emergency, we're going to go out this door right here and meet out front of the lodge.
Thank you. So we'd like to start with a special acknowledgement this morning. We would like to recognize the 10th anniversary of Invisible Disabilities Week, October 15th to 21st. This week aims to bring awareness, education, and support to our family, friends, and coworkers and communities. Approximately 20% of Americans, 66 million people, live with a condition that is considered an invisible disability. Part of practicing diversity, equity, and inclusion is to do our own reflection and learning about disability and work to ensure that our state parks are inclusive and accessible to all individuals with disabilities, invisible and visible. We share a quote from disability rights activist Patty Byrne. A disability justice framework understands that all bodies are unique and essential, that all bodies have strength and needs that must be met. We know that we are powerful not despite the complexities of our bodies, but because of them. Disability justice holds a vision born out of a collective struggle, drawing upon the legacies of cultural and spiritual resistance within 1,000 underground paths, igniting small persistent fires of rebellion in everyday life. So with that, we'd like to start with our Administrative Services team, and I will first introduce Administrative Services Director Laura Holmes, who will introduce her team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Dannenberg, and good morning. This presentation this morning is to provide an overview of staff and general functions of the Administrative Services Division and to highlight some of the projects that we are working on. It will be led by our respective department managers, so I would like to introduce them before we get started. Joining us in person, you've met before, Van Church, our Budget Director. We also have Colleen McGuire, the Risk and Records Manager, and Harley Graves, our Chief Information Officer. And then joining us virtually, we have our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Bibeau. When each department concludes their section of the presentation, they will pause in case you have any questions before they transition to the next department. So our team has really been looking forward to this time with you. Budget is up first. So Van, you look ready.
When they're on.
I'm still recovering from July. All right, well, let's get this going. Do I push a button or no? All right. So here's the budget team. There's 5 positions within the budget team. There's the capital financial manager, Dennis Tate. We have on the operating side, we have 3 positions, 2 budget analyst 4s and a budget analyst 3. In the budget analyst 4 positions, we have Pam and Frank, both long-term employees. Frank, I think he's been at Parks for close to 18 years minus 2 weeks when he left and came back. I begged. We won't get into the details, but the budget analyst 3 position that was vacated due to retirement in late at the end of June of this year. So we haven't filled that yet. We're still looking at the composition of our team and how we want to approach it. So, and we can move on from these wonderful photos. All right, capital budget. So Dennis Tate runs the capital budget financial shop, and he provides biennial and supplemental budget development support, along with initial and ongoing allotment management of funding shifts and approval process, and monthly reporting. And just to kind of give some perspective, oh, sorry, you can leave it there, on the size of the capital budget. So 4 years ago, the capital budget was $84.6 million. 2 years, it started at 110 million, and now it's at 138.2. And so the size of a capital budget doesn't necessarily mean or increase the number of projects, but in this particular case, there just has been a substantial increase in the number of projects. So Dennis is, if he wasn't busy 4 years ago, he is now. So and that's good. We like to keep Dennis busy. All right, now we get to the operating side. So on the operating side, we do biennial and supplemental budget development, initial and ongoing allotment management, monthly reporting, and park review. So every 2 years, we do a 100% audit of every single park in the system. And that's where we go out and physically review policies and procedures, cash handling, check the petty cash, as well as physical asset review. And one final thing, during the legislative session, the budget office is the hub for fiscal notes. And we are pretty busy for, let's see, in the long session, 105 days, and then in the short for 60 days. We have a short session coming up here at the beginning of 2024. So looking forward to that. That'll keep Owen busy too. So there's a lot of interaction between Owen and myself for those either 60 or 105 days to his benefit. Let's see. So concerning number of DPs, so in the 2024 supplemental, we submitted 24 decision packages, but we averaged the last 2 bienniums 19 decision packages. And so we're submitting considerably more decision packages overall. The trend has been up, and part of that is because we're going after more inflationary related activity, trying to keep our spending authority as well as securing general fund dollars where we can, just to keep folks out in the field operating at maximum 100%. And during the session when we're doing fiscal notes, this 2023 session, we had 68 completed fiscal notes, and 78% of them are early. And we focus on getting these things done early because it helps out OFM getting their work done. And then when they can do their work early, it allows the ledge folks to get their fiscal note work done. So we earn some extra points, hopefully on the positive side. So, and 68 fiscal notes is pretty high for parks in a session. I think our average over the last 10 years has probably been somewhere in the 35 to 50 range, but it has been creeping up. So otherwise, we're doing pretty good. Is there another page? Oh, my favorite part. Questions? Any questions? No? Good. I like it like this.
Talk a little bit about our relationship with OFM and how you work with OFM.
So I work closely with Matt, who's our budget analyst, as well as Jim Cahill. And I would say we have an exceptional working relationship with Matt, as I did with Leslie before. My approach, most people who know me at any length know that I'm pretty straightforward. I don't play a lot of politics. I don't try and hide things. And so Matt and I have a wonderful working relationship because he does the same with me. And it allows us to have basically off the record discussions where we can talk about things unofficially and kind of float things. And I mean, for example, last week had a meeting with him and was talking about the fact that our headquarter lease is being renewed and we'll be seeing an increase. And that increase is, this biennium is roughly $26,000. And he asked me to provide him that information once we had it finalized so that he could possibly stick it into our 2024 supplemental with the governor. So, yeah, and that's the kind of benefits that you see when you have a working relationship like that. So, fortunately, yeah, it's been good so far. Very good. I know Lisa had a question. I could just tell. Probably budget wanted more money. All right, I'll leave. I think I'm done, right? All right. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to talk Risk and Records Program. We have an awesome team of 4, the Records Officer, Brian Thrasher, Public Records Specialist, Nicole Peterson, Records Management Specialist, Kelly O'Brien, and me, the Enterprise Risk Manager, Colleen McGuire. Okay, thank you.
That was quick.
I
thought she had more slides, sorry.
State Parks has been my home since 1985 in various roles. Since 2009, I have assisted staff with traditional risk management. What should we ensure? So structures, vessels, artwork, events. It's a collaborative effort that involves park staff as well as Andy, our fabulous AAG, and the occasional DS Office of Risk Management insurance professionals. Enterprise risk management has been a major focus since 2016 with an executive order by the governor, which in the basic of terms is we try to recognize risk before the event occurs that could damage such things as our reputation, finances, health and safety of our visitors, or it could involve human resources. Throughout the year, I work with the program managers on risk mitigation strategies. Enterprise risk management is building a culture of everyone having their risk eyes open in what we do daily, and risk is embedded in every decision that we make. Risk evaluation never stops. Moving to the records program, the wrangler, the educator, and the consultant on everything records related, helping staff with their records and providing the public with their records requested timely and with total transparency. Brian has been with State Parks since 2012. We were lucky to have him come to Risk and Records in 2016. He supervises program specialists Kelly and Nicole. He in State Parks he's the designated risk officer in charge of litigation holds and come through the AAG's office, keeping us up to date on policies and our unique record schedule. Much of Brian's time is spent consulting staff throughout the agency on all things related to records management and the Public Records Act. He spends most of his days working hand in hand with Nicole on public records requests. Nicole started working with State Parks 2 years ago. Her primary focus is public records requests. She spends most of her time processing open requests. This predominantly entails communicating with requesters, working with staff, coordinating canvassing for responsive records, and using e-discovery tools to find records. We're still working on a handful from some of our larger requests in 2022 calendar year, and it's looking like we'll surpass that by the end of 2023, and we average about 150 per year. Nicole has been instrumental in implementing a new public records workflow system this year. It's called GovQA. Harley will be talking about it a little bit too. It went live last month. GovQA is a user-friendly and more efficient and effective tool for all that touch the public records requests, from the requester to park staff, including the records custodian. The technology flows from request to delegation and interactive notifications that are tracked across programs and divisions, helping staff stay current on clarifications and installments. With an increase in complex requests over the last few years, There's a defensible audit trail, reducing our risks with litigation, and additional GovQA auto reports to the annual Joint Legislative Audit and Review Committee. And finally, managing our records at state parks. Kelly began working for the agency in May. She provides consultation, guidance, and training, focusing on the agency records management needs. She hit the ground running, reviewing and updating our policies and procedures. She's currently working with function groups throughout the agency to prepare for the headquarter relocation, building a foundation for biennial records inventory, assisting IT with the transition to Office 365 and SharePoint, and developing training on effective records management, which includes destruction and archiving. Although risk in records doesn't sound riveting, we are learning daily, and every day is a fun challenge. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Commissioner
Yeah, thank you. Maybe Colleen, could you expand a little bit on some of the new challenges in risk management that we are experiencing as a result of perhaps court decisions or other things that are happening in the world? Because I can imagine in our world, there's a lot of moving pieces in that arena.
Yeah, I don't know if it's really changed that much since I have been involved. The court really, I think Andy can probably talk about it better than I can, but we really have not had that many different lawsuits since I've been involved in 2009. So it's kind of a status quo, I guess.
When you talk about the managing and archiving of records, I mean, I think we focus a lot on the requests because that's where we hear about requests that go wrong. But it sounds great that you have a new system because I know those requests are difficult. But as far as archiving and managing, I assume we have our own schedule, and are we catching up on? Are we up to date on that, or is that also a situation where things have not been archived? You know,
we love our records. We have a lot of records. So Kelly's new to the position. She's addressing some of the backflow and hopefully we'll start educating staff about transitional records, about who really should be keeping the records, because we are finding we have 4 to 7 of the same record. So when we get a public records request, there's a lot of records. So when I say complexity has changed with the public records request, it used to be, can I have that record? Now it's, can I have any and all? And when we love our records as much as we do, any and all is thousands of records. So some of the requests take 6 months to maybe even 2 years to fulfill. So for 2 staff, that's a lot.
Colleen, I was just curious if your responsibilities also include maybe some of the more intangible risks, such as, for example, reputational risk to the agency or social media risks. I mean, do different decisions that the agency makes or marketing, communications, or videos, I mean, do all those go through sort of a vetting process with you?
Yeah, so enterprise risk management, that's exactly what it's about in 2016 when we started, and I've learned along with everybody else. But so I work with the area managers and as well as the WMS managers, and find out what they believe their risks are that are preventing us from achieving our goal. And then we work with those managers and throughout the year and come up with mitigation strategies. And it involves human resources, finances, health and safety, the whole gamut.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have the thank you slide. Okay.
Good morning. Am I ready to go, Tina? I'm assuming I am. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good morning. My name is Mark Bebo and I manage financial services. The picture you're seeing is of the financial services management team. I've worked for the state of Washington for about 35 and a half years, and I've worked for state parks for almost 28 of those. Next slide, please. I will give you a brief overview of financial services and then turn it over to the section managers to give you a brief description of their section. Financial services has 5 sections: accounts payable, revenue and receivables, payroll, general accounting, and contracts, grants, and procurement. We have a total of 30 permanent positions, 3 seasonal staff, and 2 on-call positions. I will now pass it on to the section managers, starting with Ken Gunther, Accounts Payable Manager. Next slide, please. Ken?
Yes, good morning. We can go to the next slide, Tina, please. Thank you. Yes, I am Ken Gunther, and I manage the expenditure side of our agency. I have been with State Parks for 27 plus years and will have worked for the state for 30 years next March. I have been in this position for over 15 years and in the accounts payable section for about 25 years. Our team consists of myself, Nick Klein, Edith Carlson, and Kirsten Rhodes. Nick pays all of our public works and architectural engineering and various service contracts. He also pays our interagency billings. Edith pays all of our travel reimbursements, and she also pays our winter recreation and boating contracts. Kirsten pays all of our other vendors, which also includes utilities and purchase orders, and she also distributes our monthly purchase card charges. Next slide, please. Some of the main things that we're responsible for are parks, utility, vendor, and interagency payments, public works, snow grooming, architecture, and other contract payments, purchase card, one card, and fuel card distributions, employee travel expenses and tuition reimbursements, and 1099 and unclaimed property reporting. A couple of the main things coming up for us are unclaimed property reporting at the end of October. We will be sending our statute of limitation dollars to the Department of Revenue. And IRS 1099 reporting is also coming up at the end of the year. We will be sending our 1099 reportable vendors to OFM for processing to the IRS. Next slide, please. Some of our performance measures for this last fiscal year are vendor payments, travel reimbursements, purchase and card and activity and contract and interagency payments. Next slide, please. We made 5,894 vendor and agency payments, 1,366 contract payments, 1,880 travel reimbursements, and spent $83,464,554 from headquarters this last fiscal year. Next slide, please. 2 of the main distributions that we do are the agency purchase cards and one cards and the agency fuel cards. For the last fiscal year, we distributed $13,985,042, which took us around 16,145 transactions to complete. For the fuel cards, we distributed $905,797, which took us 12,836 transactions. Next slide, please. That's all I have. Thank you for your time. And next you'll hear from Jennifer Highland in the Revenue Department.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Highland. I'm the Revenue Section Manager here in Financial Services. And this is a picture of my staff. Next slide, please. So I am fortunate. I have an amazing staff of 5 members, which consists of 4 full-time permanent employees and 1 non-permanent seasonal employee. Next slide, please. So kind of a little bit about what we do. The revenue section is responsible for managing the agency's revenue and receivables, and we receive revenue through many different channels. So we receive revenue in from the parks, from Discover Pass sales, grant reimbursements, the pay stations that are out in the park, from people making reservations, and the e-permit system, which includes snow park permits, vehicle parking, and boat moorage. Next slide, please. So in the next few slides, I'm just going to go over some of our statistics for the last fiscal year. Next slide, please. I'm just going to go over our bank deposit reports, which is BDR for short. And what that is all the cash and checks that the parks have received in the field. And in the peak season, they make a deposit at least once a week, or in the off season, it's every 2 weeks. So for this year, we have processed over 3,500 bank deposit reports, which equates to a little over 31,000 transactions. We've created over 326 invoices. And then for our credit card volume has increased year over year as more people pay through credit card. We've processed over 900,000 credit card transactions, and we've brought in over 53 million in revenue through credit card transactions. Next slide, please. We also receive revenue in through the pay stations that are out in the field. And the pay stations have been a great addition to parks as it frees up staff time. It allows people to pay for items such as Discover Pass, boat launch, extra vehicle permits, and it takes the cash out of the parks. We have 2 types of pay stations. We have parking on pay stations, and currently we have 79 of those pay stations, which has collected over $3.5 million in revenue. And then this last year, we started purchasing Ventec pay stations, and the first Ventec pay station went live in March. And we currently have 17 Ventec stations, which has collected almost 24,000 in revenue. Next slide, please. This peak season has been a little bit of a challenge for us as we saw an increase in check refunds this year. And the increase was due to our reservation vendor, Camus, had switched credit card processors, and unbeknownst to anybody, it only had a 6-month window where people could refund back to that card. And so with a 9-month reservation window, anybody that tried to cancel after 6 months, the card would reject and it would have to be processed as a check refund. So just to kind of give you a little bit of insight as to the volume, we currently process around 1,500 check refunds a year. And this year we have processed over 10,000. It did result in us having some staff overtime and hiring an emergency hire just to process those refunds. The good news is that Camus, once they realized this, and they changed credit card processors, and the new processor will allow refunds to go back to a card up to a year. And also the good news is we've processed all the backlog of refunds, and we are now currently up to date. However, unfortunately, with the check refunds, not everybody cashes those checks. So if they don't get cashed after 6 months, they go stale dated, which will increase the accounts payable workload. Next slide, please. So thank you for your time. And the next presenter is Lisa Reese, the payroll manager.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Question?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you speak a little louder, please?
Do you want to do some questions? Do you want it? Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Commissioner
A question about the pay stations. I noticed you have 2 different companies doing this. Can you give us idea what we pay for charges and why do we have 2 companies doing that? Thank you.
Well, I think we started off with parking on pay stations years ago, and I think they just wanted to. There were some issues when we were ordering some new pay stations, and so we reached out. I think there was a major contract with DES, and so Ventec was another vendor, and so we thought we would just give another vendor another try. And so far, we've been really happy with the Ventec pay stations. As far as the charges, I don't have that information of what the charges are for that.
I think I can expand on that maybe a little bit. Thank you, Jennifer. That was a great explanation. So yes, our Parkion machines that we ordered, those cost, I think about $8,000 a machine with ongoing preventive maintenance cost. I want to say somewhere around $60,000 a year for that 79, but it's been a while since I've seen that actual number. So they did it, the billing is an annual billing that does cover the cost of all quarterly preventive maintenance as well as any actual repairs that need to occur on those machines for up to 5 years. Those machines, however, the connectivity really struggled in the park and the ability to get repairs was not able to be done by staff. So there were a few different pay stations on the master contract as Jennifer referred to. So we tried another contractor through Ventec. Those machines seem to have better ability to connect. And they also are able to be a little more interchangeable with their parts that make it easier for staff to potentially make some repairs without having to wait for a few days for a vendor to show up and make those repairs. Those machines cost, I think, a couple thousand more, around 12 or 13, and I have not heard, we just started those in March, what the agreement is as far as costs for replacement pieces that go into it. There's the second one, we also were able to do like a wrap, but you probably saw that had more of a Parks feel and look to it. So it's got a little bit of Parks logo and icon on it.
Do they charge you per transaction or?
No,
this
they
is
do not.
Lump sum?
Lump sum for preventive maintenance, but there's no charge per transaction from either machine.
And what is the life cycle for a machine?
5 to 7 years generally, although they do seem to last longer than that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I guess as long as we're on the topic of the machines, of course, I've got a lot, I was curious about it. Well, I guess I won't ask this question, but in terms of just a consistent look from the park user perspective, knowing that that's what they're looking for when they're buying it, have we gotten any feedback, or does it seem like, people are understanding that this is in fact like the new machine? I feel like when like if I'm parking, I know that this is what it looks like. I'm always looking for that. And then I'd be like, well, what's that other thing?
What is that? What is that thing over there? Yes, the new machines are bigger, and so they do have a little bit wider look to them. I think customers are getting more familiar. I know that Oregon uses the Ventec as well, and so it is one that is used by multiple state parks. So it's something that they're somewhat familiar with. The Park Eons is something that they have all looked very consistent, no wrap, same color. And they're the kind that you would see like downtown Seattle or Oregon right in a row, which is part of the reason with the connectivity is really that's how they were designed for. So customers are familiar with that pay station, but I think actually the newer pay station is something that draws their attention a little bit more. And then the signage around it. But it is something that we can also look at ways that we can, have it on our website even prior to them coming when they're doing the research so they start to get a feel for it. And it might take a few years to get used to the wrap and the pattern.
I will say, I think it was at Maryhill has one. I'm not sure what park it was, and I drove into the day use, and it was the first one I had seen first time I had seen one in the field, and it's big and yellow and it's right there. And I stopped, and it has our shield on it and the font that we use, and so it's more sort of tied to our parks than the Parkion machines were. And because it's bigger, the directions that are on there, you maybe kind of saw the 1, the 2, and the 3. It was very easy to follow. The buttons are bigger and easier for people to use. And I don't think the public is going to have too much of a problem seeing that when they come in, depending on where they're located in each park, of course.
Yeah. I'd be curious. Again, just as a comment, not necessarily a question, I would be curious also, given your description of it, if it's actually better for accessibility for people with vision or, ability to reach. So it sounds like if it's sort of bigger and clearer.
And it is a little lower to the ground and easier to use. So if it continues to work well, it will be something that we transition to as the useful life of the other machines are reached.
We're stopped. You might.
One question and one comment that might hopefully elicit some response as we continue the presentation. The quick question is on slide 19. There was a reference to quote unquote one card. That is a term I haven't heard of before. What is a one card?
Ken, could you answer that question for Commissioner Brown, please?
I can answer that.
Oh, thank you,
Laura.
Mark.
So a one card is a purchase card that you can use for multiple reasons. So a purchase card should only be used to buy goods and services. A one card can be used to make hotel reservations. You could even get fuel on it. It's more of a regular credit card that can be used for multiple things. And we're very, because of the risk associated with that, we limit the use of those to very specific individuals.
Okay, that helps a little. I'm just not familiar with that particular product. Then the comment I want to make that, again, just to solicit maybe a response whenever it fits into the presentation is, I remember during my time on the commission, there was an audit. It wasn't an audit finding, but it was a narrative that was intended to bring a concern forward, which had to do with the collection and accurate reporting of cash from the field to headquarters. I just returned, Julie and I just returned from 24 days in 3 countries. And during 24 days of travel, we never used cash one time, not one time. I'm just wondering if in your the rest of the presentation, somebody might be able to talk about any efforts we're making to perhaps become a little less cashless. I think that is a good idea and a better business model than trying to keep track of cash. But in any event, I'll just offer that as a comment and see if it comes up later in your presentation in terms of response, unless you want to say something now. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to address that. So every 2 years when we get audited by the state auditor, there's usually concern by the state auditor's office on how our Iron Rangers are the money's being collected out of those. Because we usually, because of staffing levels, have one person going around to all the different Iron Rangers and picking up those envelopes. Best practice would be that anytime we handle cash, we have 2 people involved. But due to lack of staffing, that isn't always possible. So our goal has been to reduce the amount of cash at parks. That's why you've seen the huge increase in pay stations throughout our systems, and with more additional pay stations coming in the future. And we have really increased the number of credit card terminals that we've had. Every year, we continue to increase which parks can accept credit cards and have credit card readers. And we actually currently have probably 3 or 4 different ways, 4 different types of credit card machines out there. We have ones that are connected directly, through the internet, wireless ones. We have the reservations, the computers that can accept credit cards. So we are trying to go as much as possible to always have an electronic option to accept cash. The yellow phones are through our central reservation vendor. People can use their credit cards, but that has been a goal of ours to continue to reduce the amount of cash out in our parks.
Thank you.
I would just like to add, Commissioner Brown, that we've talked about this when I worked in headquarters before, in around 2012. Part of the reason also is just sort of an equity issue, is there are a lot of people who don't have credit cards. We have a lot of checks, which I don't know the last time any of you wrote a check, but especially generationally speaking, checks are the go-to methodology for paying for a lot of our campsites. And so we actually sort of investigated what it would take, and granted this was a decade ago, but what it would take to become a cashless system. And I don't think we'll ever get there, but I know the financial services team has done, well, actually all of the administrative services team with IT and everything have done a tremendous effort to really make us as cashless and as checkless as possible because of the risks associated with it. But I think it'll be a while before we're there 100%.
Yeah, I had a question on the other side of that coin. Do we have a process for reviewing usage by staff of credit cards for purchases for, I assume we do, and I assume we have some audit process as well. So just maybe talk a little bit about that.
Sure, I'd be happy to address that. We do. Any person that has a credit card or a purchase card is required to fill out a log. That log is in detail, has to identify every transaction they purchased, has to list the item, has to have a receipt attached to it. And before that log comes to financial services, has to be reviewed by their manager. When it comes to financial services, part of our contracts, grants, and procurement section, review that log to make sure that the way the item was purchased, it was purchased within the rules of, that we have to follow, whether it's, park rules or Department of Enterprise Services rules, or if there's something that was purchased, make sure that was purchased off a state contract, that review happens. Then it goes to accounts payable, and they make sure that, if there was no sales tax paid, they make sure that the, sales tax needs to be paid. That's also taken care of. So there's usually, within financial services, at least 3 people that review those logs in detail.
Thank you.
Are we ready for Lisa?
One question.
Okay.
Sorry. What is percentage the cash or the checks in the overall scheme of our revenue?
I don't know the exact percentage. Jennifer may know, but I do know that there are very few checks that come into our central reservation center. Most of those transactions are all through credit cards. They can pay by check, but they're very few. And most of the reservations are made online now. There are, very few that are being made through the call center.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you ready, Lisa?
Yes, I think we are.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Let's see here. My name is Lisa, and I'm the new payroll manager here at Parks. I have been with Parks for about 5 months and with the state of Washington for 22 years. I am so excited to be a part of this family. If you'll allow me to introduce you to our payroll team, I would love to go to the next slide. So Ronna White is our FA4, and Patrick Stanton is our FA3. Ronna is responsible for all headquarters staff, and Patrick is responsible for distribution staff. They both reconcile all of the GLs for the payroll department. In addition to Ronna and Patrick, Stella Roberts, Gina Risling, and Alyssa Mueller are our payroll processors. They're all FA2s now, and they are responsible for the Southwest region, the East region, and the Northwest region. They handle all new employee setup, benefits, timesheet coding, and anything else that might pop up for them. Our office support staff is Lena Shed, and our newest employee is Tristan Steppen. They print and enter timesheets for every single employee and make sure that all your paperwork is where it's supposed to be. Next slide. What we do. The payroll section is responsible for ensuring that all employees are paid correctly and on time. This includes timesheets, benefits, retirement, leave, and any miscellaneous deductions that you may have out of your coming out of your paycheck. We work with new and existing employees to set up or modify their medical, dental, life, long-term disability, and retirement. We're responsible for about 1,000 seasonal and permanent staff, and we monitor all agency employee leave usage. Next slide, please. Performance stats for fiscal year 2023. During this time period, we processed 123,388 timesheets. We processed 1,270 actions. These include new hires, separations, appointment changes, and extensions. Our department completed and sent out 790 employee benefit worksheets to staff. These worksheets notify employees of their healthcare options, and they need to be tracked for completion per HCA regulations. And next slide, please. A little about what we're up to. Leave balance posting, My Portal implementation, and the Benefits 24/7 project. We're always looking for ways to be transparent and thrifty. We're working on finding ways to communicate leave balances with staff who don't have My Portal access at the moment. Our goal is to save our processors time so that we're no longer emailing each individual employee with their individual information. We really appreciate your patience with us while we work out the kinks in all of this. We're working on implementing the My Leave or the My Portal leave program to overtime exempt staff. The program will allow staff to manage their leave balances electronically and to enter it electronically instead of on a paper document. Supervisors will continue to approve the leave, but they'll do that through the program and it will be uploaded to the payroll system. Our goal is a more streamlined leave process, less paper usage, and less hands-on data entry for our payroll team. The Benefits 24/7 project is an online healthcare program that is sponsored by PEB. It's anticipated to be rolled out in January of 2024. It will provide employees with a quick and easy way to access and change your benefit portfolio at any time. Next slide. And that's it for us. So I'd like to introduce Julie. She is our general accounting manager. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Julie Steingrebe. I work in financial services as the general accounting manager. I've been at State Parks for 10 years, 4 years in this role. Next slide, please. I'm the financial advisor to the CFO. I help with the implementation and give financial guidance for our financial data systems. I also ensure proper financial controls are in place and that we comply with state and federal laws. Next slide, please. I maintain the operating and capital chart of accounts. I work with the budget office to evaluate and make modifications as needed. This biennium, there are 986 operating codes and 518 capital project codes. Next slide, please. My biggest priority is the One Washington program. Our current agency financial reporting system is more than 30 years old. This program is working toward replacing it with a cloud-based enterprise resource planning software vendor called Workday. Workday is accessible anywhere and allows for real-time updates. It is a software as a service solution, which allows us to pick and choose what features and functionality we want to include. Workday will improve money management, reduce training time for new hires, and link finance, procurement, budget, human resources, and payroll processes. I'm the agency support team lead. I respond to emails, go to meetings, and perform the tasks needed to get us ready for the scheduled go-live date in July 2025. Next slide, please. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board issued Statement 87 leases, which requires lessors to recognize a lease receivable and a deferred inflow of resources. GASB Statement 94 clarifies the definitions and financial reporting requirements for public-private and public-public partnerships. GASB Statement 96 provides guidance on the accounting and financial reporting for subscription-based information technology arrangements for government end users. I reviewed more than 100 of our current land leases and concession agreements for compliance with these statements. Next slide, please. Capital distribution transfers. Each month, I work with the budget office to distribute staff leave time to the appropriate capital projects. Restricted funds. We are the administering agency for 12 governmental funds. I review and reconcile these funds each month and send the fund balances to the program managers. CAMS is a capital asset accounting system used by most state agencies to account for their capital assets. The purpose of CAMS is to provide accountability and monitor the physical condition of capital assets. Financial services staff enters the additions, deletions, and depreciation schedule for our assets in CAMS. Then I record the depreciation and asset changes in AFRS, our agency financial reporting system, to reconcile with the CAMS database. Next slide, please. ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, is a thorough and detailed presentation of the state's financial condition. It reports on the state's activities and balances for each fiscal year. The fiscal year closing date is June 30th. After this date, all of the financial data that financial services staff and I enter into the financial reporting system needs to be reviewed and any necessary adjustments completed. Then OFM analyzes this data and prepares the state's ACFR. I'm the System Security Administrator. I maintain all financial services security records, add and remove users for each financial database, and troubleshoot any access problems. Next is the Contracts, Grants, and Procurement Manager.
Morning, everyone. I'm Dylan Davis Bloom. I'm the Contracts, Grants, and Procurement Manager, and very pleased to be here in person with you this morning to take you a brief overview through our team and what we do for state parks. So we have a large team. Our team is made up of Manuel Iglesias, Jackie James, Brendan Hu, and Brendan is recently promoted to being a Contract Specialist 3 after taking place in a competitive job recruitment. And so they make up our 3 Contract Specialist 3s, and they are essentially the team leaders for our contracts section. Then we have Rachel Decker and Brett Taylor, who are Contract Specialist 1s. And Tracy Heisel is another Contract Specialist 3. She is our supervisor for the procurement and warehouse staff. Danielle Ansell is our contracts assistant, who helps with a great deal of our workload in the contracts department. Jason Smith is a procurement and supply specialist 3. William Baker, a procurement and supply specialist 1, and Emily Kim was office assistant 2 that joined us for the busy summer season to help out. She has since returned to college. So a little bit about our section. The Contracts, Grants, and Procurement section is organized into 2 core teams that work closely together in all their actions. The teams are the Contracts and Grants team and the Procurement and Warehouse Management team. So what we do for Contracts and Grants. The Contracts and Grants team is responsible for supporting a wide range of contracts and grants that are usually competed, of a high dollar value, a multi-year time span, and are complex. These items include architecture and engineering, public works, contracts for goods and services, interagency agreements with DNR, Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Forest Service, etc., and cooperative agreements with some of our friends groups that help support and promote our local state parks. So the procurement team, what do they do? The procurement team is responsible for handling high volume transactional activity for the agency. Their work often involves DES statewide contracts, the purchase of goods and services, simple services, and licenses. The procurement team also manages our warehouse operations. So some of the items that they do include the credit card program, what we were talking about earlier, issuing, revoking, increasing, auditing the P cards, purchase order execution to vendors, consulting on pay requests, ensuring that they are completed correctly, managing competitive solicitations for high value purchases, such as new vessels, or if we were to go out to bid for a large piece of equipment, say a snow groomer for the agency, inventory management, such as registration, licensing, surplus, and disposal of our equipment and vehicles, mailroom operations, where the staff receive, send, and safeguard, and supply management within the warehouse as well, stockroom, materials, uniforms, etc. So some of our performance statistics for FY23, total contracts agreements executed, 423 agreements, purchase card transactions, 39,681. Excuse me, my eyes were, I had to look at the large screen to see that. It's such a large number. And what we were speaking about earlier, you can imagine the workload that comes with that, with such a high volume of transactions. And purchase orders processed, 105 purchase orders, and those would be requests to vendors for goods or services. So additional important services provided by Contracts, Grants, and Procurement, reviewing all contracts and agreements and procurements for compliance and risks for the agency, providing guidance and best practice examples for the agency, preventing and detecting fraud, providing training to staff, and compiling and submitting annual reports such as the DES risk assessment, diverse vendor spending, annual contracts, IT contracts, etc. And that workload is increasing quite a bit as new policies and procedures are introduced to the state, and conducting audits as well. So some important new items and workloads for 2023. In the spring of 2023, we released a new agency purchasing manual, and that was a big deal to get that out there. That provides broad scope direction and guidance on interacting with the contracts and procurement team and purchasing for state parks. We implemented the DES supplier diversity policy 09006, and ongoing work in the field of equity and procurement, resulting in changes to purchasing laws and public works. So for instance, with the new DES supplier diversity policy, this has increased the length of time that we're required to go out to bid for competitive solicitation. It has made formal outreach a requirement to vendors, local vendors in the community, and forecasting what our agency is going to spend for the current fiscal year and the coming fiscal year. And this is very important work, so we're glad to be a part of it and help lead the way in changing and implementing these new strategies. So any questions before I turn it back over to Mark?
Commissioner Bounce?
Yeah, so how much of the standards and rules and options for purchasing and contracting are controlled by us versus the state?
So we have a few things where we can create our own internal policies. For instance, we have an internal policy for a direct buy threshold that is lower than the state's threshold by $5,000, but the state, by and large, are the guidelines that we follow and the guidelines that we cannot change. So does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you. That's what I thought. I was just curious about if we had much flexibility within the confines of.
We can create more confinement, but we can't create more leeway.
Can't get more flexible.
That's correct. Yep.
I knew it.
Yeah, we can only be more restrictive. That's all we can be.
I had a question, but if anyone else did, otherwise I'll. So I guess in terms of you sort of made me think of this with the equity. I bring this up at every opportunity. You know, when we had that proviso for the Black Washingtonians and the outdoors, we really looked for a way to compensate the participants. And I think that this is something that there's been a lot more discussion about in the state legislature. There was there's the discussion about paying for childcare or elder care, as well as looking at possibly compensating on an income basis lower income participants in those types of committees. It's floating a lot in terms of, again, it's a legislative proposal. But if there were some guidelines developed, or if there was legislation around that, would that then go into your contracting procedures? Is that how we as state parks would implement that, or would that be at like a state level?
It would be both. A section of that would probably interface with us. For instance, there was legislation passed to pay people that are being members in work groups for their time, and so we helped with the I'm drawing a blank on what Jeanette and Melinda's team is.
Yeah, the BEI team
Yes,
for the
yep.
Class 1 board.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So we worked with them to create a formula for paying the folks that are participating in that work group.
Oh, is that like our non-employee pair participants? Okay.
Right.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was for the pair group. Yes.
I'd be curious in terms of, and again, this would be an interesting offline discussion, your sort of thoughts from someone who's sort of managing this contracts of what would be sort of the least burdensome way. I know that these are, they're one-off, they're small amounts of money to a lot of different people, and what would be sort of an efficient way for us to implement something like that. I'd be, again, you don't have to get into it right now, but I'd be curious at some point to, hear your thoughts from sort of that perspective of someone who's trying to implement this.
Yeah, absolutely. We look forward to talking with you about it. All right, thank you.
Well, I apologize. We tried to hold the questions till the end because of the limited amount of time we had, but it might have been better addressed if we had a question and answer after each section. But I'd be more than willing to answer any additional questions you may have. If not,
we might have more for everybody at the end, because I know that some have been held and some are more timely, but yeah, that's
okay.
Okay, well, thank you for your time today, and I'll pass it on to Harley Grace. Harley?
All right, good morning. My eyes aren't as good as Dylan, so I had to bring a cheater screen up here. But thank you, commissioners and agency leaders, for this opportunity to share with you some of what's going on in IT services. There's a lot, and we juggle a lot of we juggle a lot of balls and we spin a lot of plates at the same time, but it's exciting and fun to see the agency advance some things. And so we want to share some of that with you. I'm Harley Graves, the Chief Information Officer, been with the agency, I think, since Mahar was in kindergarten. And but it's been a great place to spend lots of years. So thank you. Going to cover three areas today. General overview of IT services and what's going on, and a little bit about IT security and Wi-Fi in the parks, which probably will get some attention, and Marty is here to help with that. Of course, the IT team can't do things normal, so this was our group photo that we had fun with one day on a Teams meeting. It was just easier to get everybody together that way, so they enjoyed it. Okay, so I'm going to go over several pages here of our functional areas, and telecommunications. Our very own extraordinaire Mahar Ignacio is our telecommunications coordinator, and a couple projects he's worked on this last year. I just have to put this plug in. He has converted all of headquarters and some other offices to Teams telephony, which removes the cost for a traditional phone line that was costing $28 or $29 a month. Now we only spend $4.50 a month. So he's saving the agency almost $50,000 a year by that conversion. And it helps with folks that are working remote. So their computer becomes their phone, and it's just all unified. And so that's been a great effort. He also migrated our mobile devices to a new platform that was less expensive. So saving, I think, another $10,000 to $20,000 with that process. So Mahar is the wonder man around here, and we appreciate him as you do as well. Networking infrastructure, as an agency, we're challenged logistically. I sometimes dream of being Department of Retirement or someone like that has all their employees in one box, and it's just so simple, but we're not that way. And so we've worked really hard to connect our parks to our network and to resources that they need to perform their business. Cloud resources is something you hear a lot about, but we are migrating a lot of things to the cloud. IT security, of course, help desk and supporting our employees, and application development. We do have some legacy custom applications that we still support. We're slowly migrating those to more SaaS and custom applications that we would purchase. Project and system support. What in the world is that? So as we transition and we're purchasing more solutions, it really, you have to become savvy in how to procure those solutions. You have to know what you want, and you have to know what you're getting. And so we have a small team, a business analyst, and soon will be 2 business analysts and a systems analyst. Business analyst role is to take an idea from an idea to a signed contract, and helping the business owners and the programs work through that process. The systems analyst works to take it from a signed contract to implementation, and working with the vendor and all the configuration and all of that. So there's a lot of work going on in that arena. Web development and SharePoint. We have an intranet, as you know, and so a lot of work is happening with SharePoint. We have a SharePoint administrator now, and a lot of good things happening there. So we're excited about that. Hardware management, of course, that's just a duty we do. Procurement, all IT purchases come through us for approval, and making sure we're following all the additional IT rules that the state policy has for procuring IT things. Policy development and compliance, we are required to certify every year that we are compliant with these things, and then triennially we have a third-party audit that covers more security components with that. And then I serve primarily as liaison to the state Office of the Chief Information Officer, Washington Technology Solutions, WATEC, and Office of Cybersecurity and DES. I want to share with you that something that's developed over the last year and a half or so, and that is the state has really formalized its IT governance. And so you see on this screen here that you obviously have the governor and the legislature, but there's also the Technology Services Board that is the highest level of approving for policies and different initiatives, et cetera. But underneath that now we have, of course, the state information officer, but we have a business management council in the state, a technology management council, and a technology investment board. Laura is our representative for the agency on the business management council. So we really are transitioning, things aren't IT solutions, they're business solutions that have an IT component. So it's really getting those groups together to talk that out and to see that continuity. And then, of course, the Technology Management Council, I sit on that council, and we get into the nitty-gritty of some of the technical things and challenges for moving things forward, approving policies, et cetera. And the Technology Investment Board is relatively new. We are not participating in that at this time. It's a smaller group. And then underneath those two councils, there's some focus groups. We have the Security and Privacy Group, and James Minkler is our Chief Information Security Officer, and he meets every week with peers throughout the state, and they go over things, and there's some pretty hot topics at times with security components. Information Management Committee, et cetera, architecture. We have an employee that sits on the architecture team. So it's just, there's a lot of layers. But it really has helped things move forward, believe it or not. And it's really been good. So that's the state level. About a year and a half ago, Laura signed a charter for us to develop an advisory team for the agency. And this has been something I've been wanting for quite a while because we get a lot of requests for things. And it got to the point where so many, especially when revenues were a little better, and it's like, oh, let's do some great things, which is great. But then it's like my desk became a pile of 7 or 8 requests. It's like it's not really up to me to prioritize those things and decide what goes forward. It's really a business decision and an agency decision. So this team has been put together, and it's really starting to get a little bit of a cadence to it, and some good things are happening with that. They work with the strategic plan. I won't read all of this. Establish some criteria for how we decide to move forward and what we move forward and how we prioritize those things. And they vote and decide whether solutions would move forward. We have business owners come and present to the team and go over all the things. And it's been a good engagement. It's really been great. The structure is Laura is the chair of this team, and I'm the facilitator. And then we have representation throughout the agency from operations, parks development, communications represents the director's office, and stewardship. Some of the major projects that we have going on, I mentioned the cloud migration. More and more things are moving to that. We're trying to get rid of physical servers. We still have a few that are downtown at the state data center. Colleen mentioned GovQA as a public records. We help work with that. Electronic signatures is now live. It's not fully across the agency, but Tina has been instrumental in that and getting that going. She is the business owner for that solution and is working really hard and doing great things for that. Website redesign, we worked with that team as well. And I think there's going to be some exciting things happen this month. Lands management. That's a system that was presented to us to say, hey, we want to do some better things with that. So that's on the docket. We're working with Wayne Adams and Health and Safety for some tracking with that program. Blueprint review, some spec writing. We mentioned the capital budget, and one of the challenges is getting things done, and so these tools should help with that process. So we're hopeful for that. The advisory team recently approved pursuing an augmented reality solution for the parks. We've dabbled in it a little bit just to see what it was like, and it seems to be well received. And so we could probably talk an hour about that, but it's exciting, and more to come on that if we can get a solution selected and approved for that. Headquarters building move, that's a lot of work for us, where we've already been engaged in some of that process. And One Washington has been mentioned for implementing Workday. We're heavily involved in that. The internet and My Portal has been mentioned as well to implement. Other major areas, of course, is Wi-Fi, and we'll hear a little bit more about that. But underneath Wi-Fi is always connectivity. If we don't have good connectivity, we can't have good Wi-Fi. And we refuse to put a poor quality of service out in our parks. Some of the pending projects that are being discussed and worked through is tribal relationships management, volunteer management, event planning out in the parks, IT service management. Our help desk is getting aged and needs an update. Headquarters building access control is something that runs on-prem that we need to get moved to the cloud. So James Minkler is our Chief Information Security Officer. That's not James. He fell ill at the beginning of this week, quite ill, and was planning to attend, and unfortunately he couldn't make it. But about a year and a half ago, we were able to establish a position for a security officer, extremely important role in the agency. He came with us to us with a lot of experience and knowledge. So I'm going to fumble through his few slides here, so don't hold me too accountable to this. But there's a spooky thing coming this month that we're probably all aware of. It's called Cybersecurity Awareness Month. It's the emphasis for this month, and you really can't pay too much attention to this. You think about all those credit card transactions, all the systems that have sensitive data that people want, and they want to exploit that data. And so we do our best to protect that. You see it in the news and media all the time. This is just a slide about House Bill 1071, where there's a requirement to report any breach in a certain time frame, and making sure there's a good awareness there. And this is that information security group that I mentioned. And so they really focus on the details and leverage some tools. There's some statewide tools. I can't say a lot about IT security in the public forum, but there's a lot of statewide security tools, and then we have our own tools. So it really takes a layered approach to protect things. James had in here, it takes a village, and it really does. It's a lot of agencies working on this constantly, investing a lot in this process, and everybody has a role. Be careful of that link that you click on, especially in the month of cybersecurity awareness. And next, I'm excited about these projects, and I think a lot of people are. Marty has been our extraordinaire in increasing and improving connectivity in the parks. And in the last 3 years, we've been able to implement, as funding provided and as facilities provided, some great Wi-Fi connectivity in the parks that the public seem to love. So Marty came to us several years ago, and he really has been amazing at making a difference out in the parks, which is what we all get excited about. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Marty, and he will continue.
Thanks, Harley. So, thank you. So we have about 23 parks that currently have public Wi-Fi right now, and we have about 25 that have staff only. And the reason we have two different types of Wi-Fi is Harley mentioned. Some parks can't have, we don't have good enough connectivity in a park to be able to do public Wi-Fi, or there isn't a specific purpose to have that at this point. So So you can see on the map here, we have, locations all across the state where we've been able to implement that. Have a list here of all the different locations, and if anybody wants to ask about any specific location, I'd be happy to share more about any of those. We're always looking at more parks to implement things. So one of the parks that we were at, just yesterday, Peregrine is one of them that we're considering putting Wi-Fi in at. We can get great connectivity there, and there's a number of others that we're always considering more as opportunity comes up. In general, the initiation for requests for Wi-Fi comes at the park or area level, so it's not something that IT is specifically out there selling. We wait for those requests to come in, and then they work with me to see how viable it is at a given location. If it's viable, then we bump it up the chain to see, if we have funding and everything to make that happen. Each of our parks that has Wi-Fi has different coverages. So some of them will have like potholes. We have coverage all over the campground. It's, the Eastern Washington parks are a lot easier to do things like that than, the Western Washington parks. We've had a request for Ocean City, and there's a lot of thick foliage there. So you just really cannot do, reliable Wi-Fi there without having access points or Wi-Fi gear in each of the campsites, which gets expensive, and there's ground disturbance and all that kind of stuff. So the Wi-Fi coverage varies. We do have, it's documented on our public website of where the coverage is in a given campground, and that's available for people to, for the public to look at and see before they actually come to the park. Wi-Fi is definitely a very popular amenity. So, Alta Lake and 25 Mile Creek are some of our biggest locations. It's not uncommon for us to see 100, 150 people at Alta Lake, 75 to 100 at 25 Mile Creek. And on a busy summer weekend, we can see upwards of 600 people using our Wi-Fi. So it's well loved. The partnership, so we actually don't do the Wi-Fi as for me or my team specifically. We work with WATEC, agency Harley mentioned a little while ago. They're an excellent partner for us. They have dedicated Wi-Fi people. So they can, they go out and do site surveys for us and do all of the implementation work and everything. They work with me, and I work with the park staff to get everything all ready for them. So when they come on site, everything is ready to go. And so it's an excellent partnership. The price that they charge per device is extremely affordable. We're very pleased with, it's $13 a month per access point. So it makes it a very affordable thing for us to do, and to have that team that, they live and breathe Wi-Fi on a daily basis, it's a win for our agency. So some of the things that we look for when we get a request for a new Wi-Fi, the first thing is what kind of internet connection do they have? So if they don't have good internet connections, we don't want to do it. We want to make sure that the product that we're providing to our guests is good, or the best that we can provide. The other thing, or one of the other things we looked at, is proximity to the nearest Wi-Fi. So we don't want to necessarily put in something where there's Wi-Fi across the street, because we'd rather put our resources in a place where, it's going to get more benefit. And then the other thing is the amount of new infrastructure required. So like I was mentioning a little while ago, the Pacific Beach kind of place where we would have to put in, lots of fiber and, lots of connectivity. It would be a very impacting thing. Those are a little bit harder to do just because of the costs associated with doing those kinds of things. So that pretty much the quick summary of Wi-Fi. So if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So is it? It's great here. So I think, that's the end of your entire, is it the IT section? So I think if there's any questions on this whole section, then I can see Commissioner Bounds.
Yeah, so what is WATEC? Is that a for-profit company or nonprofit or?
No, WATEC is another state agency.
Another
So
state
they're kind of the central services IT agency for the state. So we do a lot of things with them on various different levels, as Harley had mentioned, but they are just a regular state agency. You're welcome.
So when you said the nearest Wi-Fi, Are we talking any commercial companies that they provide services?
No, the only non-WATEC managed Wi-Fi we have is at Schaefer State Park, and the PUD out there is providing Mason County PUD provides free Wi-Fi to the public out there. But all of the rest of our locations, we are doing ourselves, so we're not contracting with anybody other than WATEC.
So have you thought about establishing tower to access more coverage area? And have you ever looked at companies which provide satellite, like Tesla company?
So for providing Wi-Fi, so we have a couple, or we do use Starlink for connectivity in a park. The only place that we are using Starlink for providing public Wi-Fi is at Crawford. We don't have any other connectivity options up there, but what we want to be able to do is have the public be able to purchase passes if they're up there. It's not a camping site, and the way with the Starlink model is they have limited data. So, depending on how much you want to pay for. So we don't want to put Starlink kind of connectivity in a like a regular campground, because the cost would be too high for unlimited, without having unlimited data.
Have you considered asking some of these companies to put towers? In one of my building, they have a tower and they pay me every month for putting the tower in my building. Have you thought connecting with any of these private company putting towers on some of these state parks so you can get part of this, you get service?
I believe there have been discussions in the past about putting like cell towers in parks, and that's more of a not specifically IT question. I know Lands has been involved with that and others.
Thank you.
Commissioner Williams?
Thank you, Chair. So you list a number of Wi-Fi locations under consideration. When do you think those will be live, so to speak?
So I'll bring that list back up.
That's 73. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So, there's definitely different levels there. So Nisqually, that's definitely a ways out. We're trying to narrow down what our list is going to be soon. So, I would say some of these are going to be live probably in the next 6 months. So we haven't determined for sure which of those on that list are going to be our highest priority. That's something that we're working on right now. So, but I would say probably 2 or 3 of those probably before the next summer season starts will be implemented.
I might also add that it's really more of a funding issue in some scenarios. We don't have dedicated funds for this, so leaders have just kind of made the decision along the way. If some of them are, cost justifiable, we can move forward. But it really is, and Laura can add to this if she'd like, but a financial decision in most cases. Like, is it affordable? Do we have the funds to do it?
So yeah, expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, so we have been so far funding this out of contingency, and we have put in decision packages that just are not making it through approval with the legislature. So we don't have direct funding to support this. So all of this work that Marty has done and prioritized and put together has been through additional funds we've had in variance this last 6.
So what does a typical, say you were going to go, install here at Perigin, what are we looking at? How much money is that?
So Perigin, I believe the quote that we got from WATEC for all the equipment that we'd have to put in is probably $150 to $200 a month. So
Okay.
I would say 150 is probably a fair estimate. Again, it depends on a park. How many devices do we have to put in to get the coverage that is desired? So like Concanelli, there was a lot of devices that we'd have to put in there. So it was actually a more expensive park. But yeah, it just depends on what kind of infrastructure we have to get around to do that. So, but I'd say the average is 150-ish a month.
The other components to that are that in some cases we have to buy an additional circuit, that could range from $100 to $300 a month in some scenarios, and then one-time cost for setup, but they're pretty reasonable in most cases.
Okay.
And so the expense is always a monthly expense, or is there a capital
There's a,
investment?
yeah, so there's a one-time cost for the equipment and for WATEX design work and implementation. So we do pay, I'd say probably about $2,500 to $3,000 per site, again, depending on the complexity on it for the one-time costs. And then the ongoing costs are we pay per device for whatever equipment's out in the field.
And do we ever build that into a capital budget when we're doing projects in these parks?
Not specifically, no. If we're doing a capital project, what we do try to make sure is there's, we put in like conduit or fiber or something like that, so we have infrastructure so we can do things in the future, but we have not put anything specifically in for Wi-Fi.
Seems like something we might want to
Yeah.
sort of put in our little checklist when we're doing a capital project in a park.
Yeah, we do definitely work with the capital team when they're doing projects in the park, so we can make sure that there's infrastructure, you know, the ground-based infrastructure in place. So like Nisqually, we're putting in a lot of conduit all around there. So if we have to, you know, if we end up putting access points in each campsite, I mean, that's kind of ridiculous, but if we had to go to that extent, we would at least have the infrastructure there in place to be able to do something like that. So we definitely do work with capital where we can to get, you know, the ground infrastructure in place.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday, Commissioner Rad asked me a question when we were somewhere driving on our tours about federal funding. And it occurs to me that I keep reading in the paper almost every day about another pocket of federal funds available for broadband and infrastructure penetration and Wi-Fi. And it seems like the stimulus package included some significant amount of money in that regard as well. Have we had a little, had any focus at all on, you know, scouring the seashore to see if there isn't some federal dollars that might be able to help us in terms of technology, Wi-Fi, et cetera?
So not specifically for Wi-Fi, but for connectivity in general, yes, we have. So I contacted the Office of, what is it, broadband? Yeah, the broadband office is part of the Department of Commerce multiple times. And the grants that they're providing are more internet provider focused versus end user focused. So, you know, if you want like CenturyLink or Wave or Comcast or something like that, that's where their grants are targeted more towards versus us as end users. So unfortunately, there hasn't been a match for us yet, but I do, you know, check with them. And we do work with a lot of internet providers who, you know, get these grants for things like that to help improve our connectivity. But there's probably 3 or 4 grants that we're being included in right now for better connectivity in our parks. Rainbow Falls, Lewis and Clark Trail are a couple that come to mind where they've gotten those federal grant dollars, but it's the local PUD or internet providers that are implementing that.
I just, as some, I actually, so just the rural broadband issue is a very significant equity issue, and its primary purpose is, if you think of like children and, you know, making sure that there isn't a digital divide based on sort of an income basis. So I don't think it's really focused on basically vacationers or recreational use or somebody who's just like working, you know, remotely, which is not somebody who's going to be benefiting from an equity issue. But I will say that you know, if there is a rural broadband initiative that then brings broadband into an area or a town, so, you know, you think you kind of drove through here, how much of a gap they had, then I would imagine then somehow we'd be able to benefit a little bit from having it now that the broadband is like in this town. Taking it to our park is a lot more reasonable versus if there was no broadband at all in that whole city. So I could think of like an indirect benefit.
Well, one of the benefits that we have had, like at the beginning of COVID, Mason PUD offered to put in free Wi-Fi for us at Schaefer, as I mentioned a little while ago. And that was to help the local community because there is no other Wi-Fi close by. So it allowed the opportunity for the kids in that area to be able to go in and get connectivity. You know, they had to have a Discover Pass, but, you know, so it was minimal cost to them versus having internet at their own houses. So, and we've talked about a couple other locations like or what we did at that park. So Gerald Cove is one of the others that we're considering for something like that.
Question, Commissioner Latimer?
Actually, my question is really more related to cybersecurity, so I guess it's probably more for you, Harley. But are we a large target in terms of, I guess, hackers? And as a state agency, do we have, I guess, similar cybersecurity systems and protections in place that other agencies do? And I mean, how would you kind of assess our level of defense in that area?
They like our data just as much as anyone else's. So we definitely are a target. But the state, some of that governance, those folks work together, and WATEC and Office of Cybersecurity have put together tools to guard the state network. So yeah, we're pretty small. Maybe we have 700 or 800 employees on the network, but we're connected to the same network that most other agencies are as well. So we're part of protecting a network of 70,000 users. So it becomes imperative to, not only at the higher level, but at the agency level as well to implement tools. We have a decision package in to shore up some staffing for IT security. And then we're also looking at some additional tools to monitor and guard against attacks. So like James's slide said, it takes everyone doing the part at the high level all the way down to you and I.
Thank you.
And I also had a couple of quick questions,
Okay,
so maybe
go
we
ahead.
can we got 5 more minutes. I've got
Go for
3
it.
minutes. You want to go quick? Is it
Go for it.
No, or, yeah. Or-
Do you have a mechanism for soliciting feedback from the field? Because, in our world, that's where the rubber really hits the road. And, I see a lot of great things at headquarters of improving efficiency and all kinds of processes, which is like fabulous. Thank you so much, Laura, to your department. But I do want to make sure that sort of filters down to the people in the field who are doing all the work.
Someone may be able to answer this better than me, but I do know that the Central Reservation System has regularly done surveys from customers. And some of that feedback has come down about Wi-Fi and the desire, et cetera. For our field staff, I mean, we hear it all the time. It's like, when can you get us Wi-Fi, or when can you get us better connectivity? The public's crying out for Wi-Fi. And so the testament of the numbers, I think, proves that, the demand is there.
And I guess as long as we're on this slide, I had a quick question about this. These locations, this is for public Wi-Fi or staff and public?
It is for staff. So any place we put public Wi-Fi, we also have staff.
But I
So,
mean, would any
these
of
are
these be
specifically
staff
public.
only? Okay, these are public.
Correct.
Do we have an additional list of considerations for staff only Wi-Fi?
We do, yes. Those are so we do not get charged for by WATEC for those. So those are a lot easier to get approved. So they're just the one-time equipment costs.
Okay.
So those go through our approval process a lot quicker. So not necessarily anything queued up in there other than just my time to actually go implement it. So like right now we have like 3 or 4 sites that we're going to do here in the next month or so that will have staff only Wi-Fi. But
And then the other question I had is not related to Wi-Fi. It's just generally about the IT projects and the priority you're looking at. If we're doing, I don't know how much when we do like a make-buy analysis on these projects, if there's a request for a specific service. If we're going to do sort of, I don't know how much we're leaning make versus buy, but if we are making, is that something that is managed within state parks IT system, or is there like there's Washington state government employees that are implementing that?
I think the easy answer is yes to both.
Okay.
There are some scenarios where, they expect us to join some of those products. I mean, we are joined with the Microsoft 365 suite of products that's held and controlled at the state level. And so there's been, mandates for us to join, those solutions. But then, of course, we also have our own latitude to procure systems that fit the business needs that Parks has that are specific. We do partnerships as well. The Clean Vessel folks partnered with RCO using their PRISM platform, and that was a very successful project. So we look at quite a few avenues when someone comes to us and says, "Hey, we have a need." Is that helpful?
Yeah. And by the way, I'm just going to give you a warning. You didn't like for this workday. I have to tell you, they transitioned us to Workday like, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. And we are solidly in the, can you just send me a link? No one can find anything there. So I would just prepare like staff wise for that because it's a challenge. There's so many options that everything is like 95 links in. So be prepared for the calls.
Duly noted. Thank you. And hopefully Mark Bebo heard that too. He's our point person for that.
Great. I think we're right on time. Thank you so much. And before our break, we are going to transition to Stewardship Director, sorry, Lisa Lance for Seashore Conservation Area update.
Thank you. I would just before I turn this over to Matt Niles, our Seashore Conservation Area Manager, I just wanted to give a brief introduction. You may remember back in July at our Ocean Shores Commission meeting, Matt gave an introduction to some of the work that he's doing in the SCA. And at that time, he referred to a literature review that we had commissioned to look at some of the impacts of various activities in the SCA. And at that point in time, Commissioner Dannenberg had asked if we could present sort of the, shall I say, Reader's Digest condensed version of that study. You were all provided the actual more dense literature review if you wanted to look at it in its totality, but Matt is here today to provide a high-level overview of some of the information that came out of that literature review. And I know Matt will provide some of this information, but just to emphasize that this literature review we looked at relevant information from the West Coast that might pertain to the SCA. We did not commission any specific studies ourselves within our portion of the ocean beaches that we manage. So this is information that's potentially relevant that was already out there, including interviews with some relevant staff from other agencies. So I'll go ahead and turn that over to Matt.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa, and good morning, commissioners. Happy to be here. One thing I'll add to what Lisa just said in her introduction, if you had a chance to look at the report, you saw that it was almost 200 pages long. So there's a lot there. In addition to the report itself, we actually have PDF copies of each of the individual reports that were compiled as part of the effort. So there are 160 of those. And so as you can imagine, that's a lot of material. We did not provide those to you at this point, but please let us know if there's any particular study that's referenced in the report that you have an interest in taking a look at. We do have it available, so please let us know. We can be sure and get that to you. So as Lisa said, the intent here is just to give you a real quick overview of the report itself. And if you've had a chance to take a look at it, I think more importantly, give you an opportunity to ask me questions, and Lisa and I will attempt to answer any that you may have. Wanted to start with some background and just overall context. A lot of this will be a little bit of a reminder of what was presented at the last meeting in July in Ocean Shores. I'll give a real quick overview of the report itself. I'd focus on some key findings that were identified in the report. Data gaps was another component of the report that was a pretty important part of what we wanted the consultant to do, so I'll explain some of that, and then finally close with some next steps. So again, somewhat of a reminder here, I talked about this at my last presentation. The point here is really just, again, the SCA is a very special place, and we have an obligation to responsibly manage the SCA to make sure it's protected for our future generations. And the literature review is really an important step in that process. So the whole point there really fundamentally was to make sure that we had all the relevant information available, that we were aware of that to help inform any either future decisions that we might want to make in terms of management of the SCA, or I think in a lot of cases, just to confirm that the way that we're approaching our current management of the SCA is consistent with these goals. So the report itself, the effort was intended to provide a comprehensive review of all the available information and data that might be relevant to our management of the SCA. It included both existing and available scientific literature. So in other words, material that might be available just via traditional sources and searches. But also, as Lisa mentioned, we really wanted to capture any non-published or unpublished information that might be out there, either at the state agency level or just among the various experts that we know have a lot of information and knowledge about the SCA. So that was an important part of this effort. And so what we had them do is take a look at all of the physical, chemical, and biological functions that are present within the SCA and basically find all the available information that might be out there on that stuff. And then we also had our consultant, which was Herrera Environmental Consultants, by the way, take a look at everything basically that's happening now within the SCA. So we actually gave them a list of activities that we wanted them to look into, both existing activities happening now, but also future things that might be happening on the SCA that we wanted to make sure we had some information about. And so, as I said, a lot of this was a web-based search for all the publicly available information, but also those interviews I mentioned, and I'll get into who those people were here in a minute. And as I said before, the total net result was 160 journal articles and other reports. And as Lisa said, only existing studies and data and information were produced as part of this particular effort. So here's a list of those agency experts that we consulted. There were 11 of them. And basically there were some interview questions that the consultant put together in consultation with us. And so it was a standard format. If you take a look at the report itself, there's actually a table of the questions that were asked and the responses and some other relevant information that each of those experts provided. So getting into some key findings now. Fireworks, obviously, it's been a hot topic lately. You heard a lot about that at the last meeting, so I wanted to just highlight a few things here. A lot of reports there that were identified citing pollution that were produced by fireworks. That was a fairly obvious one. I think you've heard about that, and so this is just confirmation that there is science and some data out there supporting that. Fireworks have a possible role in human health issues. Again, fairly intuitive, but we just wanted to make sure that we confirm that there's studies out there that we now have to back that up. Short and long-term impacts on the environment and noise-related impacts were definitely identified in some of the studies that were found. And I'll talk about noise. Noise actually was indicated as one of the data gaps as part of this effort, so I'll talk about that here a little bit later. Driving is another one that we had them look at. This one came up also at the last meeting. Commissioner Brown brought this up. And so this is one where the commission does not have direct authority to unilaterally regulate driving and long-term driving patterns. That's something that we work in conjunction with local jurisdictions on. And we talked a little bit about that last time. I did, though, want to include that here, and this was identified as one of the activities that we had the consultant look at just because it's such a significant use that occurs right now on the SCA. And so just a couple of key findings here: direct impacts to snowy plovers and other wildlife species, dune erosion that can happen from just, as you can imagine, vehicle traffic directly accessing the beach can cause erosion and devegetation, chemical impacts directly from vehicles and other equipment being out there on the beach, and also some impacts on bivalves, so razor clams being the most obvious example of that in the SCA. Special events was another activity they looked at that we wanted to highlight here. Kite festivals, razor clam festivals, things like that draw a lot of foot traffic and vehicle traffic out to the beach, and so that can contribute to the kind of impacts that driving and other related things can cause. Direct chemical pollution, as with driving, that results from all the additional vehicles on the beach, fuel and oil pollution, and then finally increased noise and light pollution, just resulting from the sheer number of people that are present out there on the beach. Data gaps, I mentioned this earlier. This was a very important part of the report that the consultants identified, and so I just wanted to highlight a few of these here. Cumulative visitation impacts is something that was identified as something that we'd want to potentially look into a little bit further. I think we have a fairly good understanding of the impacts from any one of those individual activities that I just talked about, but it's the cumulative impacts that I think we need to know more about. So in other words, you have all the people showing up on the 4th of July, and then you have the kite festival, and then you might have a razor clam dig. It's just the overall cumulative impact of all that visitation and what that entails, and what that means. And so that was identified as something that we might want to look into a little bit further. Noise impacts, in particular from fireworks, was identified as something that I think we all have a fairly good understanding of. You've certainly heard from people talking about their concerns about this and the way that it affects people. But in terms of scientific studies and data on this topic, it was a little less available than some of the other impacts that result from fireworks. Fire hazards from invasive vegetation was another gap that was identified. So increased fire risk specifically from invasive vegetation is something that we're becoming increasingly concerned about, and it's something that, again, was identified as something that we might want to get more information about. And then you see a few other things there. There's a lot of overlap with the work that Ryan Carlson has been working on, and you heard from him last time about that. So just in general, a better understanding of how long-term climate change impacts are going to affect our future management of the SCA was identified, just as we expected, as something that we might want to get more information about. So finally, next steps. We've continued to work with our agency partners, so notably the Department of Ecology and the Department of Fish and Wildlife on all of these issues. So we'll continue to work with them to identify and to address some of these data gaps that we've been talking about, and be working with them, in terms of any kind of future management or policy changes. We do anticipate coming back before you in January to talk about what some of those management responses might be. Fireworks, obviously, is something that we expect to come back in front of you and start talking about what some of our ideas might be about that. But there also might be some other management and planning long-term issues that we might want to be starting to consider based on what we've learned from this report. So that's the plan. And that's it in terms of my presentation. Like I said, I wanted to make sure to leave plenty of time for any questions about the specific contents of the report or anything else that you might be wondering.
Commissioner Balance, thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah, thanks for that. I did go through, and I can't say I read every word in the report, but one of the things that struck me, and it's a question for you, and is trying to get a sense of the intensity of the different impacts and the nuances of how you might manage. And the only thing I can sort of use as a kind of an example is, there are all sorts of things we know are bad for us that we eat, and once you look into it, you find out that, well, you really have to drink about 25 colas a day to really have the impact on your body of fake sugar or whatever, some examples like that. So the question about this is, is there enough scientific research and biological research to really know? We know that there is an impact. We know that a negative impact, but do we know at what level does it really matter for whatever that is, whatever that biological condition is, or whatever that condition is with the animals or with people, in order to inform you how to manage those impacts. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, and it's probably one of the more important aspects of this whole thing. Kind of what you're getting at is the scientific uncertainty and lack of specific information about how we manage the SCA. And the reality is, and you'll be hearing me say this probably a lot more here over the coming months, we're not likely to have any specific scientific piece of data or information that will point you to the obvious outcome, like the obvious decision as to how we should proceed, whether it's fireworks or driving or whatever else on the beach, future planning efforts. And so what we were trying to do with this effort was just to get the best idea that we can about what is out there to help inform those decisions so that you can proceed under that that understanding. And so you're going to be placed in a position here with any of these decisions where you're going to have to decide how to proceed with some of these policy questions without definitive scientific information that's pointing you in that direction. It's just getting back to, I guess, that slide I showed at the beginning. You know, fundamentally, if the goal is to protect and preserve the resources within the SCA for future generations, and you don't have a complete understanding of what some of those potential impacts might be, how do you proceed? Do you, are you overly protective, or, do you allow something to continue that's been allowed to happen for a very long time? These are all very difficult questions. There's a lot of perspectives on some of those questions, obviously, that you've heard about. And so I know that's not a very satisfying answer, Commissioner, probably, but it's, it's just
that's
a
what I was
reality
afraid
kind
of.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we can't just go, oh yeah, of course. Right.
What we did confirm, fireworks maybe is a good example of this. You've heard, not exactly anecdotal, but you've heard a lot of people come and we've certainly heard ourselves at the staff level from people who are very concerned about fireworks. And what we have confirmed is there are studies out there that back up a lot of those concerns. Now, they don't directly say, okay, what that means is the following levels of restrictions are appropriate or that would address those concerns. It just makes you aware of just the general landscape, so to speak, when it comes to the available information that's either there or not there in a lot of cases.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
When you're looking at studies, I mean, one of the gaps you have is noise impacts. And is it, are there studies of like non-seashore areas that consider noise? Because I mean, it just seems to me that there must be, I mean, noise seems like, maybe it's just so obvious, but noise seems like it's one of the impacts that we have across the environment. And would there be other environments that studied noise that would also provide us with information?
There might be. I don't believe in this case, though. Part of the one of the things we wanted the consultant to do is to apply their judgment and their professional expertise as to what might be relevant to our particular, management. And so it's kind of what you're getting at. And so I'd have to go. I don't have an answer right in front of me, but I do know that was one of their objectives, was to take a look at all the stuff that might be out there. I must, I have to think that there were some of those studies, they either incorporated them or concluded that they weren't relevant for whatever reason. But that's something that I can definitely look into and get back to you on.
Any other questions? So I guess I'll go ahead and ask a question, and not being as good a student as Commissioner Bounds, so this might be something that was answered in the literature. There was no mention of plastics and microplastics, which is a pretty significant issue right now. And, there have been studies that found that some, just a lot of the microplastics in the marine environment come from tires and cars, and even in towns and roads, in addition to of course, fireworks being direct, plastic and microplastic released onto the beaches. Have there been any studies specifically around this, specifically the plastics issue?
Yes, is the short answer. And there was at least one of the papers that was cited does include information about that, and I can definitely provide that to you or point you in that direction at least.
Thank you. Any other questions? Let's go. I don't think so. Thank you so much. Excellent presentation, and really, I really do love seeing actually the agency really digging into this scientific approach. Even with scientific, science is always about uncertainty, but even with the resulting uncertainty, it's really fantastic to have the data to have data-based decisions. So, right.
Great. Well, thanks for the opportunity. And really, if you have any particular interest in one of those studies that are cited, please do let me or us know, and we can certainly provide the actual paper or study or whatever it was. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So let's see, we are very early, 10 minutes early. So do we want to go ahead and take a 15-minute break? Come back a little split the difference, so 11:10.
Yeah, we've always heard about, we've never ever gotten in.
It's closed today, so that's what we need to know. So, yeah,
What is it?
Tomorrow morning.
Isn't it Catherine? We've been buying this entire well for years.
Hey, I think, let's see, we've got all our commissioners. Are we back online? Have we been online this whole time? All right, ready to get started. So the next item on our agenda is Westport Golf update. Deputy Director Sternbeck, are you going to introduce this item?
Yes. So our last comprehensive update was back in November in Chelan, colder weather than this. Since then, we have worked with the city of Westport to take the lead on the EIS, as you're aware. We've also had I think 2 public meetings since then. You've attended a number of those yourselves. And so we've invited the team here for Westport Golf to come and give us an update of where they are in this process, talk a little bit about some of the next steps. And with that, I'll let them introduce themselves.
Thanks, Mike. Chairman Bounds, Vice Chair Dannenberg, Director Dupuy, we appreciate the opportunity, and fellow commissioners, we very much appreciate the opportunity to give you an update on where we're at with the EIS process and bring you some updates on some of our findings. But I'd first like to acknowledge the continued support and help that we've had from park staff, including Director Sternback, Heather Saunders, and Jessica Logan, as well as Lisa Lance. They've been a crucial partner in helping us navigate this challenging project. I don't want to take up too much of your time, so I think we're going to just dive right into our, and let me reintroduce Mark Merkelbach, our wetland biologist, and David Dix. He's our environmental and land use attorney. So I'm going to turn it over to Mark and we'll start the presentation.
Thanks, Ryan. And it's good to be back and nice to see a lot of familiar faces here. So let's go. So we're, like we said, it's an overview. For some of the commissioners, this is maybe kind of the second opportunity to kind of have an in-depth dive of the project and also understand where we are in the process. So I'm going to provide a little bit of background and then also give an update as far as where we are in the EIS process, which is a lengthy process with gathering data and using that as part of the impact analysis. There we go. I believe everyone knows Westport is on the coast. It is actually, it is 2/3 of the landmass of the city of Westport. So the park itself has a pretty profound impact on the city residents. And we've actually, over the past year, have received a lot of input from city folks about what this project means to them and also what are some of their concerns. For those new to Westport in the area, this area was it's a coastline city. The lighthouse that we see now was actually abutting the sea prior to 1897. With the completion of the South Jetty, which basically is the entrance to the Grays Harbor Channel, the sand basically aggregated seaward about 200 or over 2,000 feet. So going to the site today, a lot of people ask, well, why'd they move the lighthouse? Well, the reality is the lighthouse never moved. It's basically is that this sand had degraded seaward, and that's the reason why it's in the location it is today. So kind of a quick snapshot from a schedule standpoint. We are in the depths of an environmental impact statement because of the footprint of the project, because of the sensitivity of the site and kind of the unique habitats. We're doing an in-depth analysis that covers a lot of all the various elements of the environment. With that, we have concluded a traffic analysis. We've concluded a coastal analysis by Herrera Environmental specific to the project. Cultural resources is also being under development. It should be completed next month. And then we're also doing kind of a next phase of a wetland and habitat impact analysis based on a preferred alternative. This right here, this is our preferred alternative as it stands now. And we're going to basically kind of dissect this site into a series of chunks. What we call them is the golf course program, the ecological approach, and public amenities. One thing that we found through this project, Ryan will touch on shortly, is that this culmination of project related to golf and also projects that this golf project catalyzes has created a significant economic input or boon to what we view it as significant to the region.
Yeah, and as we've discussed earlier, the catalyst, the economic catalyst of the golf course activities, and these are specifically associated with the development of an offsite hotel and resort amenity, as well as the golf course operations. We see a one-time $56 million regional economic impact and an ongoing $30 million economic region. For further context of that, the city of Westport and Grays Harbor is about 6 points percentage-wise above the statewide, the poverty, unemployment rates. And as you can see, this would be a significant boost to the economy, adding close to 300 jobs to the area. And this is specifically associated with the golf course and golf course development. Doesn't really take into account any future potential investment and the landscape that could be created for future investment in the area.
So that kind of leads us to opportunities. And you don't have to read them all, but the issue was it was overwhelming when we looked and aggregated the golf on top of the ecological, on top of the public amenities. And so to distill this, we kind of broken this out into 3 chunks.
Can you guys see the chart?
Yeah,
you have it on there.
it's right in the front.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Wait,
Okay.
what's this up?
Excuse me.
So
Okay. Okay, thank you.
is everything all?
Okay, sorry. You guys are way ahead of me. My bad.
Okay.
No, you can see I put on my glasses, which I normally no one's ever seen. So it's like
So what here we wanted to start, because this is kind of the basis, is the golf program and what is the current footprint. As you can see, there's the links course, which basically goes around the perimeter from the south through the west edge to the north and creates a loop. It's walking only. There's no cart paths. It's meant to be traditional link style. There is the golf range, a short course, and then there's also the lodging, which is off-site. That's on it's on private property off of the park edge. This is just kind of right now a layout, taking some of the wetland areas and trying to, from an impact and avoidance standpoint, is trying to figure out how to accommodate a lodge and parking and potentially some lodging options. And then what is the connectivity to the park on the west side? So this would be the first hole. We've looked in the north about the driving range, about a public driving range, which gives 2 types of experiences. On the south end is kind of a traditional grass driving range, and then the north is more of an indoor driving, like a Topgolf, Top Tracer type, has more electronics and restaurant.
Like bowling.
Yeah, bowling. Yeah. So it's more of an amenity to all that can either eat or decide to hit golf balls. And because it's somewhat semi-indoors, it's kind of got this it can be open year round, regardless of weather conditions. A short course is a smaller, it creates an opportunity for all levels of play, as far as from introduction to just folks wanting a smaller experience, or from a time commitment, a shorter experience. So it's a par 3 course, or we call it a short course, which is up to 14 holes. The total number of holes, we're still kind of massaging that, but you can see they're smaller, it's walkable again, and it would be accessed from the north of the site. There's a maintenance facility. So with the golf course operations, there is the requirement for materials and equipment. Right now it's being proposed along Jetty Hole Road. There is the opportunity where this can be a combination facility that also stores park equipment, so it can have that dual purpose. We're looking at ways of not only supporting the program, but also supporting parks operation. So that is that's right now is kind of the layout of, it's about a 1 to 2 acre facility on the north end, primarily in upland areas. There's a concession area we're also proposing. At golf courses, typically they call it the turn. So it's around the 9th or the 10th hole, where it includes comfort stations, drinks and beverages. But we've positioned this also against the Jetty Hole Road parking facility. So it actually can be utilized by also the beachgoers. So once again, it's creating opportunities for the golfers and the public visitors to basically use this as a combined resource to create, I guess, more amenities within the park system, and to actually also to accommodate a whole host of visitors to the site. And this might include fire pits, some additional seating, but could be a cool amenity that's tucked a little bit inland that is also protected by the wind. Between the clubhouse and the range, we wanted to avoid impacts to traffic on the public roads, so we're proposing a crushed rock shuttle trail using electric carts, which would then cart the public north and south from the lodge to the range or to the short course, and this is kind of that brown dashed line. And through our engagement and open houses, we are listening, and one issue that's come from local residents is safety, and we take that. We've taken that. We recognize that, and we basically are working with our golf course architect to basically create a platform where there can be 2 safe experiences, both using the dune trail and recreating, and then also on the golfers. Chambers Bay is a great example. This is an area that has pedestrian access intertwined throughout the whole golf program. There's never been a golf safety incident. And so we're using this as an example whereby we look at the different golf holes within Chambers Bay. We look at the setbacks in relation to the trails, and we're using this to help kind of support the design to create safe pedestrian access through the site, and to recognize that it is an issue, but it is one that we're basically addressing. Now, with this, all these opportunities, we do think that there's other opportunities that go beyond the park that could potentially be capitalized upon.
Yeah. So one of the things that has come up, and hi, I'm David Dix, by the way. I'm just to introduce myself. And, this project has, I think, started as a golf project. And as like your staff and people that all of us are discovering, this is becoming much more of a civic renewal type project in terms of the broad impacts on Westport and the community, and the ability for it to bring a much better park experience independent of the golf course. We think that this really, not to be cliche, but I think this is a real win-win for certainly for the community. The golfing, I think, will be excellent, but also the augmentation of new amenities and basically a rejuvenation of this park. I think all those things are going to happen here if and when we get to go forward on this. One of the things we've had a number of conversations with the Department of Ecology. We had a great meeting a few months ago with Colonel Bullock, the Corps of Engineers. Unfortunately, he was the outgoing colonel because they rotate colonels every couple of years. But he was very, very supportive of this. And one of the things he pointed us to is under the WRDA, the Water Resources Development Act of 2016, which is the big sort of core authorization statute that they pass every 5, 10, 15 years, depending on whether Congress is working or not. One of the things that's in there is what they call a dredge sediment beneficial reuse program for the Corps of Engineers around the whole country. And basically there's a complicated formula, some of which is the economic vitality of the region where you're thinking about doing beneficial reuse of dredge sediments. And I don't want to get off on this too far, but the bottom line is what he got very excited about was coastal resilience. I know you were just talking about the seashore coastal resilience issues in general, but it's obviously a big issue on the coast of Washington in a lot of different places. And one of the things that is possible here, it's not a requirement for this project to go forward, but it could be to definitely augment the project, is putting in some of the dredge spoils from Grays Harbor Channel, which they dredge every year. Is it every year or every 2 years? And a lot of times they just take the sediment, the sand basically, and go a few miles offshore and just dump it. Where the new idea is, why don't we use that to nourish the beaches and make sure that the erosion does not happen this is again writ large throughout the nation and certainly on the coast of Washington. And one of the things that he really jumped on was in their cost benefit analysis, if this project existed or had existed a few years ago when Westport applied for this and Grays Harbor applied for this, they would have gotten authorization and money and the Corps would have done some of this stuff, which is interesting. I mean, just because the economics of Westport did not meet their cost benefit ratio analysis. So without digging in further on that, I think that's the kind of, things that could happen as a result of this project that are broader clearly than what we're proposing and broader than the golf course. But, without any spin or overstatement, it will have a profound impact on the region. And we think there's just a lot of opportunities, many of which we won't be a part of, but the course itself, as I think the catalyst is probably a pretty good term, will sort of enable a lot of other really good things to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we'll go back to.
So kind of taking a transition as far as the golf specific, kind of want to kind of regroup onto kind of the existing conditions and just recognize that a large portion of the site, 2/3 of the site roughly contains these mosaic interdunal wetlands. And then as you see on the periphery, these areas in hatch are the upland components. These upland components do contain high levels of weedy species, primarily Scotch broom. There is gorse on site. You'll notice that in the north areas, in the north central areas where my finger is that these are some of the disturbed areas from a previous golf course project done in the early 2000s. That disturbance has resulted in the footprint we see here, and then also with an expansion of invasives within some of the interior areas of the site. Another interesting phenomenon at this site is as the new sand was established, way back in the 50s and 60s, they were planting European beach grass to stabilize dunes. They're also potentially planting shore pines. And we think that shore pines were planted around the 70s. This is just kind of an interesting look back over the past 20 years as far as the expansion of shore pine from east to west. And so what's happening here is that a lot of these dunal processes have been dampened by the dune trail, which is a hardened asphalt dune trail. We have a prominent foredune that's totally stabilized by European beach grass. So sand is not really being transported eastward in a natural dunescape. And what's this causing is it's causing the shore pines to now expand and to establish themselves in a westward fashion. I mean, overall, 25 years out, a majority of these open sand areas out there will be totally covered with shore pine. So it's a landscape in transition. And this is stuff that we're taking into consideration as far as how can this golf course maybe help to maintain or maybe expand areas and also, to some extent, slow down the expansion of shore pine within this landscape. And then the star is the lighthouse. That's just as a reference, so you can see that. And then here's a great example. If we just look here, you can kind of see here's the sand environment and in the 75, and you can kind of see how shore pine is moving seaward. So taking that into consideration, we also, we're now starting a revision of our impacts. Early on, we took very conservative estimates, and our impact numbers were 40 acres or more. Currently, our numbers through avoidance and minimization are right now we're around 23 acres of impacts. We're still in the process of revising these numbers. So we expect our impact numbers to be reduced than what we're showing now, but we're using this at least as a basis for how will we go about mitigating impacts to these environmental areas. The approach is kind of a multi-prong approach. In the north area, this is an area that is shaded in a dark green. This is an area that is basically outside of our Gulf footprint, but it's an area that contains swaths of invasive species. It's also an area that we think there's an opportunity to expand and maintain open sand environments. These are current areas that are under threat of shoreline expansion shore pine. These would be managed areas, but because open sand areas are a pretty rare and limited habitat type along the West Coast, we think that this could be a pretty innovative way to try to maintain these type of habitats, which under the current scenario would eventually transition to more of a forested landscape. We are looking at preserving a majority of the interior wetland areas, and that is this lighter green hatch. I am going to talk about in a little bit, but there's going to be an extensive invasive management footprint that covers all of the Gulf and adjacent areas to the golf course. So we're looking to eradicate shore pine, use the golf course as a catalyst to basically create that infrastructure that can go on to maintain some of the wetland areas and also for the eradication of some of the invasives. And then we're also thinking about some innovative solutions with looking at removing some of the beach grass in select locations, because there is going to be a shore pine removed through the creation of the golf course. We look at using that wood and maybe putting it along the coastline and potentially burying it behind the foredunes as a way of creating more of a resilient coastline, and just kind of looking at ways of of using bioengineered approaches for better resiliency in the future. With our mitigation, we not only are looking on-site, we're looking off-site, and we shared this image, this figure on the right, but there are a series of both public and private properties off-site that have similar ecosystems that are degraded and potentially have the opportunity to be restored. So our mitigation toolbox will look at these other areas, because at the end of the day, we do need to basically ensure that our mitigation obligations we're able to balance out our impacts with our mitigation obligations.
Let me jump in for one second. Yeah, so just on this, everybody, we kind of throw around mitigation terminology. I just thought maybe it would be helpful for people to understand how this works under the Clean Water Act. So the Clean Water Act, as you know, is what they call a no net loss statute, which basically directs the United States through the Clean Water Act, with a slight little flaw with the Supreme Court a few months ago, to preserve and protect wetlands. So the thrust of it is, if you build a Costco and you fill an acre of wetland, you have to replace that acre. So it's pretty basic. I see nodding, so hopefully you all know this already, but I thought it would be worth just stopping for a second on this. So what is evolved over time, directed by the Clean Water Act and then its associated regulations, is what they call avoid, minimize, protect, and then move to offsite mitigation. So the bottom line is, if you have a project and you've avoided and minimized as much as possible, but you're still going to have an ecological effect on wetlands, you're still going to fill a wetland or have an impact on wetland, you have what they call mitigation as a tool to basically replace the wetland with a wetland somewhere else, or another wetland on site, or expand additional wetlands. Under the rule, the federal rule right now, actually offsite mitigation and the use of what they call mitigation banks, which is basically people going out and aggregating a big site perhaps and building, let's say, 100 acres of a wetland estuary. So similar to if you've driven by the Nisqually Delta, that's not a mitigation bank, but that's the kind of project that would become one. I worked on a large project up in Everett, Berrysville, called Blue Heron Slough, which just restored 370 acres of estuary wetlands, which is incredible. It's a really amazing project. And then the banker can then sell credits to, let's say, the Port of Everett if they're doing a terminal expansion and are going to impact wetlands. So that's the 101 on, I guess, mitigation. Is the bottom line here is there's no way in our view, even though we've done the avoidance and minimization, we are going to impact wetlands, of these kinds of wetlands on the site. And so our hope is through our broad, we call it the mitigation, plan, would obviously encompass avoidance and minimization, a lot of preservation, which you get credit for. If you preserve existing wetlands, you get credit for that. And then, if needed, offsite mitigation. And there's a variety of sites that are on there that we've looked at. We've had initial high-level conversations with Mike and others about possibly using part of Twin Harbors. That's probably not a start. It's probably a non-starter from what we're hearing from the staff. But that would be the kind of thing where, let's say, we could enhance and preserve wetlands on the east side of Twin Harbors. That could be an offset for the impacts at Westport Light State Park. So sorry for the 2-minute primer on mitigation, but I just think sometimes people's eyes gloss over on that. And I'll let you continue now, Mark.
Great. So this is what talking about that, once this project is established, the key is that invasive species isn't an annual approach. It basically is an every year approach. So we anticipate that there will be what we call is almost a perpetual invasive species management program to maintain habitats adjacent to the golf course and within the new trail areas. This is probably our footprint is larger than what we show here, but this just gives you an idea of the direction we're heading. What we hope it will look like is along these dune edges, this section here on the top is currently what the current situation, and there's just a lot of Scotch broom that is spread out throughout the top of these foredunes. Our approach is once we're bringing golf in here, we'll then end up having the capacity and the staff that allows us to eradicate this species. So then we're basically just left with more of the native dune grasses. So that's our vision, and it could be a reality for this site. The other issue, and this is kind of transitioning on the ecological aspects, is our study that we contracted out with Herrera to look at a project-specific erosion analysis, and we did it in 25-year intervals, because beyond 25 years it gets too muddled as far as what these rates look like. The big conclusions from this analysis is that the north end of the beach is not eroding. It's actually, you'll see that there's the light blue line is the 2022 line. The purple line is 2005. So sand is building at the north end. On the south end, though, the area is slowly eroding. And if we then project out into the future, under the current kind of management regime here at the site, it's predicted that in 25 years, there is the potential for the dune to retreat potentially up to the dune trail. So in our design, we're taking this into consideration as far as where does that dune trail, where does the golf program want to be 25 years from now? So we're using this analysis under a worst case scenario, and we're using them to determine where our setbacks are. With that said, our last thing is looking at the public amenities. What else can be achieved through this project? We call this project as a catalyst. And the first thing is the dune trail. And, we've heard it very loud and clear. A majority of this dune trail will be kept in the same location it is today. We are recommending that it be expanded by 2 feet. A 12-foot versus 10-foot wide dune trail provides just better movement of both bicycle and pedestrian traffic. And so we know how important the dune trail is to the city, to the park. So it's our goal to maintain and improve it. What our other goals are is also looking at, and this listening to residents and some wants is to basically provide better east to west connectivity. So we are proposing one new trail off of Jetty Hole, which actually goes sort of through the interior, weaves through the short course, and makes a way to the central part of the dune trail. Part of this is on upland areas. There are some areas and wetland crossings which might require boardwalks, but this would be kind of a narrow 5-foot path. And then we are, from a cultural and historic perspective, preserving and creating maintaining a fog trail or the fog trail, which creates a connection between the lighthouse and the dune trail. Looking at all opportunities, and this actually came up in the SCA analysis I looked at earlier, is how to actually create safer access, more formalized access into the beach areas. Right now, it basically is these eroded areas through these dunes, which devegetate and destabilize. So this is just some areas and we'd coordinate with parks, is creating more formalized, safer access that it's made out of wood and steps. So these are things that can be adjusted or whatnot, but it's just kind of what the vision is. If we go into the site, we want to cut once and we want to maximize and capitalize on opportunities for all visitors to the site. And through this, I want to just kind of provide just a quick snapshot of where we are from a transportation standpoint. Our consultant, Heffron, looked at traffic patterns at 7 intersections. And one in particular was access to the north parking lot. And they looked at a demand as far as maximum demand this past summer. And they found that the existing parking, there's 34 stalls in the parking lot and an additional 37 just off of Jetty Hole. But this arrow here shows there's still a net of 40 to 45 parking spots that are really missing. What we've heard is during peak areas, people are almost double parking on the shoulders, creating a single lane, which also is creating problems for emergency response where they literally can't get their vehicles through. So we're taking this information and we've developed a way of getting those extra 50 stalls along the edges, doing it in a safe way to maintain 2 lanes of traffic, but help to kind of alleviate some of these congestion problems that this park experiences in an annual basis during these demand periods. And last but not least, taking the kind of the broad brush, we're also have been talking with the Lighthouse Group as far as creating access and visualizing how to bring extending Surf Street closer to the lighthouse, creating ADA access to visitors and a more welcoming experience. So kind of right now it's an open canvas. We're kind of looking at all the opportunities that are available and how to kind of maximize a benefit for park goers and also for the residents of Westport. So that concludes our presentation. Yeah.
Well, I think we have a little bit of time for questions and answers. If you all have questions, we would love to, we'd be glad to answer them. And I know I've always heard never get between a board and lunch. So knowing that, we were glad also to wrap up, but we'd love to hear any questions or concerns from the commissioners if you have them, and we'll try to answer them as best we can.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't want to, I could also start. We've got hands raised. Did anyone here want to be first? Commissioner Bounce, I also have a question, but yes. Feel free.
I don't mind being first on this. I know when this began, the conversation was around what I believe the proponents said was, at the end of the day, a commitment that this environment would be better than it is today if the golf course were developed. And if I understand the rules of the game, and Lisa might want to respond to this as well, is we have fairly prescriptive rules about wetlands and requirements to preserve, and if not preserve, mitigate or replace. On invasive species, we have aspirations, but we don't have requirements to remove and replace with non-invasives. So when you look at those, the environment of this site, you've got those heavily regulated aspects of the environment, which end up being the mosaic wetlands. And I'm sure there are other things. I'm being very simple here because I don't understand it in that level of detail. And then we have the aspirational aspects of it, which is get rid of the shore pine that started out here and is invading the whole site, and get rid of some of the invasive grasses and other plants that are there. And that if you were able to do all of that, that would be an improvement to the environment. If you're able to preserve the wetlands, that would be a continuation of that improved that condition, which is valued. And so, ultimately, and I guess the EIS will help figure this out, is at the end of the day, through the EIS process, we would be able to, and it may just be a value judgment, I don't know, but we will be able to make that assessment of whether, under the different alternatives, the site is better ecologically one way or another, depending on which alternative you chose. Do nothing, through the golf course, and whatever the other alternatives are. So I guess that's I'm just throwing that out there, and I'd be interested in Lisa, as well as the proponents, anybody's response to that, because that's kind of where my head is sort of how do I tell at the end of the day whether this is from an environmental perspective, not from a regulatory perspective, but from an environmental and ecological perspective, is this better or worse off with or without, with the status quo versus with the improvement? That makes sense.
Yeah, if I could comment on that, if you could pull up the slide with the shore pine encroachment. As Mark referenced, this is a site in transition. The shore pine is evolving and moving north and west. And when we talk about the environment being improved, if we look at the static interpretation of what we have there as far as interdunal wetlands, which is the rarest, the interdunal wetlands, if the behavior that we have today continues on in the future, those will go away and they'll be replaced with, what's the term, the shore pine wetland.
Yeah.
And the less rare version of wetlands. Now, how you categorize that is, one way or the other, but everything that I've heard is that the interdunal wetlands are the rarest in the state of Washington, and these shore pine wetlands are very common along the coast. With our involvement, and I think this is what's impactful with us being a partner, is we will have a team of agronomists on site 24/7, 365 there to work on the golf course management, as well as managing our invasive species monitoring, as well as helping preserve what wetlands we're able to create once we get a strategy with ecology figured out. But we're there as a true partner to ensure that the environment, not only, in our opinion, improves because of this activity, but is there someone there to help maintain it? You want to add to that?
Lisa, do you want to chime in, or I'm glad to chime in too, but.
Sure. So there, as much as Matt's presentation earlier, this isn't a straightforward thing that I can answer for you in a couple sentences, or that we have a clear answer to. There have been a number of things proposed today that I haven't seen the details of prior to this. This is a complicated system, and it's not easy to say this is good and this is bad. I think what we do want to think about is there would be environmental regulations that will come into play that will require things. As you correctly stated, we don't have noxious weeds on this site that we have a legal obligation to control. I do think it's important to remember that most of the property here that we've acquired in the relatively recent past. So I think the answer isn't either we have what we have now and it's stuck there, or we have a golf course. I think there are other elements that we will want to think about in terms of moving forward. So we've talked about shore pine. These systems on the coast are highly dynamic and highly altered as a result of the introduction of the jetty, as has been discussed, and as well as the introduction of a number of non-native species that have fundamentally altered how the systems behave out there. The introduction of European beach grass has stabilized and allowed for the growth of shore pine. Shore pine is not a non-native species. But it's growing in places that it ordinarily would not be able to if it hadn't been, if the dunes had not been stabilized. We wouldn't have had dunes there without the introduction of European beach grass. So it's a complicated system, right, made more complicated by climate change. As we're seeing sea level rise, in places where we might have historically said, well, we could remove European beach grass and remove that fore-dune, it is providing some protection from coastal flooding. So it's a highly altered system, and I think we would have to look at the exact proposal and do the analysis on that to really fully understand net environmental benefit or impact.
Just to follow up, and that's kind of what I assumed, and I think that's why we need to proceed through the environmental review process, so we end up with that information, hopefully at the end, and have maybe it'll all be judgment, I don't know, but maybe have a better sense of what the net benefit or disbenefit of the proposal is, and what the other alternatives are. If it's not just status quo, then what is it that may result in a better environment out there?
I would just, I think Lisa said it very well, and I think you actually, Chairman, you said it well at the beginning. I mean, I think we are confident and committed to, if you hypothetically, if you put a bubble over this park and said, what is the score it has now ecologically, and then what would it have with our proposal or something like our proposal, we think at a net ecosystem-wide level, it will be a net positive. I don't think there's a lot of dispute about that, but it's very complicated to figure out, as Lisa was saying, what do you weigh in that analysis? So, and as you pointed out rightly, that's not how the regulatory agencies operate. They're in a silo. So the Department of Ecology and perhaps the Corps of Engineers, depending on how this all plays out with the Supreme Court case, are in charge of wetlands and no net loss and the Clean Water Act. So whether we had a crazy idea maybe, but not implausible idea of reintroducing snowy plovers to the area, that would be obviously an incredible natural resource benefit. That's making this up, but it's not really relevant, frankly, to the hard Clean Water Act analysis done by Ecology and the Corps. I mean, it's a nice to have, but it's not central to getting the permits through this regulatory process. I think we could all, say that's not the right way to be operating at broad ecosystem. We should be operating at a more holistic ecosystem level. That's a big scientific debate, and a lot of policies, the Forest and Fish Agreement, habitat conservation plans that have gone on for years, have been able to pull back and sort of look cumulatively at all the components of a given area. So I think that's the punchline. I mean, I think you isolated the problem, and the level of difficulty with this project is, if it was just part one, can you, obviously with a lot of detail, exceed the current baseline condition ecologically? I think that's pretty doable in a lot of different ways. The dealing with the agencies on the regulatory side is a different question, and we are hopeful in that. I think our mitigation plan is continuing to evolve as we described here. I think it's very credible scientifically, but that's going to be the rub. And so we're, as we go through the EIS process, sort of in parallel, we're going to be doing the harder core permitting negotiations with the Department of Ecology, the Corps, and others on those, satisfying those regulatory constraints or legal requirements. So I'll just leave it at that.
Yes, as long as we're on this topic, I mean, just because you mentioned this sort of category 1 interdunal wetlands, and good, bad, would this site otherwise? I mean, there is a regulatory requirement. We're not going to be, as a commission, I don't think, working on changing that. And so my understanding is that the regulatory requirement isn't a no net loss. It's not 1-to-1. There's like a 4-to-1 mitigation requirement. So even if I were to round down on your numbers, you're talking about like 25 acres. So when your mitigation plan that you were discussing earlier, are you saying that you do have a a source to create 100 acres of wetlands in another location?
Well, I'll let Mark, the wetland biologist, weigh in on that, but the short answer is yes. I mean, the one thing I will just say as a layperson is the old golf course that was proposed and construction started in the early 2000s. They literally just left. They went bankrupt and they left. There's construction debris you may have seen out there. They just literally walked away. And guess what's there now? Interdunal Category 1 wetlands. A lot of them in that area. So unlike a lot of places in sensitive and more sensitive and not strange environments such as this, the creation of new interdunal wetlands that are functional is doable here. That's what the scientists will tell me, and I'll have Mark hopefully.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Like
open
that.
sand, I mean, what we're focusing on, and that's the most rare and limiting, are these open sand interdunal wetlands, which right now are being encroached on by shore pine. So Lisa said that these physical processes are broken, being that the sand is no longer being introduced into the site. There's not this natural scour because of, grasses and shore pine, et cetera. So the expansion of these areas is definitely feasible. And it's also the previous failed project proved that point even on this site, because even the disturbed areas do have these emergent wetland areas which have evolved through those disturbances. From your Commissioner, per your question, yes, the math does work even with these higher ratios. We can receive credit from preserving and maintaining the interior portions of the site, which is several hundred acres. We also can expand and gain 20 to 40 acres of expanded wetland areas on site, which also help with the math. And then in addition, we have offsite areas where we can then actually achieve the debit, whatever we're missing to do on site, or the delta on site. So we do have the numbers that will allow us to balance this out and to meet our mitigation obligations.
You're looking at me like you have a comment.
I did just want to share a couple of details. First of which, I think it's important not to oversimplify shore pine bad, open sand good. There's a lot more nuance there that I think we would want to discuss moving forward. The other thing I just wanted to talk about is snowy plovers do nest on unconsolidated sand. So this would not be, we would have to rip out the foredune essentially to create plover habitat that had no grass. They will nest on sand above mean high tide. So I don't think we're going to be creating that sort of habitat in this location. Not to mention, I'm not sure that we would want to, given the high use in this area. So I did just want to provide those couple of technical details.
I know Commissioner Brown he was the first person to say he had a comment. I can manage this. Thank you, Holly. Commissioner Brown.
But this may be more of a point of personal privilege for me than a question. Most everybody in the room knows that I'll be leaving the commission at year's end. And so this might be, I think, maybe my last chance to comment on this project as a commissioner. And I just want to say that from my 12 and a half years on the commission, there's not that many opportunities that present itself that enable us to enable something, to support something, to help make something happen that is truly transformational. And there's just no question in my mind, but that this project really would be transformational for Westport and for Grays Harbor. I'm not sure about all of my commission colleagues, but I'm thinking most, if not all, like me, are lifetime residents of this state. And I can't even imagine how many times I've been to Westport over my lifetime, hundreds of times. And even as just a park commissioner the last 12 and a half years, probably a dozen times or more, we've had regular commission meetings down there to try to help the economy and get down there and see what's happening. And I know you're all aware that starting with the spotted owl and timber, the fishing industry, throw in a recession or two, a pandemic, and that economy down there is has not recovered, not nearly as robustly as some other areas of our state. I don't have current numbers, but I know that it wasn't too long ago that the unemployment rate in Grace Harbor County was knocking at 12%. And I don't know exactly where it is today, but I can promise you it's much higher than the statewide average. And I do know that in terms of income levels, the most recent number I have for Grace Harbor County is that the average per capita income there is about $43,000 a year. And guess what? The statewide average is almost at 70,000. And so you can see that huge differential there in terms of per capita income. So I guess what I just want to say to my commission colleagues and to staff is that I hope you'll do everything you can to help find a pathway forward on this project. And I know it won't be easy. I hope that you'll ask staff to help you get there. We have amazing talent on our staff. You heard Lisa today as just one example of that. I hope that you'll ask them to help you find a pathway forward to see if we can't make this happen. I think there's a way to do it to protect the environment and maybe even enhance the environment, certainly expand recreational opportunities. And I can't remember what we were debating, but I had to remind, it was the FASIA and the expansion at Mount Spokane, where, I reminded folks that the name of our agency is Washington State Parks and Recreation. And I don't think that was an afterthought. I think, central to what we do, among many things, is promote recreational opportunities. And this, brings that to people in a big way. And then obviously, as I've already said, transform Westport. I, saw some comments online that, people that are going to golf there, they're not people that even live there. Well, that's not totally true. And the grounds people are going to be local. The people in the pro shop are going to be local. The administrative staff is going to be local. The people that are serving in the restaurants and accommodating people in the lodging in the community that will benefit from this, they're all local. And so, again, I'll just say this one more time. Few times in my 12 and a half years are we given an opportunity to do something that is truly transformational for a community. This is an example of that, and I hope we can seize that opportunity and help find a pathway forward. And I appreciate you letting me, kind of do a little swan song on this topic.
Question. When is the EIS going to be finished?
What is that question?
EIS.
When I think we're thinking of a draft. We're still doing a bunch of the studies that feed into the EIS, as you know, and I think there'll be a draft in the spring. We're not quite sure about the exact timeline. And then there's a bunch of comment periods and a bunch of things that you have to comply with. So probably finished, we're hopeful fall of next year, maybe late summer if it goes well.
But the compiled document should be second quarter of 2024. It'll take us about 3 more months to finish all the writing, and then it'll be open for public comment.
I think it's 60 days, probably could be 90. There's some discretion there depending on the size of the project.
So based on the public comments, what percentage of area has been changed to accommodate public benefits?
So the park site's 603 acres. Right now, we're around 220 acres is kind of the footprint. So it's about a third.
Sorry, my question is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What changes before public comments and after public comments did you change the site to accommodate add benefit to the public?
So we've been, I guess through from the beginning of this project, the public benefits or public amenities have always been part of the overall plan. I think that as we started engaging with the citizens and kind of hearing from them as far as what do they want to see from this project, we ended up adding them. So it basically has evolved. I mean, what this is an evolution of many public meetings and actually hearing comments and addressing them. So, and I would have to say is that it potentially could expand or contract, but right now this is kind of where we are.
So if I understand you correctly, you did modification, but the footprint stays the same.
Correct.
Roughly. I mean,
Yeah.
but for,
Roughly, other than, we've expanded the width of the trail and added parking to the north, and we've added some public, but I don't think we ever put a number to the number of acres or impacts that have changed.
but specifically, I'll give you one specific example. So when we started this, we thought, hey, this, the north-south dune trail isn't that great. It's kind of, it just sort of goes straight. It has sort of negative environmental consequences. Wouldn't it be great to make it softer and move it around? And the community went berserk, basically, to not over, that may be a little strong, but not by much. And they were like, hell no, we want our dune trail the way it is now. So guess what they have? They have their dune trail the way it is now. So we are really honestly trying to be as responsive as we can within the constraints of trying to build this project. And I think that's a specific example of that.
I just thank you for responding to some of the public concerns, because we definitely heard those when we were out there in early May. I can see that you've added some features to try to make the whole facility more open to more different kinds of users. I feel like I do need to acknowledge, though, and I talked to, I think I talked to the port director about this, in that if we were to add amenities to a park, maybe now, a really major concern would be inclusion and equity. And this probably wouldn't be the direction that we would go. So I'm just wondering, are there other things that you've thought about that could be nice as a public benefit to benefit more different users?
Well, I happen to notice that EPA is meeting next door of the Social Justice Initiative, which is obviously, I think, what you're referencing. We have looked at a lot of different things. One of our partners, Troon, manages lots of golf courses around the world and has a big inclusion, equity, diversity program. The First Tee is a really incredible program that gets lower income people involved in golf. You may have seen ads for it with Jack Nicklaus, but it's turned out to be an incredible project. It gets kids involved in golf, but more importantly, it kind of gets them doing things in the community that are positive. Obviously, all the agencies in the country are struggling with this, given the socioeconomic world we live in, and so we're very cognizant of that. We think there's a lot of opportunities, both from a diversity and equity standpoint and a socioeconomic standpoint, to really, have pricing that makes sense for people to allow them to play golf. I think the short course, we just were up at Gamble Sands yesterday and played the little short course. I think that would be an incredible way it's sort of like putt plus, but more real golf, and you learn how to swing and learn how to putt, and it's sort of like real golf, but in a smaller format. It's more accessible, and you can play with 10 people or whatever you want to do. So we're open to suggestions. We don't have all the answers. I don't think anybody has all the answers. That's probably why EPA is having a meeting over there. But we're very cognizant of this, and we take it very seriously, and we will work with our partners at Parks to try to do the maximum possible on that topic.
If I can add on that, I would strongly suggest going to the First Tee's website. It addresses much of what you're talking about, and currently there is no First Tee chapter in that part of the state. I met with the director in Grace Harbor County. I met with the director of the Greater Seattle First Tee about opening a chapter in Grace Harbor, and he was really excited about that opportunity. But it really opens up the experience to kids of all socioeconomic backgrounds, and to have a footprint or a foothold in Grace Harbor at a facility like this would be a tremendous boost for that community.
I also appreciate the work you've done since and the response to comments that the changes you've made. I guess I have several concerns, and one is that it is, I mean, and this project has been ongoing, and it just seems like it's intersecting with the other things that we have to grapple with at parks, which is climate change, impact on the beach, and that is something that we are still trying to get our arms around. So I one of the concerns I have is, I mean, I know you have you're having a lot. The studies are ongoing and current, but the impact of to me, it would be the real tragic thing would be if this gets built and it does not succeed because climate change makes it impossible. So to me, that's something that we as parks have to make sure that we feel confident that this project can proceed even given, and it's in this very dynamic environment, which is made more dynamic by the current climate change issues. So I think that's just a big concern of mine. And I think it has impacts on, not how you operate the course and the longevity of the course. And I think it's just something that we somehow have to get our arms around. So that's a concern of mine.
We are in the same boat.
Yeah.
Literally. I mean, we want to make sure that this thing will last and will be protected. And we're desirous of working with parks on how to protect that shoreline. And we've come up with some strategies that I think address that issue. I think the discussions we've had with the Army Corps are tremendously exciting. Not to mention we've had some other alternatives that we're working on. You mentioned the reuse.
Let me just jump in real quick. I think, we talked a little bit earlier, it was really quick, but the coastal analysis that Herrera did, which happens to be you guys are working with, so hopefully we all like them, and we certainly do. I mean, we didn't want to go spend a whole bunch of money, obviously, on a thing that might get washed away in 5 years or whatever doomsday scenario. And so we really feel strongly that this much more focused coastal analysis that was just completed by Herrera that contemplates climate change, obviously, we feel very strongly that this is stable for 25 plus years. And but not to minimize your point at all, but one of the reasons we have the exact same. Ryan doesn't want to go spend millions of dollars building a course that's going to wash away in the near future. So I think we're pretty aligned on that topic, but again, would be glad to work at the broader policy level with parks on resilience planning and other things like that.
Just, I know we're running out of time, so I'll be quick. So the business analysis, has that been updated sort of post-COVID, or I'm not sure where those numbers are from? And I guess I'm sort of, as we look to forming partnerships with various organizations, we want to make sure that it's something that is going to withstand the test of time. So I guess also, what would you see as some of the risks from a business point of view?
Well, it's evolving, and our final plan is determined by what is feasible on the site. So we have various phased approaches on how we're going to address the project. Obviously, the golf course is the central component, and then whatever ancillary facilities that we will provide with it. But our experience in working with partners, and we were just in Brewster at Gamble Sands in that resort, and the climate for this style of golf is still very strong. And like other industries and businesses, this golf had a tremendous benefit from the pandemic, and getting more people involved in playing golf and aware of golf and the outdoor recreational benefit of golf. So we see this as a tremendous opportunity. So I mean, I don't.
No, and I'll just jump in real quick. I think it is, golf has, whether you think it's good or bad or whatever, golf has flourished greatly. Like, I think the numbers are like increased in rounds nationally is like 30 or 40% post the pandemic, because a lot of people got into golf during the pandemic because it was something you could do outside and in a relatively safe way. And I just also wanted to just point out, because you said it specifically, that the economic analysis we did was post-COVID, so it considers all of that in the current report, which again is very, very conservative. did not try to press the envelope at any level, and we had a very well-regarded economist do it. So I think probably if anything, those numbers are a little bit small compared to the good numbers about jobs and everything else are probably a little bit conservative. So,
And,
but
in the golf industry, we just met with several writers from the Pacific Northwest golf community that write in all of the golf magazines around here. The excitement in the golf community about this project is very high. And there's a lot of excitement around the potential of having a links golf course in Washington.
All right, it seems like there's no other questions. Thank you so much for your time and for coming up to present to us today.
thank you very much. Nice to see you all. And it's a beautiful day, a lot better than Chelan and the sleet last year, as I recall. But anyway, thanks for having us. We really appreciate it.
And I think we're gonna break for lunch. Becky, do you want to give us logistics or is it just downstairs? Okay, fantastic. All right, we will break until 1 p.m. for lunch. Okay. I think we have all of our commissioners, so we want to get started with our next item. Sorry, let me flip around. Heather, are you going to introduce our next item?
Yes, can you guys hear me okay? Well, good afternoon. Hope everybody had a nice lunch. Most of you got to meet our new Deputy Director for Parks Development yesterday, but I wanted to take a moment to formally introduce him, and he's going to do a bit of that himself. But we were lucky enough to get Andy Rose as our Deputy Director for Parks Development in August. So been on the job a few months, and he's going to be giving us a really robust conversation and presentation about what we've been doing in the capital program to meet the demand. We have a huge demand now and a huge budget and a lot of asks on the system. So he's going to be talking about sort of all of our advancements and our successes and so how we're kind of meeting the challenge. A little bit of background about Andy, which he'll share himself, but I got the appropriate sentence. So Andy has a pretty extensive emergency management background and was recently the incident commander for the state response to COVID at the Department of Health. So, I really look at Andy as someone that's been in difficult situations, doing difficult things, and, getting facilities and people and mobilizing people and needs across the state in response to COVID. And so I think we're really lucky to have him. We have kind of a complex system with our development program, and he's been great so far. So I'll pass it over to Andy, but we're really happy to have you, Andy.
Well, great introduction. Thank you, Director Saunders and Chair and Vice Chair, Commissioners. It's great to be here with Director Dupuy and ELT and the crew behind me. It's an exciting time again, just delving into the first part of the third month. So a little grace as we work through today. So mostly focused on notes, but excited to be here and present to you this afternoon after lunch. Always the most coveted spot in the agenda, but we'll make it through anyway. Okay, so a little bit about me. This is the fam. So I did come by way of the Washington State Department of Health, where I was the Assistant Secretary for the Executive Office of Resilience and Health Security, and no, that does not fit on a business card well. But did spend a lot of time at the Department of Health, working with a lot of our local health departments across the state, led the incident commander role for our incident management team, since 2017. So a lot of responses around hepatitis, COVID, Mpox, you name it, heat domes, wildfires, all of that wonderful stuff that has a public health component to it. But as Heather mentioned, it really gave me the opportunity to hone, some of those bigger leadership skills and abilities to work through complex problems, but also be focused on strategic planning and do some of those important parts that Director Saunders and the staff have done a really good job over the last year of focusing on in the division to really get the capital program in a place where we're really rocket shipping forward with our work. So excited about that. Excited to come in at this time. I think it's a great opportunity for me and just had a blast getting to know the staff and our partners and really work forward. Prior to DOH, you can see on the screen here, most of my career has been focused in the public safety realm, so fire and EMS and emergency management. But the most important part about me is at the bottom. So picture here, this is my wife and my son. We had a wonderful gift of a COVID baby during the pandemic, like I wasn't dealing with enough. Leading the public health response, we decided to have a child as well. So that's Nash. But really, this is one of the things that I'm sharing with you that brought me here was really focusing on a better work-life balance and ability to spend some time in these wonderful things called weekends and nights, which I didn't know much about, but I'm learning very quickly that they're important for my my personal growth and to be able to spend time with my family. So excited about that, but that's a little bit about me. But that's not why we're here today. Let's get into a little bit about the capital program, where we are, the great work that we're doing. Really wanted to focus a lot on circling back on a lot of things that I've heard discussed at the past meetings. Just for reference, in my first few days of the almost 90 days now, I have watched all of the 2023 commission meetings. So was able to really learn a lot about the conversations you've all have had, the concerns and the direction and advice and where we need to go. So that's kind of where this title slide comes from, about us really taking a step back and leaning into the hard things and taking some action. So solely based on feedback, I'll hit some key points throughout this presentation today to really connect some of those things that all of you have contributed to over this year in talking about the capital program. So one of your handouts you have both physically and electronically is our organizational structure in the division, just for your reference as I talk through a couple of these points here. But before I do that, I did just want to take a minute. I've said it once already, but applaud the great work that Heather has done over the last year in really focusing on our structure and process. And really, you know, as the director and I were talking yesterday in one of our tour stops, is really about professionalizing the agency more, right, and continuing to get to that level. So just taking that and moving that forward and really working on our structure and process, you can see that, you know, probably the best adjustment so far has been that deputy director position. I'm a little biased to that one, but I think that was a really good move. Worked out well, but really allowed us to look at the structure and take the capital program. I'll talk a little bit about the new facilities program in a second, and put those under a sole direction of myself to really give that focus and support to those two primary programs as we move them forward and grow and expand with our work. So I talked a little bit about it, but you know, one of the key things I think I picked up on in April was listening to some of the feedback about how we develop our programs and some of the work that we do. And you can see it here in the organizational structure. You see a new addition. You see the capital program, and now you see a facilities program standing there by itself in the same structure. So where before that work was done underneath the capital program, we've moved that out into its own section within the division. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in some slides to come, but really wanted to call that out, as I know that was feedback from several of the commissioners in the last few meetings that, you know, really wanted to focus on some of that facilities specific and scoping stuff. So it's there. That's where we're at right now. A lot of the positions are either in the recruitment process or finishing up through the hiring process. We've had a lot of great work done with our team, with our HR team, and just really trying to focus on getting those positions crafted appropriately in the right classification, specification, and then getting recruitments out and getting them hired. So a lot of great progress there, both in adjusting our structure and moving that facilities program into a place where it is more suited to do the work it needs to do. One of the things I think it's important too about that facilities program move, and again, I'll talk a little bit more about this later, but to kind of set the stage, this really gets us to a point where, as we are taking in work, it's allowing us to get to some of the key designators like a 25 to 35% project design, right? This is really getting us ahead of the scale here as we're moving forward. Better project management, better timelines. We're able to budget a lot better, getting to that 25 to 35% project design in the scoping process. It's going to set us up for a lot better success moving forward, which we'll outline here towards the end of the presentation. A couple other things I want to mention that are quick wins around our staffing piece, really about moving some of our positions. We've had a few project positions. You know, project positions are really tough in state government because you really have that date certain that your employment will end. And sometimes we're able to re-up project positions, sometimes not. And we had a few folks that have been in that cycle for quite a few years, and we're able to make them permanent positions. So it's great for staff morale and to really build some more of that longevity in our staff. So really proud to get those positions moved to permanent status. And then a lot of great work still going on back and forth between the division and as we continue to work across the agency with our relationships, right? Not just externally, but internally building between operations and parks development and stewardship, and making those connections more on a regular basis as we're working through our project. So there's no surprises. I'm not a fan of surprises. So making sure we're having those relationships, building those every day, and making those connections. So some other updates, as I mentioned, the facilities program moving out. So the capital program as well, has really been able to take this time to refocus on the development of their key planning documents. Discussed this yesterday with the director as well about professionalizing. A lot of times, a lot of our folks have been doing their work for a very long time and know how to do it, but we don't document it. We don't capture it in writing. And I talked to the staff over the last couple of months about if you were to disappear for whatever reason, I think I used the alien scenario, but it is what it is. If you were to disappear, how can we pick up that work and be able to be successful and understand how it works? So really taking that moment to step back and documenting these processes. So for the capital program, it's really about, finalizing our capital program improvement plan. That includes things like, building out regional work plans. How do we know across the 3 capital regions, what is the work that they're doing? How is it prioritized? What are the things that if something falls off our plate for whatever reason, we're going to pick up and try to accomplish? So that is a very important piece. That's going to feed into something I'm going to show you here in a few slides around our capital improvement plan, the actual technology we're going to hopefully be employing soon to be able to visualize all of that work. A lot of those pieces, we can't do without our support services. So again, we can't do it all within the division. So a big shout out, to the budget and information technology teams really helping us. We're embarking on an FTE or a half-time position within information technology to help support us with our ongoing work. We are one of those that was mentioned this morning that has a lot of technology needs as we grow. When you talk about capital projects and facilities work, that's very data driven. We want to make sure we have the right tools at our disposal to capture that information, communicate it, but also visualize it and be able to share it. So super excited about that portion of it. Continuing to work with HR, and I'll mention this a few times in the presentation, but our ability to be able to recruit and hire some of these key positions is a bit of a struggle because we're in a very competitive market when we start talking about environmental engineers and engineering aides and positions like that have a lot of options across not just the state enterprise that may pay a little bit better, but definitely competition in the private sector. So how are we positioning ourselves to be more out there in those key arenas and a known entity to folks coming out of higher education with those types of degrees and backgrounds? Okay, some other updates. We talk about process delivery, technology, and innovation. We are doing a lot of work right now, as you heard during the briefing this morning with administrative services around IT and what are some of the technologies we can use to get better at what we do. We've had several demos this past month from companies like Smartsheets that are in several of our state agencies, helping track capital programs in fish and wildlife and other areas. Working with our Microsoft 365 partners with the stuff we already have ingrained in the agency to see how that can work, but really focusing on finding the right tools in the toolbox that communicate across the agency to meet our needs. Also working very closely with our operations section and our regional maintenance teams, trying to really focus in on our project intake process. How are we communicating the things that need to be accomplished, getting them into the system? Also working a lot on our ADA work. That has been a big topic of conversation the last few months with me and the staff, talking through all of the barriers that we have across all of our parks, what the priority is, how can we get to those as quickly and efficiently as possible, and get those corrected when we have the money and the technology and the capability to do them. We're just trying to work through a few of those key hurdles that are around coordination with external partners to be able to effectively get some of that work accomplished. So making sure we have that documented, making sure we're working through that process, building those relationships again. And then I mentioned administrative services already, but also working with contracts. And as you heard from Dylan today, really trying to improve that process and minimizing our risk to our agency when we start talking about public works contracts. Just making sure we're keeping our I's dotted and our T's crossed as we're working through some of those key processes that could hamper our timelines, and make sure we're effective in how we do that. One of the things I did want to share with you, I know I do talk a lot about technology. I'm a big fan of it. I think it works well when done appropriately. And what I mean by that is really as we're having these discussions as a team and what we need to accomplish the work we need to do, I always lead with a lens of interoperability. It's a word I say a lot, right? It has to be a system that whether standalone by itself or incorporated with other systems, is something that talks to the rest of the agency and is able to work with what some of the other needs are. We don't do things just ourselves, right? So there's always going to be a component to whether it's stewardship or operations or other parts of the agency. So I want to make sure as we're developing and looking at technology, it connects, it is able to be seen and used in a way that is interoperable. Let's see, other than that, we're really working on some key relationships externally, working with some of our partner state agencies that have capital programs as well. Kyle, off my right shoulder here, is doing a lot of great work with learning from some of those other capital programs in our key state agencies that do the similar work, not maybe in the same environment, but building some of those key relationships and understanding a lot about their processes and how they do business so we can learn and grow together and not just try to do this on our own. I think there's a lot of value in working together and sharing ideas around technology and workflow and those pieces. I think that covers about a lot of the right now. Going fast because I know there'll probably be some significant amount of questions at the end. So I did want to take a second and hit some of our mid-year accomplishments. You have another handout that I put together that really kind of highlights a lot of the work that is going on, both in completed projects already for 2023, projects that are beginning construction, and some of the things that are getting ready to go out to bid, to really show you where we are in advancing our work to spend reappropriated dollars, focusing on some of the key priorities. So you have that. We talked about the new vacancy hire. We've reclassified some positions, taken the opportunity to really assess the folks that are doing the work within the division, and is the classification they have appropriate? Again, this really leads to retention and having a good workplace environment for our staff, making sure their skills are appreciated through their job classification process. So we were able to get 5 of those jobs reclassified. And then a little bit too, when we talk about some coordination, this is probably the first time that the biennial capital and grants lists have been done together in coordination. So that was another big victory for the teams to really try to come together and start really working this cooperative approach to how we look at what we're going to be doing next, how we prioritize, how we deconflict between the different parts of the agency working on some of these projects. So we'll talk a little bit more about that too. But those are some big accomplishments for us so far this year. At the end, if you've got questions about the handout, let me know about the major project completions, beginning construction, and those on the radar. That is kind of that for that part. Okay, again, 60 days in, so we're hugging right along here. I did want to take a second too and share some of the big picture goals, right? So those are some of the things that we've done. That's great, but what's next, right? So it's always about where are we going next? So I talked a little bit about the capital program improvement plan, where we're going to take some time to really map out what the work looks like, what the structure looks like, how between the capital program, the 3 capital regions, how are we coming together to make sure that we're communicating and prioritizing and mapping out the work that we need to do in each of the 3 regions, and have good visibility, not just at their level and understanding the work that they're doing. How do I understand the work that they're doing and the prioritization behind that work? How can I then share that with Heather and the executive leadership team and subsequently with the commission? So we're all on that proverbial same page and can see kind of where we're headed and what we're doing. Other than the capital program improvement plan, we're also really focused on being able to pivot quickly with the emerging issues that tend to creep up on us and really impact our timelines. So working on not just the technology front, but also the communication front between the programs and our relationships, with understanding how we can better communicate when things like that occur and make those adjustments to our timelines and be able to communicate those impacts. And also, if it comes down to it, make timely notifications to our customers that we're impacting their ability to visit or do something at a state park. Also, one of the big things that we're focused on, and you'll see on the slide here, is focused on our reappropriations. So all of those things I talked about, some more I'm going to talk about here in a minute, really is looking back at some of the key metrics. And one of those is obviously, how do we understand where we are with our reappropriations in any given biennium based on what we're dealing with. And in this case, we really want to be in a place where we have a reasonable, healthy, and sustainable level. And, we're going to take the next 3 biennial periods to really focus in on what that looks like and how we accomplish that. Understanding that there are a myriad of things in the timeline that can affect those, right? Any given day, there could be something that really affects our ability to spend an amount of money in a biennial period that needs to then become reappropriated. Regardless of an actual number, we just want to make sure we're comfortable that it is reasonable, healthy, and sustainable. And those are the key 3 words I want to leave with you today on that topic. So some of the other key things, again, you can see we talk a little bit here about our commitment to our greenhouse gas reduction strategies, managing the built environment. You'll hear from Ryan, Kyle, and Dylan here after this presentation about our EV work, which is amazing. So continuing to coordinate that work and making sure we all understand where that touches each of our books of business, from the capital program, the facilities program, and others. So just making sure we're making those connections, continuing to communicate that, again, the whole no surprises philosophy. And then, so the last one is really, one of the things I talked about with our talent acquisition piece is these hard to hire positions that have a lot of competition. So we've really tried to focus on, what are some of the key things we can do to help us recruit better environmental engineers, environmental planners, that have that wide range of opportunity in front of them when we may not be the ones that offer, probably the most attractive pay scale. So we're going to, work with our institutes of higher education, working with our recruitment teams to really reach out, try to get to some of our institutes of higher education and talk to students, let them understand what State Parks does in this arena, what it means to be part of a capital facilities program, get our name out there a little bit more, try to sell ourselves, work a little bit with, our military at JBLM and other locations at Kitsap, and, really work those military veteran programs. And try to get, just hit those niche markets that have staff that may be either in layoff scenarios or coming out of education or transitioning out of military service, but can really be a great asset to our workforce in these arenas. And just making it known that this is an excellent place to work. We're an employer of choice. We have a great environment to work in. And if you're lucky enough to come to a commission meeting, you can end up in places like Winthrop and those types of things. So really trying to work that part, and Amber and I have had a lot of discussions around that with our talent and recruitment teams and how we can better do that work. Okay, that was a lot. It's right after lunch. So what does all of that mean? So how do we tie all of this together? All of the things that I just rushed through quickly, and I've been trying to really focus in on the first 90 days here with Heather's support. I wanted to take these next few slides and kind of show you what that looks like. Okay, so where is this capital and facilities program going? How does this all come together? And since it is almost Christmas, I thought the red bow tie was fitting. Okay, so what that looks like when we talk about a project coming into the system, right? So it could come in from any manner of way that we have something to do. I'm being very generic here. So whether that's identified in a master plan, 10-year capital plan, a priority of the commission or executive leadership team, we have something that emerges at a facility that needs to be taken care of, or it's just basic operations and maintenance. We want to make sure that it's all flowing through a process. So now that the facilities program is in its place, is getting hired, the scoping team is coming quickly into fruition here. We'll have a process where this comes into facilities management. The facilities scoping team has the ability to assess that project, really try to get us to, if appropriate, a 25 to 35% design. The reason that's important for those that aren't aware, if we can get to a 30% design that allows us to get to a good budget number, right? That allows us to have a good cost estimate. So we can really better build a capital budget for a request if we get to that magic 30% number. So that'll go through a scoping process. Again, that project will then be in the capital improvement plan. It'll be able to be tracked, monitored. We'll have a process to visualize that project itself, check in on it, and then migrate that project onto its next destination, whether it's something that needs to go to a maintenance project, or it's something that's going to the capital program. In this case, we're going to take a trip to the capital program. But it really helps set us up better for success. We have better knowledge of what that project is, better ability to budget, timeline it, and keep track of how this project is going to flow. So then the capital program kicks into play. Especially with scoped projects, we're able to quickly assign a capital project manager to that project, see it from its 35% design through design, permitting, construction, and closeout. So really puts a clear path through the entirety of a project, right? It assigns it responsibility through the facilities and capital programs and gets us into a place where we know we can track and understand what it does. This is the dream. I call this the dream slide. So what we hope to do and employ through our efforts around technology, this is a capital improvement plan. This is what a CIP looks like. So being able to have the technology, I've borrowed this one from another agency. This is using a Power BI backbone. But this gives us the ability to take all of our projects, get them into a capital improvement plan, be able to sit here today or any given day and be able to share with you, the royal you, a project, its status, its funding, where it is, where it's going, and be able to have better conversations about where we sit as a program. I call it program health, right? So what is the health right now of our capital and facilities program and our projects? The capital improvement plan will help do that. Right now it's being done. It is spreadsheet based, Excel spreadsheet based. We have the ability to continue to do that, but in today's time, with the ability to share it at multiple levels, whether it be programmatic levels, agency leadership levels, or with the commission, we need to take that next step in technology, right? To be able to capture all of that, put it together, and be able to show it. So it may not look exactly like this. I'd be happy if it did. But this is kind of the end result of where we're headed. All of that work in organizing, coordinating how we do our work, putting it into a planning process, and then letting the technology speak for itself. So let's kind of wrap up here a little bit, talking about a few of the right now things. Some of that is work that's in progress. This is where we want to be, but the right now stuff doesn't stop. I'll never forget in my interview with both Mike and Diana, and Heather. I spent too much time with the director yesterday. with Mike and Heather, one of the big comments was, strategic planning is great, but we also have the right now stuff to do, and we can't let that stuff drop. So a little bit about where we're headed with some of those things. We're pedaling very fast right now, faster than we probably ever have before, to try to balance both sides of this equation, getting better and taking care of the right now. But I think the teams are doing a great job, really trying to come together. One of the big successes I'll share with you right now that I think is most important in how we have improved is for the 25-27 capital budget planning process. We've kicked off earlier than we ever have before. We're months ahead, which is usually a December, January timeframe. We kicked this off over a month ago. So we're well ahead of our normal scheduled process, coordinating both with the capital program and the grant identification timeline. I think you'll hear from them on Thursday to tomorrow. There'll be a presentation around that. So kind of tie everything together. But it really comes back to the main objective, right? Which is to build a more collaborative and transparent process. Really have a good solid timeline that incorporates feedback. And my big thing always is closing the loop, right? There's a reason I went back and watched all of the commission meetings and trying to hit some of those highlights from the questions you had today, is to really close that loop and be mindful of what we're doing and the asks before us. This was really successful. A lot of regional and statewide level meetings have occurred already, discussions and decisions that are going to be informed by these meetings. A lot of work around, incorporating the commission priorities, our agency strategic plan. We talked about greenhouse gas emissions already. Those are the things really feeding the backbone of this process leading into 25-27. And then we talked about ADA, and then obviously improving facility condition and safety as our top priority. So all of that stuff coming together as we're compiling the data and information from all of the information we've heard from everybody. It's really providing a very good picture for us to take our next steps with. When I say next steps, here's kind of the timeline. We're looking at, as we work through October into November, there's some key dates on the screen there in front of you. The highlights in yellow, I wanted to call your attention to those, especially those are areas where the commission will have specific input time into those, into the process. That also does not include on this list the committee meetings. So also plenty of opportunity during the committee meetings, the budget committee meetings and executive committee meetings. These are just the key timeline pieces also. So key yellow dates, but this is kind of the map to the summit that we're climbing between now and September of next year. Almost there, I promise you. One of the other things I wanted to share that's really important for me in trying to tie things back together. I know over the year and years you've heard a lot about impacts and delays and things that we've had to deal with. But I wanted to present it to you today in a little bit different of a light when we talk about networking and intelligence as it compares to the work we're trying to do. Our team's doing a lot of work right now with the new scoping team and the facilities movement to a program level in the division. We're putting together the capital program improvement plan, a capital improvement plan that you saw the visual of, really trying to understand the influences in our work and engaging in a meaningful and internal and external partnership relations, really trying to bring all of those things together and understand what they mean and what the impacts to us are and helping us be more successful. So it's not just about the impacts to the construction industry and the delivery and those pieces that you've heard a lot about. It's not just about having a capital improvement plan. It's not just about relationships with a lot of our regulators when we talk about permitting it from the Corps or from ecology or other places. But when you add those all together, that's the big picture, right? That's where you start to see where all of this comes together and where we can be influential and really reach success. So, prime example of that, higher fuel costs right now, which we are all experiencing, transportation at job sites, those types of things are big impacts, but coupling those together with the ability to understand where we may have projects in that capital improvement plan that we can switch. I thought I was getting the hook. I'm like, wow, that went quick. Where we can make that switch and maybe divert to a different project are going to help us be more successful. Okay. Whoops, I went backwards one. My transition slide's gone. Okay, so with all of that being said, I want to always end on a happy note. So few pictures here at the end as we wrap up, just to talk about some of those success stories. Some of them I know you've seen before. We'll hear about some more in the staff updates, I'm sure, but just to kind of, refocus us a little bit on all of the great work that has taken place, regardless of what we may have encountered over the last year in roadblocks and issues. We have accomplished a lot. This is the Clayton Beach pedestrian overpass going over the BNSF rail line. It's a great overpass. This one here is obviously the Field Springs New Comfort Station and septic drain field. Here's the new entrance to Schaefer. Also the campground relocation, new welcome center, ADA trail, all there at the park. The shop at Mount Spokane, which is now going to successfully be in a location not prone to flooding. So that's always a big win. And then the last one here, I think this is Ike Kinswa, the main loop and utility improvements, upgrading the RV sites as a recreational vehicle camper myself. Those are much appreciated improvements to 50 amp service and then the new sewer line to all of the campsites. So first 90 days. So we're not going to take questions. No, I'm joking. I'm going to take questions. Hopefully that was informative. Hopefully I was able to connect a few things that you have all been thinking about and discussing in the last commission meetings. Hopefully this handout you found informational and a good way to kind of show where we're headed with some money and some projects. Super excited to be here and hopefully be here to present to you in the future, if you'll keep me. All right, questions, please go for it.
Thank you. I think we will keep you. Any questions, Commissioner Roth?
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
How many vacancies do you have?
Oh, that's a great question. So I think we're down to a majority still in the East region, two or three. So we're in better shape than we were months past. The scoping team still has its 4 positions to fill. I don't count those because those are new positions, obviously. So we're in a handful.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Great. Yep.
Okay. So the question is about the hiring.
Yes.
So the skills you want is not big enough skills for any of these projects, when, especially in the initial stages in terms of scoping, and you somebody knows experience. So if you don't find any, have you considered other option like, for example, some of these federal agency, what they do, hire a one staff from X company to do X and Y, Z product, and then they deliver it in a timely manner. Have you considered looking into that?
Yeah, I think there's several options. The hope is we have a good recruitment process. For the key positions, we're obviously going to look internally, right? I'm always a big proponent of promoting internally, institutional knowledge and ability to get people quickly on the ground doing work. We know we're going to have to support ourselves with contractors and consultants to help support the amount of workload we have. I think it's a good point to look at some of that other outsourced pieces. I know Amber and I can have conversations about what some of those options are within our state HR guidelines, but we're always open to figuring out what other options we have.
Last question. 25 years ago, I've been trained on the Microsoft project management, and you're looking at the health program. What program do you guys staff use now?
So right now, they're mostly working out of the Microsoft Suite process. So Microsoft 365 and a few of those Microsoft projects and those. My focus is there's nothing wrong with those programs. What I'm trying to make sure we're good stewards of, not to use that word inappropriately, is to make sure it has the ability to work across the agency. So it's not just for the capital and facilities program. It has the ability to take in what operations, regional, and park maintenance needs. It has the ability to do what stewardship and archaeology needs. So we're not sitting there with 7 disparate systems to complete a project at a park. It's a system of systems that helps do that work. So a lot of those programs are in place now. We're just trying to package them up a little better, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Commissioner Bounds.
I thought that was the only
Yeah, thank you for that, Andrew. A couple of questions on the software, the Microsoft software that you're using. Does that allow you as the manager director to follow the project management timeline of a project?
So not that I'm aware of at the moment. That's what we're trying to get to is different levels of visibility throughout the project.
Yeah, because I mean, I understand the interconnections with the other pieces, but it seems to me when you have when you've gotten to the point of design and then ultimately construction, permitting in the process, that what I've found in my previous life in this business very helpful was to be able to ask the question of a project manager. And I assume that's what these environmental engineers are, or project managers. That the person that has the responsibility for seeing the project from, from the design through the construction phase to completion and inspection, to be able to ask them what that timeline was from the designer, what it was from the contractor, and then what it is in real time, and be able to ask that question at least, once every couple of weeks in real time. And if you don't have a software package that gives you that information and your three managers that information, then it's very difficult to maintain that discipline of, and things happen and those things change. The timeline changes. I used to say that about forecasting your revenue. It's going to be different than what you forecast, and that's just a given. Then the question is how much higher and how much lower, and you want to keep that within a range of 2 or 3%, so you're not either doing radical cuts at some point or really being happy that you've got so much money now that you can't spend it. But it seems to me you need to have that information in order to be able to manage
I completely agree. And it
capital
needs to be
project.
as least intrusive as possible, right? So the last thing I want to be doing is having staff calling project managers all the time to bother them when they need to be doing work. So
Right.
hopefully leveraging the right technology where, like you said, in real time, the system will tell us where we are with the projects and the status and where things are in the system. So
It will give you the ability to ask the question
correct.
of why
Yep.
and
Yeah, the red flags. Yeah, what's
yeah.
going on, right?
yeah. Yeah.
I was going to add something. One of the things that so in addition to having a dashboard, right, that can be where the information can be leveled up or summarized at a different level of specificity for, the commission or for me or for Andy. One of the areas that we're working on is trying to understand, okay, what's going on in a given project and have we hit a snag? And so instead of we've hit the snag, so we're kind of in a holding pattern. And what's been typically happening is when we're in a holding pattern, we shift over to another project. But one of the things that we're trying to work on is, okay, well, now we've hit a barrier. So let's identify the barrier. And that barrier is actually identified in this dashboard. So we can say, okay, well, Heather needs to go talk to Pierce County, or, we need to take some action to address the barrier. So that's another thing that we're working on.
Great. And if I could, another question about the facilities program. I'm not clear enough on that. So I get the CIP. So maybe identify a project or an example or something that would fall within the facilities program.
So kind of the
I
path.
know, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. So I'm trying to the best way to describe this. I think the key is twofold. One, the facilities program is going to be able to take all of the existing facilities, I'm going to get this number wrong, 2,500 facilities now, be able to have the process in place to assess and track what we have now. And then also, as new projects come in, assign those over to the scoping team for the ones that need to be scoped, or, they're the ones that decide where they go. Is it a maintenance project? Is it something that needs to go into a capital project? If so, does it need scoping? So they're kind of the clearinghouse that's going to help take those projects from infancy, get them lined up to where they need to be, and push through the system. Again, gives us that better ability to have better capital budgeting as they get to a 30% design and be able to track them a little bit better. Does that help?
Yeah, so be able to assess. I mean, in the past, we've had like a matrix that showed where facilities were. In fact, the last CIP, I think, was this way, where there was some immediate thing that had to be done, had to be fixed. And it may have gone into the capital program and received high priority as a safety issue or what have you, or I went to get to the maintenance guys to go fix. And that's kind of what, okay. That's good. Thank you.
Of course.
Go ahead. I'll go after you.
I think in past years, and this is prior to Heather coming into the position and prior to you, I know that the commission at times have been sort of frustrated with the progress of capital development. And of course, a lot of that landed through COVID too. But is there what is a metric that you would identify as sort of the successful, efficient, nothing's ever perfect, but I know probably more than a year ago, we looked at the reappropriations percentage, and it seemed awfully high. And I'm sure there's always going to be a percentage of reappropriations, but is there a percentage of reappropriations or other metrics that we can identify that sort of will let us know when we're sort of at a sort of an optimum rate of efficiency in our capital program?
That's a great question. I think there are. I think we're still in discovery mode on some of those right now. We've had a lot of discussions around the reappropriations piece, and I think that is, like I said earlier, there's so many variables. We could land like Nisqually is a prime example, a very large project with a large timeline that kind of moves that number for a short period of time on us. So that's why I kind of stuck with those three words around reasonable and sustainable. But yeah, I think I'll have an answer better in a few months for you on what some defined metrics are. I know we're exploring those right now, but there are some. I will find them to help better define both on the capital project side for facilities as they build out the scoping team. And you got to have something to measure against. You can't just keep going. You got to have that marked measure. So I think that's where we're headed. Yeah. Didn't mean to dance around that. There's an answer, just not yet.
Thank you, and thank you for this great presentation. I don't know about the rest of the commission, but I feel like in the capital projects area, we are, just in my short year and a half on the commission, we're making really great strides. So thank you very much. Greatly appreciated to everybody involved. I've been to a lot of parks in the last few months, so I've seen a number of these projects either moving forward or staff talking excitedly about them. One of the things, it's kind of a political question, but one of the things we're dealing with in capital projects is just simply replacing sewers, replacing, failed systems, and it's not particularly glamorous. But, sometimes I feel like we should have almost as big of a ribbon cutting for those as we do for, the Adna Bridge. Just a thought, but, because a lot of the times we have to close a campground, people are upset, but something good comes out of it at the end. So, that's just a thought. I just know that former Commissioner Lance will be very happy to see Kopachuk moving forward. Have to give a shout out to that. Yeah, so many thoughts. I think safety was mentioned a little bit, but one of the concerns I have, and this is maybe really oftentimes not a capital project, but we have lots of degraded trails, and those start to become safety concerns. So where does those projects often fall in the project realm?
I think moving forward, one of the good parts about having this facilities program on its own and the scoping process is we'll be able to get to those quicker and move them where they need to be, whether that be to the trails program or to capital, depending on what it needs. So I think we're putting some of those key processes in place right now to move them quicker to where they need to live.
Okay.
I know that's not a targeted answer, but that process needs to work itself out, I think, and as we get folks hired and onboarded, but I think you'll see them move quicker into where they need to be.
Okay.
And on your first point, I totally agree. Heather's heard me say this a ton. It's about telling our story. That's one of my phrases, is it's telling how we tell our story. And I'm with you. Sewer system replacement is just as beneficial than as a bridge. I mean, it's how we champion the great work of our staff and the agency moving forward. So I agree.
Thanks.
So I had a bunch of questions just related to this. I've been looking at your org chart. By the way, I just want to also just to note and really commend you, Diana and Mike. And I know everyone's been working on this, but I've noticed several times that there's been mention of a reclassification or a promotion today. And really, I know I've sort of been mentioning this, and I know you've been working on it. And it looks like you're bearing a lot of fruit in terms of being able to do a lot with the staffing and the promotions. So it's really encouraging to see. I see that. I feel like it's been mentioned several times, and it was in the finance as well as here. So for just in terms of understanding our position, so if you're not green, is everyone else union on this chart? So you're either WMS or everyone else is union.
Represented, yeah.
Does that include the temp people, the ones who have the dotted lines around them?
Temps are still represented, right? So yes.
So
my HR consultant tells me yes. Oh,
they are represented. Okay. It's an interesting, because in terms of recruitment or having sort of a staff or not, to me, whether they're union or represented makes a big difference. If you're outsourcing a union job, or not that we wouldn't want to outsource your WMS jobs either, but in terms of negotiating that with the union, it seems like an interesting concept. And then for some of these vacancies, are these new positions, or are they mixed? Are they?
So majority of the ones in red under the facilities are the new scoping team. So those are new. The other ones are existing.
Okay, because there's some like, for example, like the ADA coordinator, I kind of felt like, Nikki, you had that as like a second job at one point, right?
So,
Okay.
so the ADA coordinator is a new position that we
Alright.
approved for this biennium,
Okay.
as a standalone program, as an example. And the scoping team is money that we got in this past biennium. So we're just launching that now because we just started the biennium.
Okay, so this is really an expansion in
Yeah.
your, oh, that's very exciting. And then in terms of the region stuff, does that mean that are they dotted line to the region or are they, I just noticed like, like Kyle, like your whole staff is yellow. So does that mean that they're all out in the field, like assigned? And then are they dotted line to the region or are they still solid line to you in terms of management? So is that just indicating like their physical location or actual sort of management dotted line to like a regional coordinator?
Both. I think both.
Okay.
So these are people that are directly in the chain of command of parks development. I do think that, but they are in a region. So they're in the Northwest or they're in the East and they're physically located in
physically
those
there, okay.
places, but they are part of this division. I do think there are dotted lines also though to people in operations and people in stewardship because we have region stewards and we have region operations folks that all these people need to be coordinating with to actually get the work done in a given park.
I see. Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah,
Okay.
it does. It's interesting. I mean, I'm just looking at it. It's really, I mean, it's very exciting. I think it's interesting to see how you're reorganizing to be more effective and just, it's interesting for us to kind of understand how it all works and to all see it laid out. And it just seems like an org chart, but I feel like it's very informative with like the new positions and so thank you. It's interesting for me. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one question.
Yes. Sure.
Like Commissioner Bound said, in my previous life, I was with the National Guard. And we have like armories and we have maintenance. So we have what you call it preventive maintenance because some of these little projects have the tendency to be major project if we don't address it. How does it fit in your?
So in that, hello, in that new facilities group, one of the facilities management tasks is really to coordinate with regional maintenance and park maintenance on. So it's definitely not.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So it's in the process, right? So as they're developing documentation, going to do deferred maintenance is.
But we
ongoing
have like, excuse me, but what do you need? You need a crew just for preventive maintenance because the park manager, so they have tons of things to do. If you dedicated even if an entry level people, they will be able to diagnose we have potential issue, even with some feedback on site visit. And that will help us not have major project later on. I don't know. This is ideas for you.
So we do have region crews that work on just that, just what you're talking about.
Preventive maintenance?
Yes, preventive and deferred maintenance, both.
Perfect. Thank you.
One of the
Yeah.
One of the exciting things too about some of the technology improvements that we want to make is helping us automate some of those reminders. So
Nice.
we're building a project, we know it's going to have maintenance needs. And so we're automatically being notified, hey, it's 5 years out, you're going to have to repair this roof, start your permitting process, get that in queue before it becomes an emergency situation.
Just to add to that, Ali, those folks in the field, the construction and maintenance workers build things too. I mean, some of that the small construction that's going on out there are staff people for the agency, and they're the beauty of most of them really is they're multi trained in terms of their trade. And so they can do lots of different things at the same time and not have to necessarily have subcontractors and that sort of thing. So it's kind of fun to watch them because they love it and they do a pretty good job too.
Yeah, thank you. No, good. Yeah, no, good point. Because it's like you can have all these really fancy things, and then and then everyone's still complaining about the toilet. I do think by the way, we're gonna have a ribbon cutting for like a sewer, and we're gonna have like a honorary like first use, like who gets to walk in and do it. I think it's exactly. Okay, so with that,
Good note to action on. Thank you all.
thank you so much. And the next item on our agenda is the Clean Energy Transformation Update, and Stewardship Director Lance will introduce this item.
Thank you. So over the last few commission meetings, we've had some discussions about where we are in terms of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and transitioning to clean energy. So we are fortunate to have an interdivisional panel here to talk to you all about where we're at. So today we're going to have a presentation started by Ryan Carlson, our Climate and Sustainability Coordinator, who will set the stage on our clean energy transition strategy. We will then hear from Kyle Murphy with the capital program, our capital program manager, to discuss our external facing EV charging. We'll be hearing from our contracts, what's your official title? Contracts, grants, and procurement manager, Dylan Davis Bloom, to talk about where we are at in terms of our fleet transition and small equipment. And then Ryan will wrap up with where we're headed. So because we do have 3 presenters today, and because they hopefully will complement each other, it might make sense to try and hold questions until the end so we're able to get through all of the material, and somebody later might answer a question that was left by an earlier presenter.
Can I just ask if it was part of your master strategy to have the candy given out at the start of your group presentation?
We're like, I'm so sorry. Did you say something? What? Yeah.
All right. You ready to go? Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, and Executive Leadership Team. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. And Lisa sort of set the stage here for who's presenting, so I won't repeat all of that. I will just sort of quickly give you an outline of sort of the objectives that we have for the presentation. Also sort of covered briefly by Lisa. I'll be kicking it off with sort of the bigger picture, followed by Kyle talking about external work going on within the capital program, and then Dylan will be talking more specifically about our internal fleet electrification process. So, and I'll kick back there. So before we get into the details, I thought I would just take a moment to kind of broadly reintroduce. You may recall back in our July work session, we introduced our climate resiliency framework and sort of these 4 big picture elements of that. These are not mutually exclusive. I could have made a very, complex Venn diagram out of these if I'd like to. But the idea is we have, work around mainstreaming, the authorization environment of how our best practices and policies are and how to bring climate and sustainability into those elements of our work. As we saw in this past summer, when I presented the sea level rise and climate adaptation work that we're doing, there's a whole, adaptation program as part of this framework. Today's topic is going to be on the mitigation side of that. And so looking at the greenhouse gas reduction and energy consumption behaviors of the agency. And then one we're not necessarily talking about today, but also a key element of all of this is our education and outreach strategies and how we communicate, and basically create an environment of inclusion as, this is something that impacts everybody when we talk about climate and we're talking about resiliency and future generations. So that's the big picture. We're going to jump mainly into the mitigation. I know this is a graph, I'll explain it here. So one of the drivers of our climate mitigation strategy is a law that was passed back in 2020 by the legislature. It's very specific to greenhouse gas emission limits for state agencies. So some of you may be familiar with the 2015 Paris Agreement, which is an international scale emission strategy. So this piece of legislation mirrors that here in the state of Washington. And it sets out some very aggressive greenhouse gas emission reduction goals for all state agencies, including us. You'll see here there's a 2005 baseline. And just to give you a sense of what you're looking at, this is greenhouse gas emissions as they're measured in metric ton, what they call carbon dioxide equivalent, which is basically the sort of international unit used to measure carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And then obviously by year. So 2005 is sort of the performance baseline, if you will, that's being used as part of this law. And it sets out a 15% reduction strategy by 2020, 45% reduction strategy by 2030, so on, 70%, 70% by 2040, and a very aggressive 95% by 2050. And so another way of looking at this in sort of big picture round numbers is 3% a year for the next 30 years, including all the new stuff that we would potentially be creating carbon emissions with new construction or other kinds of work. And so I won't go into detail because this is the broad brush piece, but one of the areas that we're really focused on is our baseline. Back in 2005, we weren't aware nor were we measuring all of the things that we're aware of today. So I'm going to touch on that briefly in the next slide here. But this is sort of the landscape of the and this is not, like I said, an executive order. This is something passed by the legislature. So our carbon footprint here at state parks. Now, there's a reason why I emphasize reported in this slide. So right now, when we look at our 2022 carbon footprint, about 2/3 of our emissions, greenhouse gas, come from the operation of our buildings, and about 1/3 come from the operation of our fleet. But there are pieces to this puzzle that we are still working to identify and collect. Like, for example, this doesn't include concessions operating on state park owned land, like St. Edwards or Fort Worden or Mount Spokane 2000 or Sun Lakes Resort. So there are some elements that this buildings component is likely to be much higher than what we're reporting today. We did receive funding in our climate decision package for this biennium to address our greenhouse gas inventory. So this is something that we're actively working on. I just wanted to make it really clear that the numbers that we're playing with today are going to change. And when we're back here talking about progress in this environment, you may see some different numbers. And so I just wanted to make sure that that is out there and understood. So another key element of the law that was passed in 2020 was not just setting out these limits. It was also setting out a process of reporting and planning to meet those limits. And so, for example, every year we produce a report of our greenhouse gas emissions that are submitted to the Department of Ecology. And every 2 years, we report out in what is basically called a greenhouse gas emissions reduction strategy. So when I was in kind of Andy's shoes there, 90 days into the job, was our first agency report in May of 2022. And in that process, we identified basically a clean energy transition strategy that would be sort of the framework to move this 30-year planning process forward. And so there's sort of 4 main pieces to our clean energy transition strategy. The fleet electrification is one that we're going to be talking about today. That's the focus of the presentation, but it's only one of multiple. The energies going on in our buildings and the efficiencies in our buildings, that's another big one. Not the focus of today. There's also clean and green operations, so looking beyond the buildings into our equipment and sort of building on the operational program around clean and green operations that has been around. And then renewable energy, which is another large topic. So just painting the bigger picture of our transition framework here. And today we're really just going to drill into sort of electrical vehicle infrastructure and in the external and internal elements of that. So that's my beginning piece here. And I will now turn it over to Kyle.
Thank you. Well, it's good to be here again. Kyle Murphy, Capital Program Manager. I'm going to talk briefly about what we're doing to expand EV charging in our parks to the public. Let's see. Whoops. So we currently have around, we got a 2019 appropriation, $200,000 to put EV chargers in our parks. With that, we're able to do 5 charging stations at 4 different parks. These are the Power Charge 2000 is the system we're using. This is purchased off of the state DES. It's a master contract. We have 2 two different units that we're able to use, a 40 amp and an 80 amp version. Basically it relates to the power that's required to run them and the capacity that they have for charging. So these are level 2 chargers, if for those of you that are familiar with the different levels of the EV chargers. So this is sort of the middle level charger, not the fast chargers. It'll take a car about anywhere from 3 to 6 hours to get a full charge with one of these chargers. So the places that we're installing these public facing chargers, first one I want to talk about is Schaefer State Park. And I sent an email to Becky. I think she's maybe forwarded that to you, that shows, I just got that today. So we just have that one is now installed and up and running. That's one of the 40 amp chargers, and you can see it has 2 charging ports. So each of the chargers we're getting has 2 charging ports per charger. This one, all of these installations have presented some challenges that we've had to overcome. In this one, we had to work with the PUD to install a new transformer on the power pole adjacent to the park. This one was installed in combination with the big park project there, the big Schaefer camp car relocation project. So it's had to fit into the schedule around that larger project as well. But that's the first EV charger in a Western Washington state park. Larrabee State Park is another one we're going to put in. This is a picture showing the approximate location of that charger. It's going to be in the 80 amp version. So again, 2 charging ports, a little bit quicker charger than 40 amp. This one is being, we have the charger in play, or we have the charger in-house. We've received it, and we're now working through the process to get a contract in place for installation, and we're coupling that one with, we also have some funding to do a rapid flash pedestrian crosswalk out of the Lost Lake parking lot. And so that one we're gonna contract that out with this charger. So that should be, in the next several months as well. And one of the reasons we chose this location was because the relatively recent project to put in a new building there. So we know that there's sufficient electrical infrastructure. It's good. It's we have enough power to provide, so we don't have to do a whole lot of infrastructure work to get that one installed. The other one, we're actually installing 2 chargers at Lake Sammamish State Park. Here's kind of an overview of a site plan for the big Phase 7 Sunset Beach Park project we're doing there right now. The red is the area where we're going to put the charger. Just to orient you, up in this corner is where we have the big concession location. Whoops. So this is going to go in between a disabled parking spot and a regular parking spot. Again, we'll have 2 chargers, 2 80 amp chargers, so 4 total charging ports at that location. And here's a photo of the general area where it's going to be placed. Again, we have those chargers should be delivered this week or next week, and then again it's just working the installation in with the construction schedule of the existing project. And then finally, I don't have it on here, but we're also going to probably next spring or summer, we're going to be installing a charger that we've already received. It's being stored at the Lewis and Clark State Park Trail. We're doing a comfort station renovation and a new drain field at that park. And so as part of that construction project, because there's going to be some utility work, that's another good project to couple a charger with. Some of the current challenges we have, I talked a little bit about this. We do have to, on almost every project, address inadequate electrical infrastructure. As you all know, a lot of our parks are very old. The infrastructure is old, and so that requires some significant work to get the electrical infrastructure up to a point where we can increase the capacity to feed these big chargers. And so one of the things with this project, with these current chargers, we tried to focus on parks where we either had existing projects underway that were addressing infrastructure needs, or like Larrabee, where we had a recent project that improved the electrical infrastructure there. I hate to say this, I sound like a broken record, but we continue to have supply chain issues even to this day. We ordered these 3 of the 5 chargers in May, and we just received delivery in August for these. This is dealing with companies that are overburdened and overworked themselves, and in this case, our order got lost and misplaced, and so it took a lot of trying to track them down and phone calls to get that situation alleviated. Again, I mentioned that we're buying these chargers off of a state master contract, so there's only 5 master contracts through DES for EV chargers, and so a limited selection, a limited number of suppliers, and so every state agency, we're kind of competing with the other state agencies for the limited resources that these companies in our master contract provide. And then again, when we have to do electrical infrastructure upgrades, that's a huge extended timeline for infrastructure components to be manufactured and delivered to us. So those are, again, some of the issues with supply chain. Overall cost for these units aren't that much, 5,000 to 7,000, depending on if it's the 40 amp or the 80 amp version. What we're finding is the biggest cost driver really is the installation and bringing the infrastructure up to code basically, and up to current standards. So that's run pretty close to 25,000 per installation for each one of these parks. Some of the things that we're looking at for next steps, we're kind of taking a 3-phased approach. So we're looking at existing capital projects that we have underway that we could couple chargers with. Again, considering the cost that we've, 25 to 35,000 to do a EV charger installation, it would have to fit into the existing budget of a current project. But that's one of the things we're looking at. That's also consistent with our internal policy we have to couple EV chargers with capital projects. As we develop the 25-27 capital budget plan, we're looking at, that'll be one of the things we think about when we start to scope projects out as part of that planning process, and working with all the internal stakeholders, is which of these projects might make good locations for EV chargers. And then talk a little bit about the 24 supplemental. I think Ryan's going to talk a little bit more about that as well. But we're requesting additional funds in the 24 supplemental to do a lot more assessment and site identification scoping to determine where we have parks that probably don't need as much work to get the electrical up to the point we need to be able to install chargers. So those are the 3-phased approach we're taking in the next steps. With that, I'll hand it over to Dylan.
Thank you, Kyle.
The point of that's much better. Point of my presentation today is to talk about our internal fleet electrification and our internal chargers to be used by our staff members, our rangers, aides, CNMs, everybody within our agency to be used out at the parks. And as everyone probably knows, the world of EV electrification is changing rapidly. Procuring the equipment, even with the long timelines, is the easier part. Thinking of the long-term infrastructure and planning is tricky. So I want to touch on today on what do we do in the meantime. So what is going to give us the ability to use what we can to the best of our ability today while also planning for the future. So the theme is planning for the future while maximizing current opportunities, which there are a lot of. So battery electric vehicles currently in use at state parks. State parks currently has 11 battery electric vehicles. The common term now is BEVs, and that's in use, fully in use, deployed out at various locations across the state. This is changing rapidly as we've received more, and I believe just in the last couple of weeks, some of our all-electric SUVs have made it out into the field. But when the time of this presentation was created, 7 of the vehicles were compact sedans, and 4 of the vehicles were full-size crew cab all-wheel drive trucks. And it's important to note on the trucks because those are very good for the field. It gives people the ability to use them year-round for field operations. So the governor's executive order 2104 plays into this very heavily. It mandates state executive and small cabinet agencies to electrify state-owned fleets on the following schedule: 40% of light-duty fleets by 2025, 75% of light-duty fleets by 2030, and 100% of light-duty fleets by 2035, which is a heavy lift. So State Parks is participating voluntarily. Although we're not mandated by this executive order, we are striving to meet the directive to the best of our ability and to the best of our funding. And electrification of parks, vehicles, and equipment demonstrates statewide leadership while fulfilling our agency vision. We feel like it's something that's important to our mission. So what are the estimated costs for parks to meet this schedule? To fully electrify our light duty fleet for purchase of vehicles only, and this is only for the purchase of the equipment of the vehicles and not for supporting infrastructure, 40% of our light duty fleet would be $13,600,000, 75%, $23,800,000. And if we were to electrify 100% of our light duty fleet, that would be approximately $34 million. Now, these amounts are cumulative up to the $34 million. So it's not $34 million on top of the 23, on top of the 13. So an important item to note. So some very important progress that has been made in the last biennium in 21 through 23 towards fleet electrification. In 2021, our agency owned 4 battery electrical vehicles and approximately 5 level 2 chargers were at various parks across the state for internal use. So during the 21 through 23 biennium, we ordered an additional 10 battery electric vehicles. Of those, 7 of the 10 were delivered, while 3 units were still awaiting delivery due to severe production delays. And so that is another item that we'll be touching on later, but production was affected so severely in COVID and still is to a pretty prominent degree that those 3 vehicles just got their build dates a couple weeks ago. So those that were ordered going on 24 months now. In addition, 70 quality standalone level 2 chargers were procured for internal use installations around the state. Those have all been received. And State Parks was the very first state agency to receive and put into service fully electric full-size trucks. And these trucks outwardly signify Parks' commitment to greenhouse gas reduction and sustainable operations. And so while on one hand is, well, what's the big deal? We just got a couple of trucks, but it does show an outward image to our customers and to other state agencies that this is important to us and we were ready to help make change when possible. So interim charging solutions that allow us to use battery electric vehicles now. As mentioned at the start of the presentation, getting the equipment is the easy part, but what do we do in the meantime to start using electric vehicles now to the best of our ability while we wait for longer term planning? So during the FY 2022 supplemental session, State Parks received dedicated funding to purchase the 70 level 2 chargers for internal use. The charger installs have started at parks around the state, allowing for the immediate use rather than having to wait years for more robust infrastructure to be planned. Now, when we move to having a fleet that is predominantly made up of electric vehicles, we will absolutely have to have more chargers and a larger infrastructure. Well, this does allow us to use the vehicles in a limited capacity now in real time. So until the more robust infrastructure can be implemented, the goal is to equip each park with at least 1 level 2 charger for internal use. And this will allow all the areas to start using battery electric vehicles in some capacity. So additional progress in motion for the current biennium. So for the 2023 through 25 biennium, State Parks received a dedicated $2 million for replacement of aged fleet equipment with fully electric alternatives. And approximately 1.5 million of this will be spent on the purchase of BEVs, of vehicles. Commissioner Rod, this is something we were touch base on yesterday. The remaining $500,000 will be spent towards electric powered equipment such as UTVs, carts, lawnmowers, etc. Out of this money, 5 electric SUVs have already been purchased, received, and are awaiting deployment into the field. 10 additional full-size electric trucks were purchased in August as well. And since this presentation was created, that number has grown a little bit. 2 additional trucks have been purchased and 2 more SUVs have been purchased. We have received all 5 of the first electric SUVs. Those have been delivered and paid for, and the rest are on order. So what are our next steps into 25, 27, and beyond? State Parks is committed to replacing aged gas and diesel powered vehicles and equipment with electric powered alternatives whenever feasible. This is ongoing work that will span multiple biennia. An additional supplemental request for fiscal year 25 is in queue with a facet for further equipment electrification that's driven by the need to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And that is related to if we are to receive the money, replacing gas and diesel powered large scale lawnmowers with electric powered lawnmowers. Statewide assessments for electrical capacity for internal use EV chargers are currently being planned. And when this is completed, we will have a better understanding of what is going to be needed to install robust long-term infrastructure to support a predominantly electric-powered fleet. So another item we've touched on throughout this, Kyle brought it up, and I just want to speak to it again because it is something that's very real that affects us, is that starting in mid-2020, the pandemic severely disrupted vehicle production, and supply chain shortfalls and manufacturing delays have continued well into 2023. We, as mentioned previously, we ordered some vehicles 2 years ago that are still pending delivery. 6 years ago, this would have been unheard of. We used to get, in the equipment realm, get kind of worried when 90 days had gone by and we hadn't received something. And the contractual obligations for our vendors on statewide contracts used to be 180 days. Unfortunately, that landscape has completely changed now. So while vehicle production issues seem to have improved within the last 2 months, manufacturers are not yet able to predict build dates and time production runs. So this can be challenging when we speak to them. They're sincerely telling us, we don't know. We will do our best to get you the equipment, to get you your vehicles, but we don't know for sure when they will arrive. This is a likely scenario that everybody will be dealing with for some time. In the short term, we will act quickly to secure vehicle orders when available. And looking ahead, the world of electric powered vehicles and equipment is advancing quickly. Our ability to take advantage of future opportunities depends on our planning in the present. Thank you.
All right, so I just have I guess I can get this. I just have a few more slides and then we can open up the questions here. So it's been alluded to a couple times here that, you know, a lot of this is pretty complicated work. So one of the things that we did receive funding for in our climate decision package for this biennium is to do an electrical infrastructure assessment to aid the long range planning for the installation of our internal capacity. So this is looking specifically at, you know, internal fleet. So we're currently working with the Department of Enterprise Services, DES, energy program to essentially embark on a large scale electrical assessment. I already noted that a lot of our infrastructure is aged, some of it quite a bit. So we really don't know exactly where all of our parks sit on the spectrum of how quickly something can be implemented there. So we're sort of looking at the transformer, we're looking at the panel boxes to plug, sort of that whole chain. We have currently in the scope 97 parks that basically have maintenance facilities where our fleet is housed in the field. That also includes our regional offices and our future building. I'm not sure exactly how we'll play that. But the goal here is to sort of two pieces. One is to identify the high priority components so that we can get to a solid cost estimate that plugs into our 25-27 capital budget request. So that's one element of this. And the second is to, you know, look at the system as a whole so that we can really identify where the opportunities are in the near term and where the constraints are. And I think the key piece here is the relationship with the utility providers across the state of Washington. We can't just make this happen in many cases. We have to wait for a piece of equipment to be installed by someone like a PUD or some other. So there's a lot of pieces that go into the infrastructure assessment. So that's underway. You know, we haven't quite got the contractor under contract. We're in the final stages of selecting a contractor with DES on that front. And then looking at sort of moving forward with our supplemental, we did request in the previous biennium request, or the current biennium's budget, in the capital budget, funding for public-facing EV charging electrical assessment, which wasn't funded. So we have sort of put that into the operating supplemental budget request. So we have $500,000. We'll see how that request fares in the legislative process. But that's taking a look at using we're trying to synchronize those efforts. If we're looking at the internal capacity, it'd be wonderful to be also looking at the external. So this is looking at our day use areas, accessibility, and potentially campgrounds. So those are two different fronts that we want to make sure are kind of really clear. There's greenhouse gas emission reductions from the agency's perspective, and then there's how are we serving the visitors who are expecting these types of services from us. So those are the two main fronts. So that's kind of where the money's at, if you will, in terms of where we're getting funding. And this is all coming from the Climate Commitment Act in terms of the funding source for this activity. So hopefully now, I'm just kind of wrapping up here. You have a little better sense of sort of some of the activities that the staff and programs interdisciplinary wise are doing around fleet electrification. This is complicated, but yet this is just one element of our clean energy transition framework. And that just all that is just that mitigation side of what we're doing is yet just one element of our broader climate resiliency framework. So I just wanted to back out a little bit so you could kind of see how all this really detailed information relates to the bigger picture of our focus down the road. So with that, we will now open it up to questions and the time we have remaining.
Commissioner Latimer?
I'm just curious, for a park where you have campgrounds and you're providing electrical, service to the campgrounds like RVs and things like that. So when you go in to install chargers, are you on the existing transformer that supplies power to campgrounds, or do you have to install a new transformer, or do you have to step up the size of your transformer to increase voltage to be able to provide enough, I guess, amperage for EV chargers?
It depends on what the existing transformer provides. In the case of Schaefer, we had to install a new transformer. In the case of Lake Sam, we're upgrading the infrastructure as part of a larger project. So we've taken that into account as part of the infrastructure upgrade. But that is probably one of the real big needs for this infrastructure assessment, is to determine where exactly we have enough capacity and where we don't, considering not only the additional capacity needs for an EV charger, but any of the existing use that the park has and any maybe planned future use that the park is going to have around electrification or electrical needs as well. So,
so are you working with a utility company that comes in and actually does that?
Yeah. So with Schaefer, we worked with, I think it's Mason PUD, and they did we had to pay for it, but they did the actual installation of the new transformer.
So are there constraints as far as like electrical conduit and things like that with the utility? Or, I mean, is there a point where, we're limited by the utility in terms of what we can install in terms of number of charging stations?
We didn't run into that situation with just putting in one charger at a park, but yeah, I imagine if we wanted to put in a whole bank of chargers, that would become a limiting factor.
Yeah, and I just one more piece to add to that. So we have a fleet of over 700 vehicles, just like on the internal side. And so part of the assessment is also to understand what we need at that particular site logistically. Like Riverside State Park has 32 vehicles. So the power needs of that particular hub might be different than Schaefer. So part of the assessment is understanding, if you were to think of it as a level of service model of like where we have the capacity to provide higher levels of service and where we really have big gaps to get to that service. So I don't know if that helps round out that answer.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
You go first. Okay.
I'm gonna take my.
You guys are in trouble. So I'll start with the easy question first. The power charge, those, does the public, when they use those, are they paying by kilowatt hour or how's that working?
Currently, they're free. They're going to be free to
Oh.
use. We do have the ability. We're what we call smart chargers. So we do have the ability in the future to pay for a subscription and start charging.
Okay.
Charging for use, but it does require a ongoing subscription that we pay to the company that whose chargers they are to be able to access that functionality, and that's standard across the various charging manufacturers.
Right, okay, but for right now.
Right
they're
now.
Free, okay. Because my understanding with some grants, you actually can't give away public power, like you can't give away a public benefit. But I think you guys are aware of that.
Yeah, and that's currently in state law.
Right, so. What's that? Okay, I don't know. Okay, I'll take your word for it, Commissioner Bounds. I just want to make a plug. I think this is a topic that could be of great interest to our folks in the field, particularly on the maintenance side. So if it was up to me, I'd invite Ryan to do a session, but that's just my thought. Anyhow, so in slide 5, do we have enough money to meet the demands on that curve? Like, it doesn't look like it to me.
Oh, okay, let me make sure so you're talking about the greenhouse gas limits.
The
set by
reductions that we need
RCW
to make.
798.
Yeah, and especially since like 60% of it is buildings, we haven't even really talked about that.
So the short answer is no.
Okay, just there we go.
Now, I will say that the process for the reporting every 2 years, we do outline our next 2-year, basically 4-year needs. So there's an opportunity to identify the cost of your near-term planning for the next 4 years within that planning, but within that reporting. So the theory is we have a window to continually update what it's going to take to reach that goal. But part of the assessment process, we should at least be able to understand what perhaps that 1/3, the fleet component, what that might cost, right? We do not yet have a handle on what it might cost for the buildings to be to that point, but we are also working on energy audits to start to understand that landscape, especially where we have campuses like Fort Columbia, Fort Flagler.
Yeah, I see that in the assessment. That's really great. I just bring that up just because I think the expectations are quite large, and I know our state has money from the cap and trade, but as of yet, it doesn't feel like a lot of it's filtering downhill.
Yeah, and Owen and I have talked about this, and one of the problems is a lot of our structures, our facilities are historic, which it brings a whole other element to how we address this, and that maybe that we can work with the legislature, the governor's office, to look at maybe we can get some allowances in that time frame, just because of what we're going to have to do to historic structures. It's different than this building or, an office building that exists. So we're not just sort of saying, oh, we have to meet this. It's like there are nuances to this, and we need to start the discussion on how we're going to get there and why we might have some exceptional hurdles.
Thank you.
I have a question. Did we make an assessment for the building in terms of energy consumption and carbon footprint? And we classified, we have A and B and C. So did we have an overall assessment for the buildings at the state parks?
So I believe the question is, do we have an assessment of the building's energy use? No, we're currently working in that direction. You'll see the slide we have up here. We are requesting funding in the supplemental to look at what Diana was just referring to, the historic buildings component. But that's a major undertaking to sort of understand the breadth. What we do have is the actual energy use for most of our parks. And the real disconnect is we don't have that metered understanding at the building level. And so that takes an auditing investment. And so we are looking at a systematic approach to that. And we're starting with our historic structures.
So we are contracting to get an assessment, but we need assessment for assessment or what?
Well, it's actually through the DES Energy Program. It's a 3-step process. So they have what's called a preliminary audit, which is sort of the big picture universe of what's going on with this facility. That's typically where the metering and sort of that better understanding of how this building's performing versus perhaps the lodging down below. And then that goes into an investment grade step where they actually outline a concept design and cost estimate for what it will take to meet set established performance goals, like how much energy we want to reduce. And then there's the funding to actually make those improvements, which either the capital, preventive maintenance, or deferred maintenance.
Don't we have to do the energy audit by law for any building above 10,000 square feet?
There is the Clean Building Act. It was just amended in the last session, so it was at 50,000, and we have St. Edward is the only the seminary is the only structure that meets that standard. It was amended to 20,000 square feet, and so we're like on the line with some barrack construction, like at Fort Worden and at other parks. We are right at that level. So we don't have. Of the 580 historic structures that are eligible for the historic register, only a handful of them are subject to the Clean Building Act.
So what are the deliverables for the assessment? What are deliverable? What we're going to get out of that assessment when are contracting out? And I didn't see anything called solar in it.
Okay, so just make sure we're talking about the EV infrastructure assessment.
I'm talking, you said you guys reducing the gas emission as mandated by the legislators, and you are putting a contract out. I want to know what this contract gonna give us when we pay $500,000 for it.
Okay, so there are two components. So what we didn't get into in this conversation today was because, just for clarity, there is a renewable energy component to the work we're looking at, but the primary focus is EV infrastructure. So the deliverables, well, first of all, we have to set the number of parks and the actual locations that they're going to visit. So that's currently approximately 97 parks, but that is not completely dialed. So there will be, for each of those sites that are selected in the scope, there will be sort of a preliminary assessment, very much like an energy audit, but it'll be looking at the condition of the electrical system, as well as the relationship with the utility provider. And then that information will be used to develop alternatives for potentially different combinations of EV and solar. For example, if we wanted to put up a carport that had solar panels on it to house 4 fleet vehicles versus just having 4 fleet vehicles sit there next to a pedestal. So those types of options will be considered, and then we will have a report, as Azim would say, that outlines a roadmap, a biannual roadmap for investment that we'd be plugging into the capital investment plan, plugging into the Department of Commerce's grant programs, and any other utility provider batch programs, the landscape of funding that sits out there.
Okay, the last question. Anyone talking to the governor's office about, can you fill us what we talked about in terms of EV chargers and what you're proposing and what they are asking you to do?
I have not had personal correspondence with the governor's office. I don't know, Owen.
You did? Yeah.
Governor's office as well as the Department of Enterprise Services to discuss how we are challenges he was talking about. Those discussions are beginning as the state begins to get on EV charging. Early stages of it.
There was some, you're proposing something and the governor office had a different perspective to it.
I think what we're running into is just that we don't fit neatly into a box like a lot of other agencies do. And so
I understand.
in some ways we're special.
Yeah, yeah.
To help people understand how special we are.
Yeah, the last comment is for Kai. Usually the EV charger, the cost mainly is for the trenches. And I hope when you put bids out, let them add another 10, 15 feet for the trenches for possible expansion. It's just starting all over.
Mhm.
That's point of comment.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I did have a comment and then I actually have a question. One of the things we have to be careful about with these public facing chargers too is what does that actually mean to us as an agency? Are you talking about people who are recreating in the park, or are we being asked to provide public facing chargers in areas where we have a entrance fee or a use fee? We have gates that close, we have seasonality. And so the conversation, we really need to get involved in it a little more and see what the expectation is, because it's one thing to offer public facing chargers for people who are already using our parks and they're going to be there with their kids or they're stopping en route from A to B. But if we have an expectation that if you're driving through Issaquah at midnight and there's a bank of chargers at Lake Sam that you want to access, what does that mean?
Well, I'll tell you, DAS has not made up their mind about it. Because I have chargers and people pull out of the freeway, come to the building and charge. And they say it's public. There is no direction.
And that's one of the nuances when Owen says we don't fit neatly into this box. We truly don't, because our gate will potentially, be closed and locked potentially, and we don't want to set people up to fail, ourselves included. My question, I think Dylan, this is for you, and Ryan, you may have some input in this. Is we're looking at building a new park at Nisqually, and that's where I'm sure we're going to contract out a lot of the construction. Are there metrics for people that we're contracting out on who are doing work on state park lands? And is that part of the contracting elements as well, Dylan? When I know that there's a lot of DEI effort into contracts, which is fantastic. But what about our climate goals as well? Is that wrapped? Have there been any conversations about that?
There have not been any conversations specifically about that I've been involved in related to public works contracting. And so the DEI is also moving into public works a little bit slower than what it's moved into the procurements of goods and services. So public works is its own specialized segment. So I have not been in any involvement. And I'm taking the question to mean, is that in regards to what the contractor's footprint will be when they're doing the work?
Yeah.
I think that's an excellent question. But I am not aware of what efforts we're making. There are certain things in the procurements of goods and services where we're asking contractors or vendors to state, do they use PCBs? Do they use different types of chemicals in their products? And they can get points in their favor if they do not, right? If they can attest to that. But in terms of contracting with a large construction firm, I'm unaware of that at this
Okay,
time. Yeah.
thank you. And Ryan, that's not, if we use a contractor who has no practices for emissions, that's not factored into what we're producing ourselves. Is that
correct? So when we look at the RCW specifically for the state agencies, it's about the production of greenhouse gases by the agency.
okay? Thank you.
So that we generate.
Great. Thank you both.
Commissioner Bounds?
Yeah, a question about, go back to the vehicles for a minute. And I assume there's a percentage of our equipment and vehicles that if we wanted to electrify today, we couldn't because they're not available.
Yep.
The trucks are getting to be easier. The sedans are certainly there. There's sort of two pieces of this question. One is, do we know what percentage of that, of our, call it our fleet or heavy equipment, it would not be possible to be electrified today? You can't go out and buy it anywhere. And then the other question is, since we have, and Cindy's maybe a little bit of an example here, we do have people that travel quite a bit during the day because the parks are scattered within a region. And I don't know, I would make the assumption, but I assume that there may be some vehicles that could be BEVs, but we would choose not to because of the way in which they're used.
That's correct. Those are you're correct on both accounts, and those are both great questions. In terms of articulating what the percentage of our fleet is that we could not electrify, even if we wanted to and had capacity to, we can get you that number. I don't have it available in front of me right now, but it would be something that we could easily report on. And essentially what it is it's large vocational trucks. So if we're looking at 1-ton trucks and above, like what our C&Ms would use with a specialized bed, such as a service body or a dump body, there's no market for those right now. They're
Roughly, is that 10% of our fleet, or?
I would estimate that to be a little bit higher than that. I would actually estimate that to probably be about 15 to 20% of our fleet.
Okay. Interesting.
But those are not what they would consider a light duty fleet right now. So, yep. And then in regards to traveling between parks, yes, you're absolutely right. If somebody is going to be doing a round trip that say is 300 miles and they need to accomplish that in their workday, it would not be appropriate to get them a vehicle that only has 260 miles worth of range. They couldn't do it, unless we were able to in the future. If we have a rapid charger where they could stop for half an hour, they could do it. But right now with a level 2 where it could be 6 or 7 hours, that would not be feasible. Now, if they're under, say, 260 miles, or if they have a round trip of 150 miles, they could, in most scenarios, do that with a window of a safety net as well. So it does require a great deal of planning and forethought to try to make where are we going to use this asset to the best of our ability and make the capital acquisition of that make sense.
And I know that range varies by weather as well.
Yes, it does. Yes, temperature.
Yeah, speed. The faster, the longer, right?
More energy. We want to think in a state vehicle, everybody's doing the speed limit, but yeah, speed. That's right. Speed.
I'm sure you'd never. Okay, we were.
To reach your destination, you need to drive 55 miles an hour or less.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, are you looking at my safety?
No.
And as people start to use these and become comfortable with them and comfortable with the technology, you will kind of decide what can I do? What am I comfortable with doing? What is the vehicle actually capable of in those alternative situations?
And so I think we're way over time, but I know we've had a lot of discussion about this, so I kind of just wanted to let it go. I was kind of curious. I know that this wasn't maybe just because it wasn't the topic, but it kind of was, because the top line you were talking generally about greenhouse gas reduction, and I mentioned this very briefly, I think previously, maybe casually, but outside of New York Times level environmental assessments, if you start looking at life cycle assessments, you can look at Science Direct, some of the scientific literature. There's a lot of studies that are really showing that if you look at the ecotoxicity, the water, the marine environment impacts, the mining impacts, the human health impacts of battery production, that on a life cycle assessment basis, electric vehicles actually have a negative environmental impact overall. They're just kind of sexy. And then also that there isn't really enough, especially considering the rare minerals issue, that there really isn't enough, there aren't enough minerals really to meet most of the electric vehicle of the developed countries. So developing countries that have already sort of stated their goals, you wouldn't be able to do it. You could do triple the number of hybrid electric vehicles, and in fact have a very significant greenhouse gas reduction, and in fact have more greenhouse gas reduction by investing those minerals in using those minerals for hybrid rather than full electric vehicles. So from an environmental perspective, it's actually better to have a hybrid electric vehicle. Again, that's just not whatever newspaper level, we're a political organization. That's just the reality of it. But especially for us, given that we are sort of special, we have extreme, again, vehicles that are out in rural areas, rangers that might be sort of on their own, there might be dependent, they're going long distances. This question we've asked about if you've got to, travel between parks. Again, you could get a lot of benefit from having a hybrid electric vehicle that you could either, and there are, some designs where you could plug it in, or you could so you could use it as an electric vehicle. Again, not as environmentally friendly, but I sort of noticed this isn't at all part of the discussion. Is this something that's just not in this particular presentation, or is it part of the overall strategy?
So it's an excellent point to bring up, and it's one that we could probably discuss at length for a long time to get to the root of the the root of the reason why it's not part of this presentation is that it's not part of the governor's mandate. So we do not get credit, unfortunately, for purchasing hybrid or plug-in hybrid electric vehicles in terms of fleet electrification. You are absolutely correct. There's all sorts of very good reports. There was actually a report put together several years ago. I think it was the Coalition of Concerned Scientists or something in that realm that talks about when a fully electric vehicle actually becomes a positive to the environment, and it has a great deal to do with how long you keep the vehicle and how many miles you will put on the vehicle. So everything that you are speaking to is legitimate, is in our minds. The reason that it's not part of the presentation is because it's not part of the governor's mandate. Now, that does not mean that we would not purchase those types of vehicles. We absolutely would. We purchased 15 hybrid small pickup trucks in last biennium. We attempted to purchase far more of those actually, but they were not able to produce more than 15. And we've purchased another number of those small hybrid pickup trucks in this biennium as well. So happy to talk more about that with you, but hopefully that will answer some of the question. Yeah.
What mileage do they get, the hybrid pickups?
The hybrid pickups get, I'll just speak into the microphone. The hybrid pickups get around 25 miles per gallon, which for being a small front wheel drive pickup comparatively to say something from the 90s, and they have zero emissions, right? So they're clean fuel, even though they burn gasoline. So, yep. Correct.
To KW, because it's not going to be the same.
You are right. You're right. If you add in the hybrid component, but as far as the ICE, the internal combustion engine, I believe they're between 25 and 27 miles per gallon. And those are not plug-in hybrids. So they're always splitting the power band.
Okay, so I think if we don't have any more questions, we are a little bit over time, but like I said, I think that hike start mark isn't going to happen. Thank you so much. And I think for the next item on our agenda, we have a youth engagement update. And I think Owen is introducing himself. Which ones, is it the Twix? I feel like we're doing like some test of like some like voting of what everybody's favorites are. I feel like the Twix are winning out. Am I wrong?
I use chocolate for ranked choice buildings.
Oh, yeah. Really? I feel like I do. I see ranked choice. I wonder if Twix would I feel like Twix might win out, but I feel like with ranked choice, the Snickers might, have a run for the money.
Thanks, Ryan. That's good.
Okay. And we're pulling up Owen's presentation.
Testing.
I think that we were offline, and so she was getting us back on the WebEx. All right. So our next item, as I said, is a youth engagement update. And I think Owen is not you're not introducing. You're actually presenting. Okay. So with our Policy and Government Affairs Director, Owen Rowe.
Thank you, Commissioner Dannenberg. Here to present on one of my favorite topics, youth engagement update. I actually began my professional career almost 30 years ago, running after school programs for the state of California. So I'm here today to provide an update on some of the work we did in July. The governor had a public performance review, which we were invited to participate in with the University of Washington and the Office of the Superintendent of Public Instruction. So some of the information in this presentation is copied from there. And then I've also done some significant interviews with our staff to try to get to the depth and breadth of what we're doing in regards of youth engagement. And it's pretty impressive. I'd be willing to bet that we are all here in this room because of formative experiences in the outdoors from our parents, caregivers, teachers, mentors, and that introduced us to the wonders of our planet and taught us to recreate in the outdoors. And one of your priorities, Commission, is youth engagement. This has been a perennial priority over the years. You develop your priorities every December for the following year. And our youth engagement goal this year is to expand opportunities for everyone to experience the outdoors with intentional focus on youth from underserved, low income, and diverse communities. This is one of the slides from the doctor who presented from University of Washington. I think none of this will come as a surprise to anyone. There's some significant benefits for connection to the outdoors. Science is increasingly bearing this out. There are wide-ranging benefits for kids, adults, you name it, but especially for kids, the benefits are reduced stress, reduced anxiety and depression, reduced ADHD symptoms, pro-social behavior, benefits in school, and pro-environmental attitudes, basically grooming the stewards of the next generation of our planet. I talked with Emily Jacobs, our interpretive program manager. She helped put together this slide to give us an idea of what we're kind of doing in regards of direct programming through state parks. Most of the work we're doing is through our junior ranger program and youth-focused programming at the parks. We heard a little bit about that yesterday, about the revamped curriculum that's just been put out there, as well as conversations with Zach and Paul yesterday, doing some of that incredible astronomy work with classrooms in the dark sky of the beautiful Okanagan. So there's a lot going on. I think through May of this year, we connected with at least 8,500 kids. Over almost 3,000 in curriculum-based programs. We've got a variety of curriculum that varies from in park, in the classroom, virtual programming. We've got school field trips that are Lewis and Clark Explorer School, our Living History Academy, our River Rangers Watershed Program, Rafts and Raptors, you name it, just to name a few. Winter walks, snowshoe walks, guided snowshoe hikes with our rangers. Really, the diversity of what we provide is kind of related to the expertise of each and the uniqueness of each one of our staff. And so we don't just have set curriculum, but we rely on the expertise of our rangers and interpretive staff out at the parks to engage with the public. Our junior ranger programs and school groups, teachers really want to get into the parks. They're often asking our rangers, our park staff, if they can provide some programming for students. On the left here, we have a picture of one of our interpretive specialists providing a lesson on mammals to some young students here. A group at our ELC, one of our ELCs on the right, getting prepared for a day in the park. We use the play, learn, protect, and serve model, kind of based on a service learning model, to kind of get kids educated about outdoor education and also engaged in service learning. A big part of what we do when we want to engage youth, obviously, is welcoming communities and their parents to the parks, because often kids are not traveling to state parks on their own. We did some really interesting work with the State Parks Foundation a couple of years ago. That report, Parks Designed for Diverse and Resilient Communities, worked with a number of people, underrepresented underrepresented park users, folks with differing abilities, to kind of run through the parks and to give us an idea of what their experiences were. We learned a lot from that process. Everything from the need for improved signage to let people know what's available to them at the parks. We always hear people want more contact with our park staff, and interpretive programming, and then organized community events are also super popular and are a good way to get people into the parks and to kind of get families and engaged and welcome there. Folk and Traditional Arts program is a great example of that. Puts on a variety of cultural festivals, concert series, youth programs, and workshops. I encourage you to take a look at the 2022 annual report that Michaela and Quinn put together. It's quite satisfying. And then, as Commissioner Dannenberg mentioned earlier today, a couple of years ago, we worked with Rico Bembry, and we had Trina Baker and Siobhan Powell come in and talk to us about the Black Washingtonians work group on outdoor recreation and how we can better engage with diverse communities. What we learned there is we really need to kind of be intentional and focus on events and working with the communities to organize the events, get gear out at the sites, and to do some upfront work and kind of training on outdoor recreation. Quite a bit going on with partnerships. We just had our first cohort of the Emerging Leaders Program. This is a picture of them. Great program. This is a program of LGBTQ plus and BIPOC individuals learning trail work at the parks. They're also doing some integration with our park staff, learning about the different jobs at the parks, doing some job shadowing. We worked with the State Parks Foundation on the Library Discover Pass program. And we're also working on developing a donation program where people can donate to the foundation or parks, and we can purchase passes for them. I think a little bit later during staff reports, Jeanette, our DEI director, will talk about pair team compensation. We've made some great inroads there in regards to being able to compensate our pro-equity and anti-racism teams that are not state employees to support our work. And then our Parks Development Division has been working with the UW on their College of Built Environment on a report on strategic approaches for capital investment planning. And so a really interesting report. I got to take a look at that. That kind of did a literature review, what's going on in other state park systems, as well as developing kind of a metric to be able to determine where best to locate equity investments in the parks. Excuse me. John Keats in the Northwest region is doing some great work with high school students. He's developed a youth leadership council, and they have been very engaged in providing some feedback on what they want to see in the parks. Things like interpretive programs geared toward teens that have GPS or QR code triggers on their cell phones, a teen and family camping pilot program at Larrabee or Birch Bay, wilderness survival programs, and other educational programs. We actually got quite a bit more involvement by the youth when we renamed the program the Youth Leadership Program. In July, we made some significant changes to our foster family pass program. So you approved a WAC change that allowed families going through the formal process with or increased basically the ability of almost 47% more of the foster families that are going through other agencies other than DCYF to take advantage of the PASS program. And it streamlined the program for both families and staff. Of course, No Child Left Inside program's got a whole lot of attention lately. This program has increased in funding to fivefold this biennium to $7.5 million. This is a program that's geared towards underserved youth, those that are getting free and reduced price lunches, those that are in danger of being retained. Thank you. It's a little dry here. I guess I've got a little frog in my throat. And this program has been making great inroads and is certainly probably one of the greatest ways that we have connection to youth. These are grants that go out to nonprofits, tribes, and so forth to provide kids experiences outdoors. Since 0709, we've reached nearly 200,000 kids. And in the next 2-year budget cycle, we anticipate reaching over 47,000 kids through our partners. Our boating safety program actually applied for a NCLI grant and received one. We purchased some kayaks, and we've been doing some water competency courses all over the state. We've also partnered with the Drowning Prevention Network. On April Fool's Day, we had the Mariners Partnership this year with lots of information about life jacket wear, water safety days, and lots more events across the state. We've also been distributing life jackets, over 10,000 life jackets this year alone. And we're working with partners like Seattle Children's, Mother Africa in Seattle, South County Fire, and the Everett School District, and the Olympia Family Day. Those are just a few of the programs that we partnered with to distribute life jackets to kids. So part of the evaluation criteria for No Child Left Inside is that the programs use state parks, and it's working. 84% of all NCLI projects include the use of state parks. And our retreat centers are also in high demand. 22 of the No Child Left Inside projects will use a retreat center in the next couple of years. Many of these are becoming a little bit rustic, but they're still in use, but we could probably use some upgrades there. I've been having some initial conversations with OFM, with John Snyder, the governor's outdoor policy advisor. There's been some real interest in having a consultant or some other funding mechanism to take a look at our retreat centers, the condition, how we might better interact with outdoor school that's recently been funded. And so there's some significant interest there. That may be something we might tackle next biennium. So in 2022, Substitute House Bill 2078 created the Outdoor Learning Grant Program. And so that was initially funded with $10 million for the second fiscal year in the last biennium. And that was actually split between 3 programs created by that bill. Outdoor education grants, which are going to be run by the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction. Outdoor learning grants that will be run by the Recreation and Conservation Office, just like our No Child Left Inside program. And then the balance, or the largest portion of the funding, goes to Outdoor Schools Washington, which is a nonprofit to provide capacity for school districts to provide outdoor school for 5th and 6th graders, similar to what Oregon's been doing since 2016. That program was funded with $20 million each fiscal year in the current biennium. So I would imagine those numbers will come up, but will basically be doubled. Outdoor learning grants are very similar in structure to the No Child Left Inside program, but there are some differences. The No Child Left Inside program is a little bit more broad-based, and the funds can be used for all experiences that get youth outdoors, involved in outdoor recreation. In certain cases, if they are going to be aligned with the school district, they do need to align with the learning standards. Outdoor learning grants are similar, but they must have partner with a school district or a tribal school. So not a whole lot of difference there, but both programs were oversubscribed in the last grant cycle, not surprisingly. And the governor was very interested in hearing about the No Child Left Inside program. We actually had one of our partners there at the governor's public performance review. That went very well. It was a great program out of Seattle called Unleash the Brilliance. Here's a slide that I shared during the public performance review with the governor. Really, they wanted to kind of get at where we might continue to make progress in youth engagement. And obviously, continued support of NCLI, or No Child Left Inside program, is a big part of that. Investing in interpretive specialists and cultural programming is something that we just do not have the staff to meet the demand there, right? And so, I think we've got 25 interpretive specialists across the state park system. That's actually equates to about 16 FTEs because we've got a number of seasonal folks there as well. And we're just continually turning down requests from schools and other groups for ranger-led activities. One of the things that our interpretive program is also working on is to continue to expand our junior ranger program to include ecosystem-specific programming around the ocean, Puget Sound, desert, maybe climate change. So those are in the works, and that's probably something. Obviously, we get a lot of great feedback about the Junior Ranger program. That's been a really popular program for kids and families to engage in. Hearing more and more about increasing digital applications in virtual education. So oftentimes we can provide kind of a formative. Kids get to a park to kind of prepare them for their park visit, or at least get them excited about a future park visit. That's something that we kind of stood up during the pandemic and has continued in some level. We just haven't had as many staff to be able to kind of keep that going as well. But certainly, and as we heard from the youth, from the high school students that we're engaging with in the Northwest region, that digital application interaction while they're in a park is something that a lot of kids are looking for. And then, as I mentioned, this review of our public facilities, retreat centers, environmental learning centers, as well as probably other facilities in the state, where can we integrate with outdoor school? How can we best support the needs of the growing population and also continue to support youth education? Obviously, there's been a tremendous investment in that recently. I think there'll be continued investments there, and I think we'll be a big part of it, not surprisingly, as we're spread across the state. We've got some of the greatest outdoor classrooms here in Washington State to teach kids about not only the natural environment, but also the history of Washington. So that concludes my presentation on youth engagement. Lots accomplished this year, but certainly there's plenty more to be done, and we will see what comes of the next legislative session.
Commissioner Latimer?
Not really a question, but more just, I think, a comment. I think when I first came on board the commission, like almost 6 years ago, the No Child Left Inside program was just, the budget was just a fraction of what it's projected to be now. So I'm really happy to see that program has really gained a lot of traction and a lot of support through the legislature.
Yeah. I think we are as well. Yeah, the initial appropriation from the legislature in 07-09 was 1.5 million, and that was kind of our base. And then last biennium, the funding tripled to 4.5 billion, and now we're quintupled to 7.5. This is a program that a lot of our partners are very engaged in and also lobby on our behalf. So Washington Trails Association, the Wilderness Society, WWRC, you name it. There's a lot of folks out there that really see the value in this program and want to see additional funding there. And again, all of these programs are oversubscribed. We had 12.3 million, I think, in applications. So we're actually able to fund, I think, just over 50% of the grantees, which is a record for us. So making great progress there. Really pleased with that as well.
Commissioner Bounds?
Yeah, and I would just add that I think there's a number of organizations, nonprofits, and affinity groups that use the state parks, and they're focused around kids, taking kids out, that we don't register because that's just they do it. And at this Trails conference, I'll mention this tomorrow in my presentation, in my commission report. There were three groups there that talked about using state park, taking kids out to state parks, the South King County area that they had talked to the ranger when they went out there, and they had their own curriculum, their own program. They weren't part of No Child Left Inside. They weren't part of the Junior Ranger program, but they were
accessing our assets, the wonderful parks we have, to take kids that don't normally go out and have those experiences. So I don't think we have maybe, John, we have a good way of capturing that. But my guess is we don't. And I'm not sure it's important to, but I think it's just important to acknowledge that there's a lot of activity that goes on from other organizations using state parks for this very purpose that we may not touch directly in a way of organizing or providing any service other than the asset, having the rangers there. And they all talked very glowingly of the staff. You know, they had interactions with the rangers for sure. They were very supportive, very helpful when they needed help. But I bet they didn't show up on any of these charts.
Right.
I think,
There you go.
thank you, Commissioner Bounds. When we talk about outdoor school for all and the potential for using some of our environmental learning centers or retreat centers to sort of meet that need, it's a really good nexus, and then that's an easy story for us to share. But I think we also need to look at, when we look at these NCLI grants, and 84% of them are taking place in state parks, that's a true use of our facilities as well, our trails, our docks, our restrooms. And so how are we, we need to, when we're asking for money from the legislature, I think they also need to understand that it's not just the visitors that are coming camping on the weekends. It's these school programs, and you're funding more money, which is inviting more in, and we need to have safe facilities for these children to learn. And some of that is staff and just in the cleaning of facilities. Some of it is maintenance money to just make sure that we're keeping up with our preventative maintenance costs. And so I think that we're just really starting to sort of weave this together into where it fits into our budget story, and the money that we're asking for, not too far away from now in the 25-27 budget.
Any other questions? I might just have one. I mean, it was interesting when you had mentioned the ecosystem specific junior ranger programs in terms of environmental education. I think that's a really interesting, an interesting sort of issue to start pursuing. I mentioned, before that I'm on the board of a nonprofit that does environmental science education in state parks. And one of the things is that the programs are very sort of place specific. So the one at Olympic is about the Elwha, about salmon, about, the restoration of the river. The one that's in Yosemite is almost all fire science for obvious reasons. And so I do think it really is an interesting way to sort of tie the children to the place. I'm wondering, just considering, also the kind of historic and cultural assets that we have, if there's also a consideration of doing anything that's place specific from that sort of non-ecosystem perspective.
Oh, I mean, there's really, I was impressed. I had no idea of the different variety of programming that's going on, and there's park specific programming to, again, to just, our maybe our Ranger 1 or 2s that have a certain educational background that use that to kind of tailor some of the some curriculum to the age group and also to the park. Yes, I guess the short answer is there is definitely some historical, cultural programming going on. Again, the Folk and Traditional Arts program is a great example of that. They're doing some really interesting workshops. They had a Skokomish youth program. They had, I think, a basket weaving workshop as well. So there's just really a lot. There's a lot going on, and a wide variety, as you can imagine, around the management of 124 parks, the numerous cultural and historic, stories that we have there, let alone the unique ecosystems that we manage in different areas of the state.
If there's no more questions, I think we are over a little bit for our break. We should be ending our break in about 5 minutes, but do we want to just go ahead and I think we can use the 15-minute break. So to come back at about 3:40. 40 in about 15 minutes. Okay, I think we've almost got everybody. You have whoever's going to be doing the first staff report in the room.
They're on.
Oh, they're on.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I think we're ready to get started. The next item on the agenda are staff reports, and so I will hand it over to Director Dupuy to introduce who will be getting our reports today.
Thank you, Commissioner Dannenberg. Today, we're going to start online with our virtual Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Director, Jeanette Chien. Jeanette?
Thank you, Director Dupuy.
Oh,
Good
hold on.
afternoon, everybody.
And Jeanette, we can't quite hear you, and I'm
Hello?
not sure why.
Oh, hello.
There you are. Thank
Oh,
you.
great. Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Sorry I can't be there in person, but I am there in spirit, and it looks very beautiful there and sunny. But you'll be happy to know that the sun has come out in Olympia, so in a way, I'm there experiencing the same sunshine. So I'm going to share my screen for my DEI director update. So let me. Okay, can you all see that?
Yes.
Thank you. So good afternoon, commissioners, park staff, members of the community. My name is Jeanette Chien, she, her pronouns. I am the DEI director for state parks. And today I'm going to be sharing some updates about our DEI program. So we are in the midst of an Unpacking DEI Roadshow in which we are facilitating a 1.5-hour workshop with all the teams across the agency. So on the left here, we have a list of where we've gone to this fall. It does not include some of the sessions that we led over the summer. And the list on the right is where we're going to next. And the goal is to lead this training with all of the agency teams by March 2024. And I wanted to share some feedback that we've gotten so far from our feedback surveys. So one of the things that we asked our participants were, what did you enjoy or find meaningful about this training? So we got feedback like, I enjoyed how to be more aware of my identity and how our identities impact each other, practical application, how interactive it was, how it was designed for critical thought and reflection. And I'm just going to read this last quote because I really loved it. The training was packed with learning opportunities, large and small, and I love examining myself and bonding with coworkers outside of role-specific tasks. I think for many, this was a game changer at a time when it is very much needed as we transition into new leadership. There's much uncertainty, and for people who are affected by change, the uncertainty has been stressful. This training, I think, created a safe space for people to realize that we are still a team that very much cares for and about each other. We also asked our participants what could be improved. I think across the board, the biggest feedback we got was more time. We always run out of time. We also heard other feedback like, we'd like for there to be a roundtable where everyone could go around sharing experiences. We got some feedback about the depth and that topics could be pushed further, and that a large amount of content was squeezed into a very short amount of time. And another feedback that came up was perhaps hold this training without management. So that's something that we're thinking about as we form groups for future trainings. So to measure the impact of our training, we're also looking at learning outcomes. And so the first learning outcome is participants' ability to define the difference between equality and equity and identify examples. So the percentage-wise, for the first one, 92.2% indicated that they strongly agree or agree that they could define the difference between equality and equity. For the second one, 91.9% indicated that they could recognize how their identities connected to larger systems and structures. And this third point is more of an attitudes assessment. And so 87.75% indicated that the training was important to them and their role at parks. So this is just a snapshot of our roadshow so far. It's been a really wonderful experience getting to know all the teams across the state. We get to learn more about the distinct culture at each park, what's going on in their day-to-day, and what kind of support they need from the DEI team. For instance, last week we were in Battleground State Park. Commissioner Holly Williams did a wonderful welcome, and we talked about what it was like to work in that specific area. Battleground State Park is more of a suburban and community-based park rather than a destination park. And so we also talked about what is it like to work with visitors whose families have been there for generations and have some apprehension about new visitors coming in that don't look like them or that are different races, and how the staff are navigating some of those cultural challenges. That's our training. And now a brief update on our pro-equity anti-racist team. So we've had 5 pair team meetings so far. In our recent meeting, we introduced the pair team to roles in a social change ecosystem. This is a graphic by Deepa Iyer. And we talked about what role does pair team play in all of our DEI agency priorities. And so across the board, pair team said that they take all of those roles. So they are storytellers, they are connectors, they are bridge builders, they are caregivers. And so clearly it's a really passionate group that care about supporting parks. We are currently in progress with our equity impact review, which, as a reminder, is a review of all of our agency business lines, services, and products, and a review of how we're doing with regards to equity and the greatest opportunities for impact. Our focus for the last meeting was community outreach and engagement at state parks. We talked about what divisions do community outreach and how we do it, and also what are some new strategies that we can use for community outreach to reach underrepresented and underserved groups and bring them to our parks. And to come back to a comment from Commissioner Dannenberg earlier in the day, we provide community compensation for our pair team members, specifically those who are not employees and who are not otherwise compensated for their participation. Just for some context, community compensation provides compensation to community members who provide direct lived experience related to the subject matter. We produced these guidelines in in March 2023, and our guidelines are guided by the Office of Equity. It includes reimbursement for childcare and adult care. And so far, we have used it with 8 members on our team, on our pair team, and it's also used by the Scenic Bikeways Task Force to compensate their members. And huge shout out to financial services, especially Dylan, Mark, and Laura, for supporting the development of these community compensation guidelines. Other updates to share with you all. We had a BIPOC employee potluck. As you can see, we had so much fun that we were almost bursting out of the photo. And it was just a really wonderful way of bonding and talking about how we came to work at parks, how we can bring more diverse staff to the parks. Diana did a little guest intro. Sadly, she couldn't eat the food, but next time, not because the food wasn't edible, but because she was virtual, just to clarify. Additionally, we are one of 3 agencies who won an Outstanding Agency Award from RAIN, the Rainbow Alliance Inclusion Network. And so one of the reasons I can't be there in Winthrop is I'm going to the award ceremony tomorrow to accept this award on Parks' behalf. So I'll be there with 2 other Parks employees to receive the award from another Parks employee who is on the RAIN committee. We are also developing more of a structure and process for how we support employee resource groups, because we've had some employees come to the DEI team and say, I want to start a group to support employees who are neurodiverse, or I want to start a group to support employees who are new parents, something like that. So we're trying to think through a process to support employees through that. And then lastly, we've been working with the Central Washington Area Manager, John Ernster. Sorry, that's not his title, but he's in the Central Washington area. And we are working with him through a partnership to provide free snowshoe experiences where we provide gear and transportation and a guided hike to groups. And so we're specifically trying to target groups who face barriers to access to the outdoors, and particularly with winter sports where the snow park permit is very expensive, and They may not necessarily have snowshoes or gear, other things like that. So that is the update I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. Next, I'd like to call on our Human Resources Director, Amber.
Good morning, or no, it's afternoon. Good afternoon. Let's try this again. Can you hear me okay? Wasn't even trying to be funny there. Okay, so the staff report for human resources. We've got multiple human resources staff that are involved in developing a new employee orientation. This new employee orientation will be held for our new employees who join Washington State Parks and Recreation. New employees will get an overview of the state parks' mission, vision, values, culture. They will receive an introduction to the different divisions within our agency. New employees will also learn about payroll, travel, contracts, state ethics laws, public disclosure and record retention laws, and all the really great and critical information that they need that's foundational for them to be successful. New employees represented by the Washington Federation of State Employees Collective Bargaining Union, which is a lot of our employees, will also get an overview of union information and meet their union representative. Our NEO, our first NEO, will launch November 2nd, so we are very excited. Another update that I have, unfortunately, at the end of July, we lost Steve Ladua. He was our talent acquisition and training manager. He went to a different agency. He was recruited to that agency quite heavily. Steve was really highly respected and did a really good job for state parks. He's been here for a really long time, so he has some really big shoes to fill. We went through a competitive recruitment process to refill the position. We have selected a candidate. His name is Jarrell Borman, and he will start November 1st. We are very excited to have him join us. He comes to us from the Washington State Healthcare Authority, where he served as their recruitment manager for the last 18 months. Prior to that, he was a recruiter and a recruitment manager for the military. He's got extensive training and recruitment experience for hard to fill positions. He does statewide lunch and learns about different recruitment topics. So OFM actually taps into him to provide these statewide lunch and learns. He talks about recruiting for diverse candidates, implicit bias in the hiring process, interviewing, writing effective job announcements, and a lot more. So we're very excited about the strategies that he can bring here to Washington State Parks and Recreation to be able to help fill our need to recruit for park rangers, engineers, construction, and a lot of our different trades, as well as our IT and other administrative like positions. And my last update, I'm just providing a few today. We've got a lot going on, that's for sure, but these are kind of our biggest three right now. The last update is currently the Washington State Employee Engagement Survey is underway. It launched October 1st. It goes through 11:59 p.m. October 31st. Let's see. So this is a survey that is administered by the Office of Financial Management State Human Resources Division. It is sent to all state employees to measure the employees' perceptions of the workplace. There are 37 questions on this year's survey. These questions relate to recognition, involvement and belonging, growth and development, tools and resource effectiveness, manager effectiveness, diversity, change management, agency vision, pro-equity and anti-racism initiatives, and demographic questions. The survey, as of this morning, our response rate was 45% of our staff. We have launched, when it launched on October 1st, we did a kickoff email, and every week a different ELT member has been taking, sort of stepping up to do a weekly reminder. So thank you, Laura, for sending out the reminder today. And so we've improved from this morning at 45%. This afternoon, we are at 47% participation rate. So last year, our participation rate overall was 46%. So we have surpassed last year, but I don't want to stop at 47%. So with that being said, if anyone is listening, that is an employee of Washington State Parks and Recreation, we encourage all of you to take the time to complete the employee engagement survey. This is an opportunity to gain insights from all of you to improve the present and the future of our workplace. Any questions? Thank you. And I will remind myself it is the afternoon. I was drinking tea, so it felt like morning.
Thank you, Amber.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up to the podium Owen Rowe, our Legislative Director. Owen, hopefully you had enough time between youth engagement and now.
I think we all prepare quite a bit for these commission meetings, so I'm somewhat prepared. Good evening or afternoon, whatever it is. Owen Rowe, your Policy and Governmental Affairs Director, Legislative Director, whatever you want to call me. Here with an update on some of the highlights of the last few weeks. I attended my first Scenic Bikeways Task Force meeting, so that's a program that's near and dear to my heart because this was legislation that was brought to us by Representative Rommel. So I was able to sit in, meet some of the task force. I was really impressed with kind of the diversity of the folks that are involved, their perspectives. And I provided kind of an update on my experience working that legislation through the legislature, and it seemed to be of interest to the group. So they're working right now on developing kind of a framework for how communities can bring forward these scenic bikeways for your commission approval. And so I'm hoping that begins to happen next year. I think it will. It looks like we're on track for that. So that was great. Bree Osmondson, who's our coordinator there, is doing a great job. A lot of travel this month. Earlier, got back from the Friends Group conference at Cama Beach. First in-person Friends Group meeting since the pandemic started. So that was really great to see a lot of our Friends Group people reconnected with a lot of interesting characters. So that was really fun. Provided a legislative update there. And it was just, we had some nice weather, and it was just a really good opportunity to kind of discuss our legislative priorities as well as some of the issues that the Friends groups are encountering. I passed out a lot of cards, so I probably provided a lot of work for myself in the future, but it was well worth the time and great to be back in person. I'm continuing to participate in the Malden Pine City recovery calls. We just almost completed the trailhead project there and resurfacing all the way from Malden to Rosalia. The mayor and several community members were thrilled with the surfacing. And they were already out there, even though the trail was supposed to be closed, riding bikes and everything else. And so they're also very excited about the next phase. Malden to Canova, we're going to be resurfacing that as well. I really think this is going to kind of be a destination to experience the Police to Cascade Trail. I'm looking forward to getting out there myself. So they're just really happy about the attention to the Police to Cascades Trail in their community, and they're also really buoyed by the idea that this can be an economic driver for their community. So that's really heartening to see. Last week, I attended the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Coalition Fall Celebration in Seattle at Capitol Hill. Very well attended. There were probably 300-400 people there. It was quite the event. It was maybe 2 hours of mingling, and then we had an hour of programming. Sally Jewell, the former Interior Secretary under the Obama administration, was there. She provided kind of a keynote speech and introduced Bill Chapman, one of the founding members of the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program, former chair of the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board. He's still involved in the WWRC, obviously, and he got a Lifetime Achievement Award, and that was great. I had a bit of a chance to kind of congratulate him on his work and thank him for all of the great work we've been able to do at parks as a result of that program that was developed in the 90s. And then I'll just cap off on my way here. I stopped over at Ellensburg. We had a meeting with the Kittitas County Public Lands Advisory Council, and Lauren Bromley, one of our planners, did a phenomenal job providing an update to the Lands Advisory Council on our restarting the camp process for ginkgo, as well as indicated that we were going to be hiring a consultant to do an EIS on the Recreation Drive Trail. That's been kind of an area where there's been a little controversy. So we promised that we would continue to kind of keep them up to date on things that are moving forward on both the SEPA process and the camp, and they indicated that they would be a good group to be continually engaging in because they're pretty representative of a lot of the interests in the area. So that's the highlights of the last few weeks.
On what was the last? What trail is that?
The it's that trail that basically runs south to north or north to south through the center of Ginkgo State Park. We have some controlled motorized access there because we've got some homeowners and so forth, but we've also had some concerns about some theft of petrified wood as well as damage to cultural resources. So we got to kind of balance all those things as we move forward, collect public comment on the camp, and develop the environmental impact statement to determine, to provide some alternatives to the commission for you all to make the decision on how that park operates.
Yeah.
Thank you, Owen. Next, I'd like to call up our Tribal Relations Director, Jenna Bowman.
Attaratu. Good afternoon. Good day is actually what it means. So you could be right or wrong, morning or afternoon. Just saying. Ed Zalas, Jenna Bowman, Tribal Relations Director. I don't have a ton, but I just wanted to share with you. This is month 10 for me. I can honestly say that I don't think any of us had a clue how much work this would be in building a foundation for tribal relations. I joked when I first started that I'm an octopus wrangler with hands going everywhere, but as we're building this foundation, I see myself as a masonry artist and laying these foundations that are going to be essential and permanent and keep us in good relations with the tribe. So one question that's really resonated throughout this entire process, and since day one really, is how will we work to develop a consultation framework in coordination with tribal governments that includes best practices, protocols for communication, and meaningful engagement? So as I've been working with staff and tribes and all of the above, that's been the resonating question of this work. And I kind of started with an answer, but as you can see, again, this is a work in progress. So in order to guide our agency in building a strong foundation for relations with sovereign tribal nations, I initiated the process of an overall entire agency audit. It was the creation of a pause. It was the ability to really look deep at what we've done, what we haven't done, where we need to readjust, where we need to be like the river and be fluid and move when things are causing us to back up. One of the things that really also came to light was our history within parks from a tribal perspective. And I'm quoting some of the language that has been given to me from some of our tribes: inconsistent, erratic, we're an afterthought, no opportunity to provide input, very demanding. So how do we take that to our teams? Well, we start with helping grasp an understanding of consultation. Consultation should be an enhanced form of communication that emphasizes trust, respect, and shared responsibility. So that kind of drove us to create basically the first 3 initiatives of the work that we really want to press forward with our teams. And I'm grateful for Director Dupuy and actually all of our staff for allowing me to borrow some staff. Kara Swanson, I give big props to. Tana, who I don't know how she keeps up with me, but I'm absolutely thankful for that. So the first thing we did was we started talking about tracking and what consultation means. So how are we going to really help our staff understand that every form of communication, little c, forms the complete circle of big C consultation. So everything they do, everything they don't do, everything they say, everything they don't say is guiding this process and this relationship with our tribal partners. And we need that. So every staff member at Parks is an essential bricklayer in this foundation, and we need them all on board. But we found with the erraticness, everybody had their own interpretation of what consultation means, and maybe just a casual conversation didn't seem relevant. But the lens I'm trying to provide for our teams is you're not the tribe. You don't get to define what's relevant and what's not. So as we're building these relationships, that's really where we're finding out what's relevant. And again, it's making that meaningful two-way conversation. So that's the first initiative. The second initiative was the need for consistency. Like I said, we really wanted to hone in on the fact that inconsistent, erratic things coming, sometimes multiple things coming to really overburden tribes who don't have the capacity to look through 22 different letters addressing things in their area. So we're really working on overarching, and I say that I'm treading very lightly with this word because I have learned from a lot of other state agencies that we aren't here to develop a process, protocol, or procedure without the tribe's input. So when I say overarching guidelines, what I'm saying is what we're sending out should be consistent, whether it comes from development, operations, stewardship, archaeology. Are we communicating in the same way? And is that communication being heard and understood by the tribes in a way that's going to open a two-way conversation? So that's the second initiative. The third one that's really resonated, and we've heard this resoundingly from tribes, is improving services for tribal members. What does that mean? It's access. As we build a foundation for tribal relations, it's essential. And some of these, I'm going to share some things too, but it's important that we recognize our role as the present day stewards of the lands and that we work with tribal nations to ensure that we're not a barrier and are honoring requests in accessing inherent treaty reserved rights. So we're really developing, again, we're really capitalizing on other sister agencies and what they've done, but the ability to make it quick, easy, and accessible for tribal members to come to us and say, I would like to gather on Parks lands, and without us being intimidating, overbearing, or even questioning who they are. There are other agencies that have a really wonderful process to it. So we're looking at that and we're probably going to capitalize on the approach. I think one thing that I would really like to share with everybody is, for me as an Indigenous person, I never get to stop being Indigenous. So this is exhausting emotional labor, doing it day in and day out. But throughout all this work, we at Parks must hold space for what has historically taken place to tribal nations and Indigenous people. Part of this process means the recognition that state agencies, i.e. governments, have historically shown up as paternalistic and an authoritative and dominant presence. So we need to change that. And I'm hoping that as communication and conversations are happening, which they are, tribes are responding, albeit on their timeline. And that was the other thing that I just wanted to highlight is timeline in dominant society is very linear, very structured, very clearly defined. As an Indigenous person, my timeline is relational. It's relational to the air, to the water, to the land, to the relationship I have with you. And it's going to be very fluid. So it's not going to be the same time every day or even the same place every day. And that's the approach that we need to take with our tribal partners. So that's my update. Tigusid, which means thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. Next up, we have Lisa Lance, Stewardship Director.
Good afternoon. I would like to focus on what has really been our biggest activity, I would say, in stewardship over the last couple of months, and that has been recruitment and hiring. Because of the funding of some decision packages and some other decisions the agency has made, we've been filling in, hiring 11 new positions in stewardship, and that might not be a big deal in some divisions because of the number of staff, but that's an increase of our staff and stewardship by approximately a third. So that's been pretty exciting for us. So the first thing I wanted to let you know is we have just in the last couple of weeks brought on 4 new archaeologists for the agency. 3 of those archaeologists will be spread between our 3 regions, and they will be focused on regulatory compliance for our projects. So as we move them forward, as we move projects forward, they will be helping to get the projects on the ground more rapidly. The 4th position that we hired is a very unique position that was funded through a decision package that we received this year, and this is what we are calling our stewardship archaeologist. This position is focused specifically on managing our cultural resources on the ground, not regulatory compliance. So this is going out to see what sort of recreational impacts that a trail might be having on a known shell midden, for example. This position is the only one of its kind in the state of Washington. It may be the only one of its kind in the country. So it's very unique, and we were able to get a really outstanding candidate to fill this position. His name is Maurice Major, and he's already already out on sites in his first couple of weeks. So we're very excited to have him. We've been very fortunate in the caliber of archaeologists we've been able to bring on board. And I understand from Jennifer Wilson, our archaeology program manager, that the cultural resources world is very small. So I think it says a lot that we were able to get such high caliber employees who are interested in coming and working for Jen specifically. So we're very excited about that. We were able to hire 2 archaeologists from Fish and Wildlife and 1 from DNR. I think there's some karma here for me because while I was gloating over that, Jessica Logan went to work for operations. So now we are working on recruiting and filling her position as our environmental program manager. We also made a job offer to a new who will be helping out with parks, and so we're going to be getting him some cultural resource data that we have to help our archaeologists do their jobs better. We have a couple of other positions that are still in the queue. Ryan Carlson is going through the process of hiring a new sustainability coordinator to assist him in his work. And we will also be bringing on 3 additional environmental planners to assist with getting projects permitted on the ground. In the month of October, we have held 3 classes that are a part of our stewardship certification program, one of which was our cultural resources training, interpretation, and then we'll have trails training later this month. One of the things that these classes have really highlighted is the pent-up demand that we have. For these classes, we received roughly 3 times as many requests as we were able to accommodate with our current classes that we have on the books. So we're going to be working on developing a sort of standard calendar for those. So our staff that's interested in completing the certification program will be able to plan out when they may be able to attend those classes. We've made a couple of technological improvements here in the last few months that might not seem as exciting as I roll them out, but for someone who's been waiting to do some of these things for the last decade plus, I'm super excited. So you may not be aware, but when we cut trees over 10-inch diameter at state parks, we have to go through a tree activity worksheet process. So those get reviewed so that we don't have an individual person going out and just cutting trees in the state parks. And this has been a paper-based process. We used to have people back when I worked at the region who would walk a piece of paper around to various people and try and get them to review it and sign their names. And it was very labor intensive. We have just completed a GIS app that will allow people to fill that out. It will have geographic information so you can tell where the trees are being cut. We have now a Power Automate that will come up with a report that will then go out to DocuSign for electronic signature. To say that this is a technological advancement is a major understatement, and it might have been the biggest excitement of my month so far. We also recently have brought on some scanning software in our collections program that allows us to now do 3D imaging of our collections artifacts. So that can be used in whether that's in the classroom, as part of our interpretive programs, a virtual online collections assortment, inadvertent discovery training. There are a lot of things that we have in mind for this. So that's another technological advancement that we have made here recently. And then I'm just going to wrap up with our Natural Resources Program Manager had suggested to me a while back that we should come up with something that she thought we should call the Stewardship Hero Award. And that was to recognize staff that had really gone out of their way to care for the resources in their parks as part of their job, and making significant improvements to their stewardship ethic, et cetera. And so we just established that award, and I awarded the first one on Sunday to Joel Pillars, our South Sound region manager at his area manager, rather, at his retirement party. Joel, I've worked with Joel for a decade plus on salmon restoration projects on Hood Canal. And so we awarded that to him in recognition of his efforts. Thank you.
The position you fill, are these existing positions or new positions?
These, with the exception of refilling Jessica's position, these are new positions.
So we established the archaeology position are new positions?
These are new positions, yes.
Approved but vacant?
They are approved and we're filling them at present. Most of them are already out for recruitment or have recently been filled.
Okay, last thing. Joel deserved it. I met him. He's a super nice guy.
He is.
Yeah.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Got that right. Since you all have always taken such a great interest in the capital program and the parks development, I'm going to reward you with a very robust update for 2022 on a beautiful sunny day in Okanagan County. So just as some context, I think you all know, I've been in this role as the director for not even a year. It's been about almost 11 months. And I think a big focus of this past year has really been on kind of getting my arms around what's going on in the division, understanding it, spending some time talking to people, talking to staff, talking to leadership, trying to really get a handle and understanding of, what are we working with? What are our challenges? What are our opportunities? And so it's been a little bit of a foundation laying, and I really appreciate Commissioner Dannenberg. Every time you see the org chart, I think back in December, you were like, there's a lot of red on this chart. And so a lot of this past year has been setting a good foundation, looking at, as Andy talked about, our classifications, our recruitments, how we're retaining employees, how we're working together, structures, systems. And I think even today, I've been really energized by all the staff. I mean, everybody is amazing. Yesterday in the site visits, the staff at the parks are so passionate about what they're doing. And I think even today for the development division, you probably can see us kind of starting to turn that corner into more of an execution implementation phase. Not that work hasn't been going on, but just maybe presenting it a little bit differently. So along that vein, I wanted to talk a little bit about staffing and recruitment. So you got to meet Andy, so our new deputy director. That wasn't a new position, but we reclassified the existing division manager position to be more of a deputy role and to provide really focused leadership and support for the capital and facilities program. It is such a huge part of our state park system, and it's going to really benefit from his leadership. We also filled the Partners and Strategic Initiatives Program Manager role. So Leisha Sahagan has taken on that position and started in September. I think we'll bring her to you maybe in January, so you get a chance to meet her, and she gets a few months to kind of establish her goals. Andy went over how we're hiring the facility scoping team, and that's in progress. Laura and I are working together with IT to put an IT person and the IT team that would be half dedicated to supporting capital software needs, which is huge. And I really appreciate the collaboration, Laura. And also there was mention of a new dedicated ADA coordinator. And so that was something that we asked for this last biennium. It wasn't funded, but the agency made a decision to find the resources to fund a permanent position. So I really appreciate the support there. And just a huge shout out to Nikki Fields, who's been doing that job in addition to her role as real estate and planning program manager, and just has been so passionate and keeping us focused and letting us know how important it is and pushing that ahead. So I appreciate that, Nikki. And HR also, I just need to say thank you so much for all the support you've been giving our teams. Okay, so real estate and planning, you're going to hear some updates from the commissioners tomorrow, so I don't want to steal anybody's thunder, but a big one is Bear Creek closed. I think you all know that. That's a huge accomplishment. Huge shout out to the real estate team. Well done, everybody, and operations, everybody that's been a part of this. Also, Nikki wanted me to mention that we're getting close to being caught up with all our RCO acquisition grants. This will be the first time in 20 years that we're not behind a biennium or more. So that's a big accomplishment. So well done to them. In planning, you guys are been getting pretty good updates, I think, on what's going on in planning. You heard that we started doing our public meetings for Glen Tana. And so thank you, Commissioner Connolly, for being there. We had our first Blue Mountain Tribal Work Group convened since the Blue Mountain planning process was paused in 2018. So I think you all know that we had a complete staff turnover on the planning team, and they are just really starting to pump out, pick up some things that we left off. We had a site visit to Blake Island, and Chair Bounds was there, and really appreciate you coming to that. And I'm sure you'll hear about that in his report. And you heard a little bit today that we started working back up on Ginkgo. So we started doing our tribal outreach on Ginkgo, and then you heard about the meeting with Kittitas County. So there's a lot going on there. A couple more things. We had the Friends Conference. So the first week of October, and that was great. We had 17 groups represented, a lot of ELT representation there. Jenna gave a great talk on tribal relations, and Melinda and Jeanette came and did a talk on DEI. So really laying the groundwork for thinking about how our friends start to consider the values that we want to employ in our parks and what their role is in that, and setting the vision for the future. Diana gave remarks and offered herself up for a panel discussion. So thank you very much. And we had Camporee. So that is our gather. So both, by the way, for Friends Conference and the Camporee gathering, this is the first time that those have taken place in person since 2019. So we're finally getting back out in person with folks after the pandemic. This was the first gathering, like I said, since 2019. There were 43 hosts present. I think one of the big takeaways from that was that we need to be providing a little bit more consistent training to our staff. Commissioner Connolly was there for that one too, about what the expectations are for hosts, providing a sort of consistent onboarding, what they should be doing, how they should be acting in the parks, and what the expectations are. So that's awesome. And just to cap it off around capital and facilities, I asked for a list of recent accomplishments, and there were too many to go over here in person, which is just such a great thing to be able to say. And you got a handout today that showed some of those important projects that have been completed and started. I did want to say, and I think you might hear this in the budget report, that, and I confirmed it like 4 times, that we have obligated 25% of our reappropriations in the first quarter of this year alone. So that is a number I just want everybody to sit with, because it's really exciting to me. And we are about to put out Kopachuk for bid. We'll do that later this month. That's about an $8 million project. And we are putting the Squally out to bid in January or February, which will be a $30 million project. So you heard other things going on in the regions, and so I don't want to go over every single project, but there's some huge advancements going on there. And since Northwest region wasn't represented today in any of the success stories, except for Clayton Beach was on there, I wanted to mention that the Lake Sammamish Sunset Beach update is almost completed and is at substantial completion already. So thank you. Those are my updates.
Excellent. Next, I'd like to turn to our Operations Director, John Crimmins.
All right. Good day, commissioners. That seems to work, right? That sounded aggressive. I'm sorry. So, well, it's been another busy summer. Our visitation is no longer skyrocketing as it has in the past, but it is leveling out as just consistently busy. And so our staff are really just learning how to find their feet there, and they're providing just great continual customer service, even with the increase of our crowds or just consistently busy parks. Heard some of that yesterday from some of the rangers that talked about just losing this feel of a shoulder season anymore, where it just continues to roll. So we asked staff to provide us some of what they thought were their highlights. There were a lot of them. There's a lot of parks out there, and so there's a lot of highlights to go with that. I put them in this packet that I gave to y'all, and I was just going to hit a few of them, but Commissioner Rod asked if I could hit each one of them in detail. And so there's 6 pages. I think
It's getting longer.
we can do it later. It's okay. So I'm just going to hit a couple of them. So the things that kind of stuck out to me as being really cool in that report, there's the interpretive section in there is just fantastic. It's fun to see. Owen mentioned earlier that we have a very small interpretive staff, so obviously it's more than just our interpreters that are involved in this effort. We have just this range of programming going on in our parks, and a couple of them that stuck out to me was, we've got programs starting that have been shut down since COVID. And so, looking at Fort Columbia, 179 visitors received a guided tour of Battery 246. That's a big deal. That thing's been closed since COVID. And so people getting back in there and having that experience again is pretty good. My guess is those numbers will continue to go up. And then you've got the other end of the spectrum with 62,000 total interpretive contacts made at Deception Pass. And that is just a lot of people. So we're just doing a whole lot with a little out there, and in very busy situations where people are just working on multiple tasks at the same time. They're keeping their parks running, and they're providing this exceptional experience for our visitors. So it's just exciting to see things grow. We're continuing to work through our 2023 work plan. One of the goals there was to look at housing, specifically for seasonal staff coming in that we're in areas that it's very difficult to find housing. This season, we were able to purchase 2 different trial trailer options, which I said it. I was worried I wasn't going to be able to say trial trailer. Now I did twice. So the one trailer is a park model trailer. It was actually constructed to be used as a bunkhouse, so it can hold multiple staff in it, and that's been placed at Alta Lake State Park to see how that works. We also bought a smaller, more portable trailer so we could move it around from park to park and give that a try. My understanding is that's working well at Dash Point right now. Our supplemental budget request asks for 5 additional bunkhouse type trailers. So we'll see how that goes, but definitely looking for ways to be able to invite in staff that we just don't. There's no way we could afford to, or they could afford to do these jobs without some level of accommodation there at the parks. This one I'm going to slip in as a operations one, but maybe it's a stewardship thing, and maybe Lisa's going to tell me just to mind my own business or something like that. But so we've got trail staff and interpretive staff doing trainings at our stewardship certification on a regular basis, which is just, they've been big hits. They've been classes that we've, just probably couldn't offer enough of, because staff is very excited to get in and have those as part of the stewardship certification. So it's great to see that happening. And then finally, our staffing. We have definitely not unlike everyone else, we've struggled with filling vacancies in operations, but we've had some real wins in the last few months. We've also had some opportunity to fill with promotional candidates, folks from within into some other positions. Lisa, again, who I think I'm losing friendship with, we stole from her to get Jess Logan, but we filled all 3 of those region superintendent positions with kind of internal candidates. We brought somebody back from the past, so I'm still counting Anna Gill as an internal. And we filled the 3 vacant region manager positions. We'll talk about that a little bit more tomorrow. And we filled 3 area manager positions. One just this morning was announced. And you know what we're finding, we have the capacity, I think, in our leadership right now to really build up some of our staff, you know, and so some of our rangers that have wanted these promotional opportunities have it's been hard to put them in positions, you know, because we didn't know if we'd have the support to really build them up as leaders. But I think we have that structure now, and so it's exciting to be able to hire some of our rangers into these leadership positions and to see them thrive in those. Tomorrow, you'll have an opportunity to meet the region superintendents. You've met them before. It's not going to be any surprise, but they have a really good message to tell you about what they plan to do here in the next year. So that's the end of my report. I'm sorry I couldn't go into detail.
No, I have one question.
Oh, great. Here we go.
Thank you. Excellent. Question about the trial trailer. What is the cost for that?
A good question. I don't recall what I can.
Question.
How much the travel trailer costs? I can get back to you on that.
Okay, so this is really important because when I went site visit to these parks, give you some insight, like the one by Vancouver. I mean, they want people, but they cannot find people because they cannot afford. So we should look into that somehow in our next budget about either youths or either semi-permanent or permanent, some kind of individual to compensate for people who work for state park that the salary is not that great, but if you have the housing, it makes a huge difference.
Can't agree with you more. Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
thank you, John. One quick question.
Oh,
But
on the spot.
who was involved in the 2 marriage proposals?
There were a couple of really sweet couples. On there. It was beautiful. So beautiful. I can't even remember their names.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, I'd like to turn it to our Administrative Services Director, Laura Holmes. I don't think you've had enough time today on today's schedule, so.
That's right. Thank you. Yes, you have heard a pretty full report on the Administrative Services division today, so I will just highlight a couple of things. Last week, I did attend the National Recreation and Parks Association conference. And at this conference, a lot of times they're, geared towards very park specific, but this was a very broad conference. There was exciting classes to attend, sessions on data, budget, visitation, and risk even. So it was very interesting, and a lot of the presenters were from other states, and it was examples of how their state park systems were doing or utilizing certain pieces. So had a really great time hearing those stories last week. The second update I have is just that I wanted to provide just a quick update on our facility relocation for headquarters, that we have adjusted the timeline a little bit from the last time we shared with you. So originally we were thinking 12 to 18 months for our move, and it's looking more like 2 years at this point, which is actually a long time, but a little bit of a relief too. It's a lot to move an agency. And so it gives us a little more time to get the facility ready that we're moving into, as well as get packed and ready to move. This is just due to the fact that the way that the lease negotiation worked is that we did have to up our negotiation for 5 years for our lease, and then we can vacate after 2 years. So we're planning on the 2-year time frame at this point in time. And then the last is just to mention that, so I have had, as we all are talking about positions today, a position that has been vacant for a while. It was our internal auditor position. It's a management position, and I have not filled that because I wanted to consider really how to best support our division and the agency with that position, and whether full-time as an internal auditor was still the need that we had, or if there were additional needs. And really looking at that position more closely, I have scaled back. There's still components of the internal auditor position, so still around state auditor's office. But I have expanded really the duties of that position, and it will be very similar. It will be a deputy director, so it will be somebody who will work with Andy Rose and can work with operations leadership. And so this position is going to be, so for our structure, and I'm sorry, I don't have an org chart here. I should have done that. For our structure, it is me and Tina, and then each of the department managers that you met today. And so there's a lot of administrative tasks that are really administrative, but not department specific. So we have things like our combined fund drive that is required for agencies, commute trip reduction program, productivity board that we're a part of, a whistleblower program, the electronic signature solution that Tina is managing. And so there's a lot of things that end up being just centrally, as a hub that are taking a lot of day-to-day time. And so adding this position that can take on some of those programs specifically, I've been telling a few people I've been going like a mile wide and an inch deep, and I don't see an end to that without getting someone in that could help with take on some of these tasks, as well as then really partner with me as we look at things like extended leadership in our division and mentoring and just engaging staff and some of the things that we want to do. So this position recruitment just went out recently, looking to do interviews in the next few weeks and hopefully hire somewhere in the midst of the holidays. So maybe by the end of the year for sure, have someone on board. So that is my update. Any questions?
One quick question.
Yes.
On the move, will we be moving different teams in over a long horizon of time? Or is this the light switch that's going to come on and literally that building's closed and this is where we're all at now? I mean, have you thought that through, and is a decision been made on that, or what's that transition period going to look like?
It's a really great question. We have been talking about this. We don't have anything definitive. I think it's going to take some time to get the facility ready and things set up. How we, we're working with our architect to really get things designed and set up the right way. I think our biggest thing is that we are going to be moving our boating and winter recreation programs in with us. And our Southwest region is currently housed in our headquarters, and they're going to move out to Tilly Square. So to do that, we will need to move our boating and winter recreation program up sooner and then our Southwest region can move out. But I think otherwise, working with CI, we're just now beginning to connect with CI to find out their timelines, their process. They'll be the ones that will be handling our move, and they will most likely do it in one, not maybe quite lights off,
Right.
but a shorter period of time where everybody moves at one point and then we vacate the building.
Thank you.
Yes.
Are we maintaining some flexibility in the amount of space? Or are we frozen at what we think we will need in 2 years? And I say that for a couple of reasons. One is, the budget, obviously, if we end up getting more positions that we need space for. But the other is just, I'm not sure we're locked into the remote work as much as we think we might be. And maybe it's going to be more than less. But I've read enough recently to at least on the corporate end of things, understand that that's getting a little softer. Of course, there's also a more of a movement to, 4-day work weeks and 30-hour days, and I mean, there's changes in the concept of labor after the pandemic. But I just hope we don't get locked into a set amount.
There's a bit of a catch-22 there because we are required by the Office of Financial Management to reduce our square footage by
30%.
30%. And
And I hope they have some flexibility too.
we are required by the Office of Financial Laura's.
Can I have a level of patience?
I will say, Laura and Nikki Hankey have Nikki Hankey is working, she's sort of our movement leader here, and they've been working really hard on establishing these sort of hybrid workstations, making sure we have enough drop-in stations, and then some sort of flexible space that we have been very clear that we may be adding positions. We don't know what the status of those positions are right at this moment in regard to remote work, and so how that is going to fit into the 30% reduction that we have to do, and being flexible with the Department of Ecology.
Yes. And I will say, in looking at our initial designs, we do have a good amount of flexibility with the square footage that we have. We had some vacant positions, and they did fill those, give us the space for a full cubicle, which is considered, non-teleworking or at least hybrid space. So we do have flexibility a bit, but it is something we've actually even been talking with ecology about as this modern work environment becomes more and more something that we look to our future with. How do we set up our space, and how well do we, fit that hybrid model? And I've been reading some things too that you have mentioned where teleworking might not be so much as much in the future. And so how do we navigate making more space? And so it is definitely on our radar. OFM has said, while we don't have a lot of flexibility outside the space they've given us at this moment of time, that they do want to partner with us and all agencies as we go through this over the next several years to just work out the details as best as we can. But for now, it's we've gone down to 30%, but we still look like we're pretty flexible in order to make our space needs work.
Thank you, Laura. Mm-hmm. And finally, our Deputy Director, Mike Sternbeck.
And just a few updates on the PDA, because I was actually asked to be really short, so I'm not sure what the deal is. Yeah. So we have a new interim executive director with the PDA at Fort Worden who started October 1st. Her name is Celeste Tell. She was one of the board members and is going to be in this position as interim, and that interim period may be as much as 2 years, the city has decided. So, which is probably a good thing, because we needed to keep some continuity there. I'm also on a panel to select more PDA board members. I think they're down to 4 now, and so they're looking at applicants, and should be making some choices pretty soon about adding some more folks. I'm also working with Celeste, the new executive director, and other stakeholders on scoping a planning effort that we had talked about back in July. That's to update the long-range plan and the management plan from 2008 and 2012. We're hoping to have that completed by this next spring, and that should help inform things such as, is this the right governance model? What the cost structure should look like as far as shared costs, some revenue opportunities, updating demographics, those things, kinds of things on campus. Also, I don't know if I've mentioned before that Laura and I do meet monthly with the city of Port Townsend and the PDA staff to go over their finances. So we're keeping a close eye on that. That's been a bit of a moving target. On November 1st and 2nd, the real estate committee and the director and I are going to be visiting Fort Worden and visiting with a few of the partners there on campus, as well as the PDA and some board members. And I think we're even going to get a chance to go and look at Fort Flagler a bit while we're up in that area. So looking forward to that. And in January, we plan to invite the PDA to come and present their progress. And also, I think something we just haven't done in a while that I'd like to do is talk about some of the good things that are happening on campus. We keep coming back to the challenges, but there are some great things that have been happening there. And so looking forward to a chance to update in January. My last thing, I have learned that you shouldn't leave your computer open when you go on break. Because I have an added bullet point here of Nova Scotia duck tolling retriever, and I'm not sure what that's about. So thanks to whoever added that. Anyway, any questions at all about anything but the last thing? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Sternbeck, and that is it.
All right. Well, thank you for that. If there's no final, anyone want to just talk for, chit chat for another 10 minutes? No? All right. Then with that, we will adjourn this work session. Thank you, everyone.